Chinese MDI rebroadcast English translation version edition. I'm Brownose, joined by Tettles and Makes. And today we've got a pretty exciting one. We're going to have our two teams that we will see in the Global Finals, which starts in 2 days. So this is going to be really interesting for all of our other teams in the world as well to watch and see who they will be coming up against in the Global Finals, because we have some really good teams that have qualified through to the Global Finals from the West. In Group A, we had Wunderbar and 07. In Group B, we had Mistcount and Holy Method. In Group C, we had Mandatory and Perplexed. And those teams will be joined by 2 of the 4 teams that we will watch here today from the China region in the Global Finals, which does, again, start in just 2 short days here. But let's talk a little bit about the 4 teams that we have today. And to do that, I've enlisted the help of one of our great casters, Makes. Tell us about the 4 teams playing today.
I'd love to. So we have a Stamp, Green Player, Kronos, and Jigu Cheering Squad in here today. Those are the top 4 seeds, so a little bit predicted. I would say that these made it through, but there were some surprises in how they qualified. Notably, Jigu Cheering Squad qualifying prior to Stamp in their group day. But here you can see why that might have happened, because of course our spec ban rule is still active. The top 3 played spec from each of these teams in their respective day ones has been banned out, whereas if they tied on the DPS, like you can see for Jigu in the top left, they actually get to choose which of the DPSs they want to take out. They have been opting to go for the Arcane Mage together with the Disc Priest and the Vengeance Demon Hunter. For Stamp, they played a lot of off-roll, so they have the Metacomp still available to them. Same is true for Green Player. And Kronos actually opted to protect their tank and their healer, but they are losing out on the full spectrum of the meta DPS classes. Tettles, how bad do we think this is?
I think realistically, whenever we saw, I think Green Player looks like they're probably the favorite coming into today so far. Whenever they were able to get off of their off-meta composition, they really just started to accelerate a lot. Like, we saw them 2-chest that 19 Motherload, and then 1-shot the 21 ML, and it felt like they were kind of getting held back a little bit whenever they were on their off-meta comp. But I think that for them, they're kind of my favorite for today. But like you were kind of saying, then it's maybe Jaeger Cheering Squad, maybe Kronos can play upset and sleeper, but Stamp having that preferred meta composition, especially since they were the #1 seed coming into the China finals, I feel like you have to have them as your second favorite coming into this. Now today, there is something that is an advantage to all these teams that have some of these meta compositions or meta specs banned out, and that's the fact that we have Cinderbrew Meadery available today. That is a very popular Warlock dungeon. We saw a lot of Destro Warlock played in that during Group A, B, and C. Just a fantastic pick in that dungeon in general. And then we also have Darkflame Cleft in Rookery, but no more lollygagging as the day is going to start, and I will be going on break, and I will be joining you guys in a little bit.
Wait, I think it's Makes that's going on break.
Oh, wait, no, it's Makes that's going on break. I will be staying here. Wait.
You guys have fun.
Anyhow.
The one thing we know for sure is that I'm going to stick around, is we are going to start off with 2 Darkflame Clefts from our top 2 teams on our screen, and 2 Rookery, actually, and a Meadery and a Rookery on our bottom screen. So we've got all 3 of our dungeons today, and we can get a little bit of an idea of what our teams are going to do around the spec variety rule. So we have Jaeger Cheering Squad, not able to play their Vengeance Demon Hunter, swapping into that Prot Warrior instead. And then they're also playing an Elemental Shaman. Sick. I think Elemental Shaman is a great adaptation here. This comp looks pretty good. Meanwhile, we have Stamp and Green Player, who have that full meta comp that they've preserved into this day. And then Kronos down in the bottom right, that Holy Paladin is actually their main spec. Same with the Vengeance Demon Hunter. That's, of course, a main spec for a lot of tanks this season. But the DPS side of things was where their bans landed, and they've opted for Havoc, Destro, but they are in a Cinderbrew Meadery, so maybe that'll change elsewhere.
Okay.
And a Elemental Shaman as well. Awesome.
I actually think the Ellie pick is fairly underrated, but something that should be fairly powerful. You know, it's not a one-to-one replacement with like an Arcane Mage, for example, because they have slightly different damage profiles, but I do think that Ellie is quite a potent pick in a lot of these dungeons, and I'm not super surprised that we are seeing the two teams that have some of their preferred compositions banned out, electing to play that Ellie. Kronos as well, they do have a Shaman main on their team, so I'm not super shocked that, once their Moonkin ends up getting banned out, he's like, you know what? I think Ellie might be for me.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either. It's interesting, though, because we saw a lot of enhanced Shaman on days 1 and 2 from some of our other teams, but Elemental instead, the choice of our teams that made it through here to day 3. Very cool, though. I think Ellie, like you said, it is pretty different than Arcane Mage, which is sort of what it's replacing in these comps. But it still does some of the same things as Arcane. It doesn't have that funnel damage niche is the big difference.
It has good funnel damage, asterisk, during Ascendance, right?
Right.
It can actually do, arguably in some instances, more funnel damage to very specific mobs, like maybe the first muscle of Cinderbrew Meadery, it could do a little bit more funnel damage, but then it kind of has these, it ebbs and flows based around the Ascendance timings, which the Arcane Mage, having that Arcane Surge every minute, 18 seconds, and they just solo out a mob, that is, of course, incredibly valuable.
Yeah, exactly. Elemental Shaman as well. There's a couple different builds that they have access to. Farseer one, the sort of raid build, the more single-targety one. In Keys, they're just kind of on that Chain Lightning spam lifestyle for full AoE.
He's playing 2-minute Ellie, which is... the Kronos Ellie Shaman's playing 2-minute Ellie. Let's see what the Jaeger Cheering Squad Ellie is playing, because there is a slight difference. The 3-minute version is a slightly more powerful Ascendance. Typically, whenever you see the 2-minute version getting played, it normally is involving a power infusion. Oh, Jaeger Cheering Squad's Elemental Shaman's also playing that 2-minute Ascendance. Very cool.
Yeah, with no power infusion, like you said, to back it up. So a little bit more, a little bit less ideal. But of course, the Disc Priest not necessarily available for at least one of our teams here.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, the 2-minute is really good, assuming that you're just like planned around pulling on the 2-minute CD versus the 3-minute CD. Which helps again if you're planning to just drop it in to replace another spec. Although the Arcane Mage is not a 2-minute spec if that's what you're replacing. That spec does whatever they want. I don't know. It really depends. Like if you were routing around the 3 minutes, I think the 3 minutes has maybe a slightly higher cap. But if you believe that your best route involves playing around 2-minute CDs, then I think this is really reasonable. How are you feeling about where Green Player and Stamp are? So Stamp, top right hand corner of the screen here, have elected to go into this Darkflame Cleft with that full meta composition that they were able to protect, and Green Player in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen also with that full meta composition lifestyle in this Rookery. How are we feeling about these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really interesting day to watch for these two teams in particular, because if they do make it out of our day, I'm really curious how they're going to stack up compared to our other Global Finals teams, it's to me a big question mark. Stamp, I like their decision to go into the Darkflame Cleft. When we look at our dungeons today, Darkflame Cleft just, definitely goes higher than the other dungeons, right? Darkflame Cleft goes up to 21, maybe even 22.
Probably 22.
Potentially even higher as well, right? So, that makes a lot of sense to me as being a good dungeon to focus on, just because you are going to collect more points if you focus on it than if you focus on any of our others. But I think you do... I mean, it is still a day where you're going to have to go to all the dungeons to qualify, so... Yeah, the thing I actually really like is Jaeger Cheering Squad playing the Resto Druid as well in this dungeon. We saw Mode back from in our Western region was also playing Resto Druid in here, even when he had access to any of the healers he wanted. So this should be nice for the Candle King healing when we do watch that part of this dungeon. Not something at the plus 17 level that is likely to be too lethal. But especially as the key goes up, the Candle King is a big part of the difficulty of Darkflame Cleft. Is just, can you survive that boss? Can you put out 4 million HPS or however much you're going to need with your comp?
Yeah, in addition to that as well, the double druid makes the first pulls of this dungeon, both of them, a little bit easier. Whenever you have that overseer electing to just do that ground pummel effect and just knock back all the mobs, having access to double Ursul's Vortex makes it a lot easier in comparison to some of the other specs. Whenever you're playing that Disc Priest, all you're relying on is your Demon Hunter to get a perfectly timed Sigil of Misery at the same time that your Druid has the Ursul's Vortex once. And so you can run into problems if you don't have enough CC. But I mean, the composition that Jaeger Cheering Squad also they have Root Totem, and they have Shockwave Knockup, which It's not super commonly seen, but you can use the Shockwave knockup to mitigate the knockback from those mobs in that first pull. So they actually have a lot of tools to be able to deal with those Overseers. Something that we need to watch out for Green Player, I kind of caught it at the very end. We really need to watch their first room sequencing as they go into higher key levels. I saw they were mixing and adding some additional pulls at the end of the first boss that were kind of atypical from what other teams are actually doing on live. And I think that there's a chance that they're going -1 pull in this first section. So that's going to need to be something that we're going to be looking out for in the higher levels.
Yeah, being able to avoid a little bit of trash in that first section I think it's pretty nice, because there's a lot of pulls at the very start of this dungeon, like around that first boss in Rookery, that just love to annoy you, right? And oftentimes limit how much you can fight at once. You've got all these pulls with all these casters, with all these storm rooks that are just so deadly.
I don't think that they were ignoring any of the trash, but I think that they pulled like 3 packs into the boss at various points, like a very long, elongated chain. Which
that's definitely going to be something to watch out for, yeah.
Yeah, some of those pulls are very dangerous, particularly the ones with like the Storm Rooks, whenever the boss is doing the big AoE effect and stuff like that. So those are kind of the things that we're going to need to be watching out for. I wonder if they're going to be doing an invisibility potion skip here in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, because that's something that I actually think that a lot of teams are going to be looking to elect to do. Okay, they might actually just go ahead and go with the meld as opposed to the invis potion, but skipping this entire hallway, I feel like is probably going to be a more popular strat as we make it into the Global Finals, as opposed to pulling any of those additional Void Diffusers. But the downside of this route is now you have to get pretty much every single Crusher that's in this room that you're seeing for Green Player.
Yeah, getting those Crushers, though, you can take 4 of them into the boss afterwards, right? After you pull off the Diffusers and the big pull. And that's a little bit less scary than it sounds, because the boss's damage intake is so predictable.
So it looks like they're doing triple into this Void Diffuser double Oracle pull. That's normally your Bloodlust. Now they're too fast, which is not an issue. But then they're going to look, I think, to take triple into Stormguard Gorin here. I like this route. I think this route for Green Player is fantastic. I wouldn't be shocked if this is like the solved route for MDI Finals.
Yeah, this is going to be a interesting dungeon to watch in the Global Finals for sure, as Green Player nearly done with that pull. No deaths for them on the board. In fact, of our teams, we've only had 1 death so far today. It was Stamp's Death Knight on Blazikon. So you can see Stamp landing a nice Sigil of Chains into Solar Beam on these casters after that boss. Pretty soon it's going to be Candle King time for them, although again, at this plus 17 keystone level, we aren't expecting Candle King to be nearly the beast that he's going to be at the plus 20, plus 21 level that we might see later today. Stamp going to Mind Soothe and skip past the trash here.
They sent their Priest ahead a little bit in advance to where he can actually get those double life grips faster onto his DPS, onto his Mage and his DK to be able to get them in the room a little bit quicker. Dude, their Bloodlust isn't even up. Look at this, 25 seconds remaining on that Bloodlust cooldown, and they are just absolutely pulling straight into the boss with the Bloodlust on the first pull of the dungeon. So it's kind of something that we've seen teams do both strategies, whether it's first boss or first pull of the dungeon with the Lust. It kind of depends, but especially in like the lower key levels, and lower in this instance being a 17, it makes a little bit more sense that you're going to be pressing on the first pull. That way it lines up appropriately with you pulling Candle King. But now we have Kronos on the big screen here. They are continuing on into the IPA wing, which is kind of surprising because we've actually seen a lot of teams go to the bank area first to allow you to have a Bloodlust around this point in that IPA wing.
Yeah, that death that they had there wasn't really a Lust-related one, though. It was just a Hobgoblin charging into our Ellie Shaman. Luckily, the greatest defensive in the game, Ankh, Reincarnation, used by the Shaman, unfortunately goes down again. This time that's not going to be available, so a Battle Res will have to come out for Kronos here. The Shaman back up, but no defensives now for a while, so it's going to be a sketchy situation for a little bit for Kronos. Meanwhile, though, Stamp are working on that Candle King. That Lust is available, and it looks like at this point they're thinking about maybe just holding it. Arcane Surge is up in 5 seconds, so if they don't Lust that, they're probably not going to Lust this boss. There's the Evocation and the missiles. Here comes the Surge, and no Lust.
Do you ever 3-chest this dungeon? Like, is it ever... is it ever possible that we're just saving this Bloodlust for Darkness on pull with the Corridor Creepers, and then we just jam Lust and go for the 3-chest? Because I feel like that's the only real reason I could see them looking to hold this Bloodlust here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me. I think the 17 Cleft is very 3-chestable. So we saw yesterday and the day before, not a lot of 16s were 3-chested. There were a couple of Mother Loads that were 3-chested at the 16 level. Darkflame Cleft is our fastest dungeon, though, right? That's the dungeon that goes up the highest level. It can get 3 and 2 chested at the highest levels as well. So I think that the 17 3 chest is possible for Stamp. 6.5 minutes for the last section of this dungeon with the Lust. Yeah, I think it's
one
definitely
trash
possible.
pull and the boss is the final
Yeah,
ending
it's a big
sequence.
minecart pull. So you'll have like 4 minutes left after that minecart pull is done.
That pull's long. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I say one trash pull, which is like it takes
you'll
forever
have,
to
like,
get it gathered.
Best case, maybe you have 3 minutes with Lust on the last boss with trash. I think that works out.
Yeah,
It's a long
Gonna be-
boss, but it's not that long with Lust at 17.
nah. It's gonna definitely be something that we have to watch out for. But Stamp basically need to get this minecart section perfect, I think, is the ultimate
Yeah.
conclusion here. Taking kind of a check around on these other teams, we have Green Player in the bottom left. Looking like they're probably going to be on the wrong side of the 3 chest timer in the 17 Rookery. Rookery, while we talked about Darkflame being one of the dungeons that goes the highest, Rookery is probably one of the dungeons that goes the lowest. It's also, the timer in this dungeon is quite tight, and as the key gets higher, that final boss ends up exceeding 5 minutes. Sometimes we've even seen it go as high as like 5:45. And so I don't think that they're going to be able to 3 chest this dungeon, especially with the fact that they only have like 5 minutes remaining with the 4-minute final boss. But they're in like a pretty good position. Now we have Kronos back on the big screen here, and they have engaged in combat with the IPA.
Yeah, so luckily we do have a Destruction Warlock here, which means we can dispel all of those Burning Fermentation debuffs
That's a
very
shout,
easily
yeah.
thanks to the Imp. That's really nice. And Kronos, actually that Elemental Shaman just popping off on this boss as well. 8 million DPS. But we have Stamp setting up the minecart pull here. DH in a little bit of danger. Getting life gripped around as well to help them keep control
Oh,
here.
nice.
It looks like, yeah, pulling it all ahead. So, okay, nicely done. They have the minecart where it wants to be. They have all the trash in combat. They're going to bring the minecart nice and far forward. Once it gets all the way to the front here, you stop having to worry about recharging it, and it just gets permanent energy.
So there is one downside of bringing it all the way forward here, and it's those darkness mobs. They'll actually try to cast on the minecart if it's all the way in the front, whereas if you have them far enough away, kind of like what you see Stamp doing right here, then those darkness actually won't try to cast on it, meaning that you won't actually have to press any CC, and there's no potential like AoE pulsing damage that can happen, because something that's not super commonly known, like you know that it drains the light off of the cart, but what you don't know is that it just will try to hit you for your entire health bar with pulsing AoE ticks if you're not careful.
Ooh, that is a good thing to know about. Yeah, it looks like Stamp going to be doing pretty well here. I estimated that they would have about 4 minutes after they finished this pull. It's going to be closer to 3.5.
Dude. I don't know if this is 3 chestable then.
The minecart section's going to take another minute or so. Yeah, this is going to be tight.
Yeah. I think if they had 3:15 or 3:30 for darkness with Bloodlust, I would assume that they're going to be on the good end of that. But yeah, I mean, look at this. They have to throw the dynamite at the darkness for probably another 45 seconds. So it's going to take them a little bit of time to actually get the boss pulled.
Meanwhile, we've had another Shaman death for Yegu Cheering Squad up in the top left. So the 2 Elemental Shamans we have now both have Ankh on cooldown. Only one team remaining to have 0 deaths in their run. It's Green Player down in the bottom left who are already almost done with this Rookery. They're on the last trash pull before they spawn that last boss. So things going very well for them. But the big question mark, 3 minutes on the clock for Stamp to try and 3 chest this 17 Darkflame Cleft. Let's see if they just take this immediately into boss with Lust. That's what they will need if they want to try and make this 3 chest a reality.
So here's the remainder of their count that they're grabbing with the Skittering Darknesses and those Corridor Creepers that you see that their tank is tagging with the Throglaive. And now we have 2 minutes and 35 seconds, and as we go to Green Player on the big screen let's get some predictions. Do you think that they're going to be able to 3 chest this?
I think they can. I think that boss is going to melt with the Lust, with the Arcane Funnel, with all that damage.
Okay.
And they've been playing pretty clean so far across our weekend. I will say, of our teams, Green Player that we're watching right now were the team that had a better day one than Stamp did on their day one. Of course, the 2 teams had different day ones than each other. They were in different divisions. But I think Green Player did look stronger. It would be a statement if Stamp were able to put this 3 chest on the board. Boss already sub 80% with 2 minutes to go here on that first Eternal Darkness cast. They do a good job of recharging that candle. Most of the trash is now super low here. We've just got a few creepers left, stacking that dot on our tank, but our tank still has Last Resort available as well. So I would say just keep focusing on offense here. Don't worry about your tank. Let that Last Resort proc even if you need to, but just keep going, boss. 74%, 1 minute and 32 seconds left for Stamp to make this happen. The boss does stop at 55%. So they're already halfway there.
So, yeah, they did 20% of the boss's HP in 1 minute and 15 seconds with that Bloodlust.
Now they need to do another 15% here in 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Oh,
it's
dude,
going to be
get a second.
extremely tight. Here comes another Arcane Surge. This is the last surge of the 3-chest timer.
I mean, I think if we were going to get another surge on top of that, then I think that we'd be in great shape. But I don't know if the one surge is going to be enough. I mean, this is going to be incredibly close here. As you see, the boss is at 65%. Again, we need to get the boss to 55%. 45 seconds remain, and that 3-chest timer for us to be able to do that. We no longer have offensive CDs, really. It's just the Unholy Assault
has just been pressed.
Yeah.
Nothing else really coming up here except a Power Infusion. We'll be ready momentarily. That's probably going to go on our DK as soon as possible here. 30 seconds left on that 3-chest timer. 59%. They are so close here. 58%. 3% more boss damage
press on the
is
mage.
needed to make this happen. Yeah, we're just going to PI a touch of the Magi here, but once that touch explodes, that might be enough to send the boss down sub 55%. And with that, Stamp have actually managed to do it by about 10 seconds here. They're going to put up the +3 in the 17. So for anybody, again, unfamiliar with that, that means that because they were so fast in this 17, they're going to get to go straight to the +20 in that dungeon. Really big outcome for them. All of our other teams are going to be missing the +3s in their respective dungeons. Although Darkflame is really the only dungeon where I think it's fair to describe that as even possible. You can see up in the top left, Jaegu Cheering Squad are instead playing for the +2 in this dungeon, which is a lot more realistic, and they're definitely on pace for that. And down in the bottom left, Green Player almost hit the +3 in the Rookery, but I don't think that's a dungeon where anybody is really expecting that to be possible. And then Kronos working on the second to last boss here in their Cinder Brew down in the bottom right. They are about to go over that 3-chest timer. You can see there that second line on their timer. But they are still going to be in good shape for the +2 in this meadery as well. So all of our teams looking strong here. I think coming into our day, we definitely have a big expectation of Stamp and Green Player doing super well as they've done all this work to preserve their meta comps. But I've been impressed so far with how Kronos and Jaegu Cheering Squad have played on these off-meta comps that they are bringing. I think they are working pretty well so far. Of course, it remains to be seen how that holds up when the key level goes up.
It's one of those things that Green Player really hit the gas yesterday, the moment that they actually logged on this composition that you see them playing right here. We kind of were having questions as to what their skill was actually going to end up being. But then the moment that they ended up logging on this Balanced Druid, Unholy DK, Disc Priest, Venge, Arcane Mage composition, then they 3-chest this... They 2-chest the Motherlode on the 19, and then they almost 2-chest the Priory of the Sacred Flame 19. It was just like, okay, they've turned into a brand new team just by logging on a slightly different composition. So I'm really excited to see what Green Player is able to do today. They're my favorites to win this weekend so far, I think.
Yeah, and there's a lot at stake here. Not only are there 2 slots into Global Finals as well, there is a quite large prize pool with big ramifications between whether you get first, second, third, or fourth as well. There's gaps in the prize payout for all of those outcomes. So this will be a big deal for all of our teams, not just if they make it to the Global Finals. Although, of course, that's the big money, the big tournament this coming weekend, the Global Finals. Huge prize pool to be played for there by 2 of these 4 teams. Coming into the day, it was definitely Stamp and Green Player that were the favorites for that. Those 2 teams are now the 2 teams to have already completed their key, but the other 2 teams are about to finish their keys as well. Green Player have walked right back into the Rookery on +19. Yeah. Kronos nearly finished here with the Cinder Brew. Bank has lived for an awful long time. I feel like I've been talking for 5 minutes, and Bank has been alive for all of it. Although if you look on the details here, it's only been 2.5 minutes. But, time moves differently in Cinder Brew Meadery.
Yeah. I I really want to see, hopefully we can go back to the 4-box. I really want to see what green player is going to be doing in that beginning section of the Rookery, kind of like I was talking about earlier, because I feel like their sequencing in this area is kind of different than what we've actually seen from a lot of other teams. So right off the bat, it looks like we're grabbing one of these Void Riders with a Storm Rook on the left, and this has one Thunderer in the pull. So
yeah, the Thunderer is often a limiting factor in terms of what you can fight at once. You do have that Sigil of Silence and that Solar Beam that can land, AoE kicks on them. But
Yeah,
other
sure.
than that, you can be pretty limited in how many you can fight. You got to be really careful about fighting Thunderers with the boss, because then they'll stand back and be chain casting at you from
Yeah.
the other side of the laser beam.
So the limiting factors on Thunderers on the trash packs, you can pull upwards of 3 of them, and those aren't a big deal. Oh, wait, do we actually have 2 Void Riders in this pull? Oh, I actually think that this is double Void Rider, Dradnus.
It's the Patrol and the one in the middle of the room here. I don't know if that's a Void Rider or a Storm Rook. Let me pop open MDT, take a little look at how that dungeon starts off. It's one Void Rider and one Unruly Storm Rook, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, which that makes sense. And so then, yeah, the trash limiting factor is the... you can do triple Thunderer with the 3 kicks with the DH, the DK, and the Mage. But on the boss, you're limited to only being able to do one of those Thunderers at a time. Otherwise, you end up running into problems where you don't have enough interrupts, and those mobs can't get stuck in the middle of nowhere. So now they're actually going corner Storm Rook pack with triple Thunderer here and going Mass Dispel.
Yeah, these Thunderers start off with a buff on them that you want to be able to dispel, the lightning infused buff, giving them 25% haste. So that's something you want to take off of them if you can.
Yeah, so the nice Mass Spell coming out. So basically what you end up doing is you go a triple kick into Solar Beam, and then you go Demon Hunter CCs over and over again, and then you press the Silent Sigil down, and then you're able to kind of deal with this trash pack. And it looks like green player is actually doing a good job. And this is where in the 17, I think that they were prepping to just pull the boss very quickly after this. I think it's actually one more trash pull that remains.
So,
that patrolling Void Rider, I think, is the only mob that they have to deal with, and then they get the boss with multiple trash packs.
Yeah, there it is, the patrolling Void Rider. That's how you can remember in this area, is the 2 Void Riders are the ones patrolling, and then the other birds that are static are just the Unruly Storm Rooks, which are half the count, half the health, half the danger of those Void Riders.
Yeah. Okay, so then you see that corner pack that has a Storm Rook and double Rook Guard in it. They play that pack into the boss at, I would say, the bottom 5% of the boss, but then they also have that corner double Thunderer pack that they play into the boss on pull. I think that they're going to be probably either polymorphing or caging one of those Thunderers, and that's going to allow them a little bit of a faster pacing coming out of this first area in Rookery. So that I think that that's going to be the key ingredient here to allow them to do this area as fast as possible.
Yeah, you gotta be super careful fighting those Thunderers with the boss, but if you save effects like Sigil of Silence, like Solar Beam, like Chains, and especially with a DK, just Death Grip, you can do a lot of work in controlling those mobs while you are fighting the boss, as long as you save those and don't use them on pull, because our instinct is to use those sorts of effects on pull of these casters. But if you can be a little bit more budgeted with your CC and use it all during the intermission on that boss fight, you can definitely survive an intermission with some of those mobs in combat. Very easy if you don't have that planned, though, for them to just be free casting on the wrong side. We do have our last team to finish a dungeon here. It's going to be Kronos. Are they on pace? 1 minute and 10 seconds to secure the 2 chest here in the Cinderbrew Meadery.
Oh, buddy, I feel like this is not going to be 2-chested.
Yeah, Lust has fallen off at this juncture. We are going to get one more hit of Infernal and Ascendance from our casters.
Wait, we don't
that
have
big
Infernal
Holy
or
Paladin
Ascendance.
damage as well. Holy Paladin is doing 770k. How's that possible here on single target? That's a crazy amount of DPS for a healer to be pumping out.
I think we're just so jaded by the fact that Disc Priests deal peon damage that actually, other healer specializations do real damage on single target.
Yeah, that makes sense. The Disc Priest is doing extra damage as well when you factor in Power Infusion. Oh, we've had a death, though, for Kronos. Unfortunately, they've lost a Havoc Demon Hunter here. Maybe playing a little bit more aggressive to try and make this 2-chest happen, but you can see they are going to cross over that timer with 12% left on the boss. I'm not sure it would have mattered, but it definitely is the nail in the coffin that they've lost their Demon Hunter here. So Kronos are unfortunately only going to be putting up the +1 here in the 17 Cinder Brew. They're going to have to come back into this dungeon on +18, which I think all of our other teams are hoping to avoid that. Even in Cinder Brew Meadery, which has a pretty tight timer, they're going to be going for those 2 chests.
Look at green player here. So green player did kind of what I was describing, where they ended up CCing one of those thunders off to the side, and then they played one of those thunders with the double additional rook guards into the boss on pull. Then after they killed off one of those thunderers while continuing to cleave the boss, then they DK gripped the other thunder in and then grabbed that corner pack with that unruly storm rook and double rook tenders into the boss as well. Now the dangerous part of here is the storm rook cast. Whenever he starts casting that energized barrage, like channel tether onto you at the exact same time that the circles are potentially going out from the boss himself, that's where we can actually have people die off. On top of that as well, there is this pulsing AoE damage. If that unruly storm rook is again channeling that energizing barrage on you while this pulsing AoE happens, it can become problematic. You need to really make sure that you're pressing very large defensives during those potential overlaps, or we're dropping things like AMZ or Darkness or whatnot.
Yeah, exactly. Something that we will watch out for is that boss for green player is now already almost dead. They shouldn't even have another intermission to deal with. And for Stamp up in the top right, they've just started off on that Blazicon fight. A couple of trash mobs came into this as well that they pulled from that previous room. And you can see they've actually not done a great job of managing this fight. That green world marker is being replaced over and over again as they keep moving around that fight. Look, there it goes again, being moved. Usually on this fight, I think it's good to just have one marker in a position that you're just used to, right? And you just always have that be the spot that you are clearing.
So this comp tends to have the Disc Priest shooting that tornado at that marker every single time. Just because the Disc Priest has the least amount of mobility, and then the Balance Druid and the Mage will go to the quote-unquote further candles and try to light those with that Wick Lighter Ignite. And then the Priest is responsible then for shooting that tornado at very specific candles to extinguish them across the room. And I do prefer the strategy where you're lighting a very specific one as opposed to accidentally having it light multiple. Now, it might be a situation where this DK, he's making sure that he's AMSing and standing in his own tornado to get a little bit more runic power. That might be what happened, and it was on an accident that they accidentally extinguished 2 candles.
Yeah, it was actually green player that we were watching yesterday whose DK was soaking the explosive on Mogul Razdunk for even more runic power.
That's right. Yeah, it's not super common this season. So whenever we saw Frost, particularly Breath of Cindergosa Frost, be super popular last season, it was very common for them to want to do really cringe things like stand in a bunch of puddles to try to get a little bit more RP to extend their breath for an extended period of time. I remember them doing demonic stuff on like the first boss of Dawnbreaker, for example, to be able to continue to maintain their breath. But this season with Unholy, the RP resource, while it is valuable, it's not like you're going to be wanting to stand in a bunch of stuff to continue to generate RP in the same way that extending your breath is a super large damage gain from last season.
Yeah, even when you're seeing Frost DKs this season, that Breath of Cindergosa has fallen a little bit out of favor. So
yeah, they're not playing Breath, right?
I don't think they usually do. Yeah, let me check my sources, but I think there are some good talent points. Yeah, they just don't even talent it because now Shattered Frost has gotten a lot better, and you just talent that instead. Shattering Blade, Shattered Frost. So
I knew that they had a couple of tuning passes, and people were speculating that you could potentially play Breath again, but I'm not super shocked to see that Shattered Blade is the preferred build. I mean, it's been mostly the preferred build throughout these MDI weeks, but there's been tuning passes over it.
It's so even if Breath of Cindergosa is competitive, it's so dangerous to play because if you mess it up, you're losing so much damage, right? Whereas the other options are a lot more forgiving, so it would have to be a lot more damage, I think, for people to actually... I mean, even across the years, there's been a lot of seasons where Frost has done a lot of damage on paper and hasn't been played that much in competitive because of just how volatile it is when you have Breath of Cindergosa to try and make that work, so... Yeah, good season though for Frost. We've seen a lot of Frost this season, largely because the non-Breath of Sindragosa builds are so good right now. But the anti-magic shell thing is interesting. So it's one of a few specs in the game that gain this damage by taking damage, right? There are some other examples. Obviously, a lot of tank specs have various interactions where they're doing more damage by taking damage. Yeah, or you talk about Alkin Frenzy for Minkins. Yeah. But there's been Touch of Karma for Windwalkers that you'll see sometimes people will abuse, and also Shield of Vengeance for Rep Pallies. Those sorts of effects for me are on the same sort of level as Anti-Magic Shell, where it's like, yeah, this is a strong defensive, but our best players in the world, they use them offensively because they know they can get away with it, and they are squeezing out every possible point of damage from their kit.
Hearing you talk about Touch of Vengeance and Touch of Karma being used offensively, it just gives me Legion flashbacks to those legendaries, where I just remember Ret Paladins taunting bosses and getting melee swung to proc their Shield of Vengeance in Raid. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, there were some good ones that you could do. The damage of those have been nerfed quite a lot since Legion, so you don't get it's not as big a deal. It's not like a huge DPS loss if you're failing to do those things anymore, which is good. But you do still get a little bit of damage, so if you really want to min-max, you can. Yeah. Of course, if you ever die while doing that, you're never going to hear the end of it.
Oh, I mean, dude, if you die while doing that, then the tank in your group or your raid leader or whoever is going to be like, okay, so now you're banned from doing that ever again, ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we have a death here for green player. It is a Moonkin down as they are working on that second boss of Rookery.
Stormguard Gorin.
Yep. I was describing it. I knew the name though, for sure. They just have one battle res left now after using that on the Moonkin.
Stamp in the top right here in that 20 Darkflame Cleft have already made it to Candle King at around that 13-minute marker. They've elected to Bloodlust this boss, and they are cruising. So now this is a team, both Stamp and Green Player put up 21 Darkflame Clefts during the China time trials, and so I wouldn't be shocked with the slight addition of gear and corruption to see them pretty comfortably put up a 22 today. I think that there's maybe a chance that we see a 23, but I do think that 22 is probably the minimum qualifying run to make it to the global finals.
I think even a 21 might suffice, but yeah, I'm curious if we'll see a team go for a 22 as well. That would be a crazy high keystone, but yeah, like you said, they do have that corruption, they do have that turbo boost. The question for me is, are they going to have the time today to do that run and to give it a couple of attempts if they need to? A big factor is, can you two-chest the plus 20? I believe we saw one team in our western regions do that in this dungeon.
So it has been done on live. So the answer is yes, it is two-chestable. There is a team that was composed of former Astra Y players with Anuo and Annie and Yulo playing on that team from the Chinese region that did two-chest this Dungeon on 20 on live. So I definitely think it's possible, especially since they now have the greater corruption enchants, the greater void ritual enchants on the TR compared to the lesser ones that were done whenever this was two-chested on live. So I definitely think it's possible. So that's something to be watching out for here, Dratnos.
Yeah, absolutely. Those greater corruption enchants having hit the live servers now as well. Definitely pretty fun to play around with. A little bit of Twilight Devastation, perhaps, but I do think the Void Ritual is the main one we're expecting here just for consistency, ease of use, versatility, right? Working in every situation rather than being as RNG.
Yeah, I mean, the additional bonus stats, I mean, they just scale super well on AoE, but something that does not scale super well on AoE is multiple deaths here for Yegu Cheering Squad, as it looks like their Ellie Shaman and their DK have both perished. Now, the DK did get battle res?
Yeah, it looks like
no,
it.
It looks like do you release?
Oh, it looks like... Yeah, I mean, they have 4 deaths on the board already at this point in the dungeon here in the plus 19. This is not looking good because the plus 19... It's definitely a dungeon that these teams might be able to two-chest, but with 4 deaths on the board, I think it's probably outside the realm of possibility.
Do you reset ever?
I think you probably don't if you're Yegu Cheering Squad, because I think you probably aren't that consistent at doing this with your... they are on some off-meta specs here as well.
Your tertiary comp, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean,
secondary comp.
It's a question that you determine for yourself at this point based on what do you think the percent chance is if you reset it that you are going to be able to two-chest it, right? If the answer is something north of, like, I don't know, 60, 70%, something like that, then I think you definitely should reset.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. They are only 10 minutes in, so I think that both options are... Okay, now we're resetting it.
Yeah, another couple of deaths here. They are going to give this one another go. So that's our first reset of the day for Yegu Cheering Squad. Things have started out a little bit rough, therefore, for both Yegu Cheering Squad and Kronos. Kronos not having had a reset, but having failed to meet that 2-chest timer by a few seconds in the plus 17. So they're now working their way through this plus 18. Time definitely lost for both of these teams, whereas Green Player and Stamp have been looking smooth. They've been looking like machines. Green Player in this plus 19 Rookery, nearing the end of this dungeon, they're in some danger of 2-chesting this plus 19.
Yeah. Somebody in chat says, Stamp is looking good, others are looking rough. Would you say that that's a valid assessment of what's been going on here so far?
I think it's true that Stamp have been looking good. I don't think that Green Player have been looking bad. I think Green Player have also been looking really good. It's hard to say which team looked better. Obviously, if you look at it at face value, Stamp were the only team to put up a 3-chest. But Green Player have been in Rookery. Rookery is not one of those dungeons we think is 3-chestable, that realistically. If they can do something like 2-chest or even come close on the plus 19, remember the highest Rookery that we saw in the West was a 20, right? This isn't one of those dungeons that goes up to 21, 22, unless... maybe they found a way to bring it up to 21, right? This is a very low ceiling keystone, very hard dungeon.
The timer in here is just so tight, and I mean, even though you're gaining a little bit of bonus damage, the route, I described it as solved earlier, and I think that's just like a really good way of describing it. Like the route in here, there's only so much additional stuff that you can be doing, and so there's not a lot of route variation that you can be playing in the Rookery just in general to be able to condense down and maybe do -1 pull over the potential competition. They are going to have what it seems to be... How long are they going to have for this final boss? Maybe 4:45, 4:30?
So, yeah, if they have less than 4:30, I think they're toast. The goal is going to be to try and do it in a clean 4 phases, right?
Well, I think if they 3-phase it, I believe that we can actually beat the 2-chest timer. Now, that's...
Yeah,
again,
if they have 5 minutes, then they can maybe even 4-phase it. But they're going
to
to be...
If they have 5 minutes, they can 4-phase it. So 4-phase is around the 5:15 to 5:20 marker. The 3-phase tends to be around a 4:45-ish kill time, because you do end up having to wait for the Unholy Assault every single time to come back up and become available. So there is a little bit of standing around there and like holding GCDs to wait for that to become available. It looks like Green Player's posturing to go into the boss the moment that Voidstone dies, but we do cut to Stamp on the big screen here as they're looking in a great position to be able to 2-chest this 20 Darkflame Cleft. I think that they're going to be on the right side of this 2-chest, and I don't even know if they necessarily need to play that greedy, but they're going straight into the boss with all these corridor creepers and skittering darkness mobs.
Yeah, we didn't focus on it, but they had a really good minecart pull here in the plus 19 as well, looking really solid going into the boss here. 2-chesting this 19 would be huge for them. It would also be huge for Green Player, 2-chesting the 20 would be huge for Stamp. 2-chesting the 19 would be huge for Green Player down in the bottom left. They are in boss combat now. I think they do need to be able to do this in 3 phases to secure the +2, given when they've pulled this boss, which is quite difficult to do at this keystone level. The Lust also not available just yet, although it looks like it will be coming up on the last burn.
This is the preferred Lust timing anyways, because you'd rather have that Lust during the execute phase. Now, the mage gets a decent amount of damage with the execute, but the DK doesn't get like a 0 amount of damage during that execute. So having that execute available is nice. I think that they also have citizens off to the side. So you see that they don't have count. They're going to kill off a crusher, but they're still not going to have count from that. They're going to end up pulling those citizens into the boss. I suspect it's going to be during that Bloodlust, not during the first burn here like we've seen some teams do, and just allow for this mage to have this kind of pop-off moment where they're going to be able to hopefully take the boss from, I would predict 45-ish% all the way to 0. I think that if they're below 40% going into that final burn with Lust, we're going to be probably on the right side of this 2-chest timer.
72% after the first burn, so the numbers on this do not work out as it stands for the 3-phase unless they find a lot of damage in that burn. At this rate, they would be taking it down to 44% on the second burn.
I think there's a chance at 45% that they could kill it off. I don't think... I'm not like super confident in it. If they were below 40% though, I'm like, okay, yeah, that we're cruising, but I think at 45%, especially since we're going to be grabbing those citizens into the boss, there is a chance that this Arcane Mage can bring us home and like really, really put in a lot of work and carry us. So now what's going to happen right here is you see the shield is actually being broken. They're going to end up sitting on some GCDs here in a couple of seconds and allow that Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation to become available. So yeah, you see them kind of just like standing around here, not really pressing too many abilities. Yeah. I mean, we have to have the Surge. We have to have the Unholy Assault to be able to even consider 3-phasing this. But we're also looking at this timer. I mean, look at this. 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from this 2-chest timer, so we got to go. And they actually push a little bit early, but I actually think this is a perfectly timed push.
Yeah, the boss, because it takes 5 seconds after you break that shield for the boss to actually get stunned and take that damage amp. So you can see they are going to be having that full Arcane Surge and Touch of the Magi into this damage burn window. Hopefully that Surge and that touch explodes after or before this shield goes back up.
43.
Looking good.
All right. I'll say that this is
42%.
winnable. I think this is winnable from 42, but I think it's going to be incredibly close. Like, we are on the 19th or 18th second of the burn. Like, we were going to be 1 or 2 seconds away from the boss reshielding himself. And then, basically, if we get the burn and we win that, then we can 2-chest the boss, or 2-chest the Rookery. And if we don't, then we're going to be, unfortunately, 1-chesting. I think that this is a huge swing for Green Player. This is basically plus or minus 30 minutes.
Yeah, this is a huge deal for sure. Same for Stamp up in the top right. They are actually well under the 2-chest timer here in the plus 20. So with the first 42 minutes of their day, they will have unlocked a plus 22 Darkflame Cleft if they want it. We'll see if they come right back in here or if they decide to go elsewhere. Well played opening to the day, certainly by Stamp. Extremely impressive, extremely clean. But it is going to be Green Player breaking that shield soon with all of those cooldowns and Lust. Maybe some citizens joining the party as well here in a sec.
You have to break this shield with more than 30 seconds remaining on the timer that you're actually looking to beat as well. That way this Stormwolf will actually fly over and stun the boss. And now, like we were saying, we got those citizens into the boss. The Unholy Assault and the Arcane Surge have been pressed. We got Power Infusion and Bloodlust. And this is basically the moment we've been waiting for. We are trying to see whether or not this Arcane Mage is powerful enough to bring us home. He's doing 4.8 million DPS.
Wow.
And actually, it wasn't even particularly close. We could have smoked that boss from 50% maybe.
Yeah, that boss just exploded under those nether munitions. The relentless assault of Green Player's Arcane Mage. Well played by them. That's a 2-chest. That is a plus 19 on the board, and they've unlocked a 21 Rookery. Remains to be seen if they're going to go back there or decide to head maybe over to that Darkflame Cleft. Stamp have chosen to flee the Cleft for now. They're going to move into the Rookery, doing a plus 17 in this dungeon. And we'll see where Green Players show up in next. We're already almost 45 minutes through our day here. So they've already... I mean, this has been super fast, putting these on the board. It does look like Green Player are going to go Cinderbrew Meadery. And there's currently an offline mage here, which makes me think there's soon going to be an online Destruction Warlock.
Isn't it normally Moonkin, though, that gets replaced?
It is usually the Moonkin you replace. But Moonkin does a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, there's kind of this thing. A lot of the pulls...
Oh, okay, no, maybe it's just going to be a Frost Mage or a Fire Mage.
Maybe he was Nelf in the Rookery, but he wants to be Dwarf for this dungeon. There's a lot of things that you can actually Dwarf off in here, where the Rookery, the 5x Nelf, especially for that Void Diffuser skip in the hallway, that's where that kind of makes sense. So I think that's why he was swapping.
That makes perfect sense. And yeah, that key will be starting off in just a moment. Meanwhile, another thing that's going to happen here in just a moment is it's going to be time for me to head off for a quick break. But that's not all bad news, as we do have Makes who will be joining the cast while I'm away.
That's right. Enjoy your break, Dratnos.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's been a pretty good start. You know, I want to say I was a little bit worried seeing the team bans going into today. But thus far, I don't think it's actually as clear-cut as I maybe feared a little bit. I think there's still a lot of room for this to be very tight between all four teams.
Yeah, I do think that Stamp and Green Player are probably the two front-runners, especially seeing how they've played within the first 45 minutes. 3-chesting that 17 big, yeah. Dark Flame into the 2-chest on the 20, very impressive. And the Green Player, dude, 2-chesting that 19, that was... Are you not entertained? That is a crazy kind of situation there.
But we don't know if maybe Jago and Kronos are going to be able to do the same thing. Now, for Jago, we know that the +3 wasn't on the table, but they could still get a very fast run in that Rookery. Or, Kronos could get a very fast run in the DFC and the Rookery. So I wouldn't call it all that decided just yet, even though I'm, of course, very, very excited about the super fast keys that we saw here today. And it also kind of helps in what we were talking a lot about day 1, day 2, where it's like, maybe they don't put as much focus on speed running these lower keys. I think looking back, we can probably say that most of it came back to them playing on off meta and not actually having practiced off meta as much as they have practiced runs.
Yeah, I think it's. I think the composition was certainly what was holding them back a little bit. How are you feeling about like what we're potentially looking to see in terms of end of day for our scorecard so far for these teams? Like, what do you think of the
very
the cap is
interesting
gonna be?
question? So we are, of course, turbo boosted on these characters.
Well, I'm
and
turbo
they have
boosted
corruption.
every season.
Well, casters are always, right? But just to kind of keep that in mind, that could skew where we're going to be ending up in these dungeons. And we're starting on the 17th in comparison to what we saw on day 1, day 2, where we started on the 16th. It might not seem like much, but it can really make a big difference based on what we saw in the cup. So for the Cinderbrew, I think we'll see at least a 20. I think that's a fair shout. There's a potential of maybe going to a 21.
I think 21 is pretty reasonable. So we saw 20s during group play. So
Yeah, for sure.
Even
tragedy. Yegu.
Oh no, this is the second reset for Jaeger Cheering Squad. If they have to reset this dungeon in the exact same portion of the dungeon too, in that Blazicon room. Looks like they're going to continue on with this run, but I mean,
Where did they have
tough.
the reset prior?
Yeah, on that same pole.
Oh no. Okay. So the thing is, if they continue here, their chances of +2ing this 19, I think, are out of the window. No, we only have first boss done. I think that's kind of decided. So if they continue here, they're basically saying, okay, if we reset again, it's going to take us as long as an additional dungeon run would. So we'd rather take the +1 in the 19. But it definitely puts them a fair bit behind, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah. Circling back to the dungeon level discussion, I wouldn't be shocked if like the top run from some of these teams are like 21 Metery, 21 Rookery, 22 Darkflame, or something like that. I think there's a chance that we see those. Now, I think the 21 Rookery is very difficult to actually be looking at time, but we did see Green Player 2 chest the 19, so I definitely think it's possible, but it's going to be very, very hard. I think the 21 Cinderbrew is probably more likely than the 21 Rookery, but I think both are definitely possible. Now it kind of comes down to, we only have 5 hours, so you're going to need a perfect day, I think, to be able to do all 3 of those dungeons at that capstone level, but it's certainly within these teams' bags, I feel like, after watching their play over the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, so I think those are definitely going to be the qualification dungeons then. I don't think all of our teams are going to be able to put that array of dungeon levels on the board, as we do have another death there for Jagu's Cheering Squad as they're working away on Blazicon. Another death coming in. This one was Ankh, but they had a reset here before. They had a full team wipe after that reset. This dungeon is not going in their favor, and that's bad news, since Darkflame Cleft is the priority dungeon for today.
I mean, I would maybe consider resetting again if you think you can 2-chest the 19. That's tough.
If you're already 14 minutes in and you do another run, then the question is it worth it to reset, to maybe then wipe again? Because it happened twice, right? It's not like, oh, we reset and it's for sure going to go right.
Yeah.
So maybe it is worthwhile to just push on through.
Yeah. Hard to... I think it's hard to analyze until we see what the end of day looks like. At the same point, yeah, maybe you do just put up the dungeon on the 19, you try to figure it out, and like maybe go to other dungeons and try to like clear your mind a little bit. Don't really let it affect you. Because the thing that would hurt me the most about this entire situation. I don't know if this ever happens to you. If I die the first pull of a dungeon, I'm just immediately on tilt and I just want to reset the key. If I ever wipe in a dungeon, kind of a similar vibe where I'm just like, I'm so ready for this dungeon to be over. Like, you need to be able to have like clear mental for that kind of thing to be able to kind of push through what's happening for Jaeger Cheering Squad. But like, I feel like for me, I'd be like, I'm ready to reset this dungeon.
Has that increased for you ever since? No, their healer going down here as well. Has that increased for you ever since Resilient Keys came? I feel like a lot of people are much more willing to just be like, oh, let's just go again, get a clean run in. Ever since Resilient Keys came?
For me, I always had medium.
It's
bad
always
mental.
been like that. Okay.
Yeah, I've always had medium bad mental. I think. I just don't have mental resilience. You can hear my
cat. Sorry, she's yelling again. I don't know what it is with that one. But that's interesting. I don't have that at all. I'm always just like, oh, let's just keep playing. Maybe we catch up. I don't know. I'm very positive in that regard. Yeah, I guess.
I don't vocalize like my doom, but I'm just like salty.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm hoping that Jigu is on the non-salty end of this, because this key is very, very rapidly unraveling for them as more and more deaths have come on out here. They don't have any more battle wrestles, and they haven't even made it through this dungeon yet. Now, this is a 19, and they're already having so many issues. And speaking of, there's more issues on the side of Stamp. Now, they lost 2 players.
So,
due to an accidental body pull, right?
So now this is bad news because you just lost 30 seconds. But I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try to shed some positive light here. I don't think this dungeon was 3-chestable anyways. I think we were only ever realistically going for the 2 chest in the 17. So it's not that bad. Now, it's not great. We don't love the multiple deaths. That's why we run the 5 Nelf in this dungeon. So you can have that group shadow meld at the end of that corridor pull where you're skipping all those void diffusers. That's why you're running all of those night elves. But I don't think it's going to be costly, assuming that we're able to clutch up and continue to get this 2 chest in the 17, because that's the most important part. We don't need the 17 to be perfect. We need it to be good enough to get to the 2 chest.
The question is that still on the table? I think I feel more positive about that because we didn't actually had to use a battle rest, and because they were able to then reset the pack. I think this could have gone way more worse than how it unfolded for them right now. So I would still be fine on the question of this could be a +2. But let's have a look at Kronos, because they're done with their bosses. They're entering the fight with the Yes Men. They have 3 deaths, and 1 minute 28 is also not going to be enough, even if they had access to the dominant mind, which they, of course, don't, because they are playing Holy Paladin.
Wow. I didn't even consider the fact that we don't have the MC, huh?
Yeah. Well, they need to... Even without... I was trying to say it doesn't matter.
Funky.
Because even if they had it, 1 minute would not be enough for all of us.
They were very close on the 2 chest timer in the 17. I feel like they probably were supposed to 2 chest the 17. It's the unfortunate reality. Because looking at their timer in this 18, we're not like that close to 2 chests in the 18, but it feels like the dungeon should have allowed us, at least timer-wise, if we had a really clean run in that 17 to 2 chested and skip that key level. So losing that 30 minutes there, it's not great for Kronos, unfortunately.
I agree. I think based on what we're seeing in the 18 with like 3 deaths, the 17 +2 should have been on the table, which again puts a question up of, are the other teams able to do just that? And a big question I have, even though this is quote unquote only a 19 on the Candle King in the top left there, how is our team that already had so many issues with Blazicon going to deal with Candle King, which is very notable for being just a healer shredder. Now, you're maybe feeling a little bit better about having the Resto Druid here. Of course, this would help with just not taking as much damage up front, but Resto Druid is pretty good at walking out and then having the hots just keep on ticking and helping with a lot of the rot damage that this boss fight has.
Yeah. On top of that as well, I think that it's one of those things that while the 19, we've seen this key done on higher levels, including 21. At the same point, like if you end up missing any of these wax statues, I mean, look at this for Jaeger Cheering Squad right here. They have 2 of those wax statues in the middle of those puddles, and it like if you end up leaving one up, it turns the dungeon from a 19 to like a 22, where you end up having to heal 6 of the wax statues, and it really just turns on that HPS check, and it makes it a lot more challenging to be able to kind of deal with.
100%. I mean, I am still baffled that we had some teams in the Western region that fell behind and had an additional statue, and somehow we're able to recover that on key levels like at 20, like at 21. It's insanity to me that they were able to pull that off. But the good news is Jigu is at least looking relatively solid here. However, I feel like we just jinxed that. They have extra statues up right now, so more and more damage is going to come in. They need to clear these really efficiently, and unfortunately the spawns are not great. So you're going to be seeing this DK trying to get the two that are in the wax here as well. They were at least successful in clearing the slate once more. That was tough.
Yeah, now they really got to make sure they get back in melee for the Eerie Molds cast. They dropped the anti-magic zone to try to allow their healer to be able to catch back up. The moment that he actually rotates to the Convoke on the side of Jaegu Cheering Squad, he should be able to get everybody topped back up. And yeah, that Convoke is pressed right as we are going into that mold break. And I think that Jaegu Cheering Squad is going to be able to catch back up HPS-wise. And I think we should be cruising here for the final 15% of this fight.
Speaking of cruising, check out Stamp in their Rookery. This is, of course, the first time we are seeing them in this dungeon. And even though they had those two deaths that we were mentioning, they are well underway towards the last part of the dungeon. I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing it. I'm expecting them to also skip the front part. We're probably going to be seeing some Parasol coming out here as well. So that should be happening momentarily, and we want to keep an eye on that.
You only need around... they have around 8 minutes on the 2-chest timer, which I think that they should totally be fine. Funnily enough, you called out the Parasol. You actually don't need the Parasol to be able to do the skip. It seems as if a lot of teams have found out a way that you can just do the jump skip natty without using that Parasol. Ooh, our DK's taking a little bit of a bath, though.
Well, we are going to look the other way and check in with Jaegu as they're currently trying to rally together the entire card area here. And this is tough on the Prot Warrior.
I don't even know about the Prot Warrior.
The 10 deaths are probably also not helpful, to be honest.
You want like a 20...
Are we living?
Yes. You got it as well. I'm so less worried about the living, and I'm even more concerned about the fact that they might just deplete the key to the timer, and now they're definitely depleting the key.
I was worried about the living. Oh no!
I think the key was already depleted.
Well, I think either way, that fate has now been decided, and instead of the 14 minutes that they had earlier when the deaths started coming in, now it's 24 minutes that they're going to be losing, and they're not even getting a chance to actually get those casts off right now as the mobs just keep on running more and more. Very, very unfortunate start for a team that looked so strong under day one, but Stamp were able to recover the DK. I assume there was a little bit of grippery involved to make sure that we got out of the water. Sometimes it's not just the turtles, but also the DKs that need to get out of the water.
Mm-hmm. Looking at Green Player here, they actually went to Bank after killing off Brewmaster Algier, and now they are continuing on into the IPA room. They have made it to their second Bloodlust of the dungeon, which is fairly standard many taste tester hobgoblin pull that you really need to funnel down. And looking at the tank on the side of Green Player, you see Cherry. He's standing in the corner. He's making sure that those failed batches from the scientists do end up spawning in a spot where their mage, their priest, their balance druid are going to be able to LOS those failed batches very easily, and he's just going to move the pack back and forth, back in and out of line of sight to make sure that those failed batches do get dropped in a good spot to where you no longer have to kill them off. Because this comp, I'm going to be honest, if they suck at anything, it's killing off the failed batches. It's not like we're playing with an enhancement shaman or something.
Yeah, that's true. We did have a quick death there on the side of Stamp. Their DK going down once more, but was quickly resurrected and is back with the team. And like you're mentioning, Kettles, the tech with the failed batches and also just putting something between the Hobgoblin charge and yourself to save yourself from the knockup and all the other stuff that entails is a really, really cool tech that if you're doing keys for the people that are watching right now, you can just yoink that straight away. It's very easy to implement. You just need to make sure that your tank tanks these mobs next to some of these boxes, and it makes your life a lot easier if you are first of all, running a comp that's maybe a little bit suboptimal for those failed batches, and second of all, just dealing with these charges in a way easier way, because what a lot of the pucks end up doing is just carry the charge into some wall, and then everybody else needs to dodge, and it's just a lot of chaos that ensues there. But check out Stamp. 5 minutes and 40 seconds as they have engaged the final boss of the Rookery. I was going to say I feel really good about this timer, but our healer just died.
I still feel okay about this timer. Now, we do have a Void Stone still alive.
Our mage just died.
I feel terrible about this timer. So
That is not
good
ideal.
News, I'm pretty sure we're timing the key. Probably. We're gonna meld as 5 here in a second after we kill off these ads.
Are we? Because it looks like we're dying, Tettles.
We're gonna meld as 3.
Oh yeah, we're jumping. There's no meld.
We're not gonna meld.
We're dead. It's a full team wipe. And the big guy reset. Oh no! He couldn't even kill that off. Oh, that is tragic.
Is this the pot of greed?
Like a slither of an HP.
The people are wondering, was taking that mob into the boss the pot of greed?
Yeah, potentially. We also didn't use Lust because it wasn't available yet. So Lust was available. Oh, I'm not sure why we... Maybe because the mage died.
Well,
it's just a very bad chain of occasions and actions that happened here for Stamp. Quite unfortunate. And now that +2 is off the table for sure.
You want to Lust the last burn of the fight with the mage execute is...
Even if you take a pull like that into boss? I feel like if you do that, you kind of would have needed to... Maybe.
Ideally, you don't take a pull like that into boss. You can't Lust outside. I don't think you can Lust outside of the burn. I think you would be missing the 2 chest timer if you Lust outside of the burn, regardless.
Well, they are definitely missing that +2 anyway. However, green player on their way towards the final boss in the Cinderbrew Meadery, bottom left of your screen. Now, 2 minutes 12. They're dealing with the Yesman as of right now. Looks like 3 are left, and then the one mind-controlled one. Even if that Bloodlust was available, that would not be enough for the +3, but for the +2, they're looking like they're on track. So what are you looking up right now?
I wasn't nothing important. I was trying to look at what the potential timer was going to be for green player to 3 chest this, but like you said, I don't think there's any way.
I think if they had Lust, it would have been really, really close. But since we still need some extra trash, and they don't have Lust, I just
I mean, they went deathless. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what would have had to have changed for it to be a 3 chest, maybe a slightly faster first boss split or something like that. If we could have done if we could have done the first boss split in like 4:45 or 4:30 or something like that, there's maybe a chance. But I think that's like the only real time gain that I can potentially see here. But yeah, I think a 2 chest here for green player is just great. I feel like they've been looking the best by far out of all of our competition so far, especially now with Stamp missing this 2 chest in this 17 Rookery.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is really unfortunate. At the same time, another restart on Jigger there is also not great news. So it's going to be a bit more dicey in today in comparison to what we saw on day 1 and day 2. It feels like as so many of these runs are already starting to really be relevant in terms of where they are ending and where those resets are coming in. Good news is Stamp is hopefully going to be able to put this dungeon on the board in general. So it's not a complete time loss, but it is going to throw them back like 25 minutes for sure that they will then need to run in the next key.
Yeah.
Good news is they should probably be able to +2 and 18, which could make up for some of it.
It depends on what we think that the cap is on Rookery, right? I was kind of expecting maybe we see a team do a 21 in this place. But yeah, I mean, if you think that 20 is the reasonable cap, especially whenever we're only starting at a 17. So there's, of course, we only have 5 hours to be able to do 3 dungeons. So you have to kind of take there's like an artificial cap in terms of time of the day. So like if 20 is that timer, this is the amount of time that we have. Yeah, I think that Stamp actually could just completely get back into the swing of things and just go for that 20. Now, the downside, of course, is that green player that you see in the bottom left, they have 2 chests to the 19 Rookery, so if they want to, they can immediately bypass that +20 key level and go straight into that 21, which it has to put pressure on you as a team to know that they could actually just be +1 on you.
Yeah, I mean, I think no one in this group should feel safe, even though there is that kind of predicament of maybe Jigu and Kronos not having access to what they consider full meta specs. But it is just such a close competition. You only have those 5 hours minus the 20-minute break timer. And if something does not go your way, you can very, very quickly be on the losing end of that with how close competition all throughout the CN Cup has been, I would definitely say. But yeah, check out Green Player. They are downing our BEO as we speak. 5 more minutes on that timer. That +2 should be on the menu for sure.
Yeah, shout out Goldie Baronbottom. It's got honestly, this dungeon has the best voice lines of any dungeon I've ever done.
The best flavor for sure. Yeah, I love it a lot.
Yeah, well, they're flavor testers, so it does make sense.
Shut up. Well, here's that close-up of a Green Player getting that boss downed. Like you're mentioning, it's a little bit surprising that with 0 deaths, they weren't able to get the full speed run, but of course it is much harder in a Cinder Brew to get the +3 on the 17 than it would be in a Darkflame Cleft. I think that is generally agreed upon, but here goes that dungeon is defeated. Same can be said for Stamp as they're in that final burn. They're top right in the Rookery. After 9 deaths and a full reset after pulling that boss, they were now also able to put that 17 on the map. And for them, the big question is the 18 +2 gonna be possible? Is that something they can maybe do to claw back another run?
I think that they were gonna. I think the 18 +2 should be doable, especially since Green Player then went ahead and +2 the 19. I think that Stamp just looked a little bit slow in the Rookery, and I couldn't exactly explain why. Maybe I think we're gonna have to analyze their first area splits a little bit more and see what they're doing routing wise. There's a chance that Green Player just does 1 fewer pull in that first area due to how much trash they end up playing into the boss is like a very elongated chain. That could easily be one of those ways that Stamp loses a bunch of time compared to a team like Green Player.
Yeah, I agree. I think, generally speaking, it's definitely possible to +2 that 18. It's more a question of, is Stamp going to be a team that is able to do that, right?
Yeah.
And we are getting a glimpse of how their start of the dungeon looks like right now. So you were kind of talking about the different pulls. When we're saying that, we're not referencing the first pull that is on this platform, but rather the pulls that are in that first boss room, right? Just to kind of elaborate a little bit.
So if they did anything different in this first area, I would be astonished. Pretty much every single team does this first pull. Can somebody get the mouse off the screen? Okay, thank you. Perfect. So pretty much every single team does this Void Rider into this first pull that we've seen so far this season in the MDI. This allows you to skip some additional trash in the middle section, particularly those Void Diffusers that tend to be a little bit slower. The downside is that you end up with one of these Void Riders into the first pull that have to kind of be killed off. But whenever you have Bloodlust and all of your offensive CDs rolling, that's the time that you want to be pulling in that additional mob. Well, you don't really want to be pulling it in when our Moonkin is ripping threat on it. That could actually be really weird.
I was going to ask you about this. So, obviously, I'm not a range player, right? I'm usually just in the bulk of this pull. And I know a lot of ranges like, in like the middle of it. I know a lot of range players like to stand where that Moonkin is standing because that just means you are much safer on a lot of those frontals and so on. Why did our mage jump down? I know the priest jumped down to open up that orb and make sure we can immediately take these griffins over. What's the deal with the mage?
So there's a couple reasons. First and foremost, Mage CC requires them to be melee for Blast Wave and Supernova if they want to press that. Additionally, Quartermaster Koratype, that's the mob that puts up the shield. It's got I think it's Entropy Shield, I believe is the name of that ability. So it'll try to put up an ability called Entropy Shield that blocks damage coming from a specific direction. The Moonkin, whenever they put up the Entropy Shield, the Moonkin just targets the Void Rider. We don't care. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, fair.
But the Mage, if they're cleaving off Koratype, they need to position themselves and they'll like shimmer behind Koratype and continue to cleave off of that mini boss to really just make sure that they're able to hit it over and over again, as opposed to doing what the Moonkin would be doing, where they're just like, oh, okay, that's fine, I'll just target swap, it's not that big of a deal here.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't sure whether or not the elevated height would also outplay that shield, but that's very good to know. Let's take a look at green player here. This is our first pull of the dungeon in the Cinderbrew 19. We were kind of wondering why they were a little bit slower than what we've seen from other teams, but now I don't see the rest of the room, but it looks like that might be triple muscle.
I don't think
they were a little one to the side.
I don't think they were a little bit slower than the rest of the teams. I think that there was a chance that they were looking to 3-chest the 17, but without having a better first boss split, I don't know if it's necessarily possible. So how this first room has been done by most of the MDI teams, and now pretty much everybody does this on live, is you go triple muscle first pull. And you front load 100% of the difficulty in the dungeon. And then the second pull of the dungeon ends up being Chef Chewy, and then you do like this kind of elongated chain where you're grabbing some of the pyromaniacs, you're grabbing some of the patrons into Chewy over and over again. And then once Chewy goes down, then you immediately pull the first boss of the dungeon. This allows you to continue to maintain Kazan stacks, and honestly, it allows you to go -1 pull in this area, because most teams prior to this MDI season started, they were doing 4 pulls in this area. Now pretty much everybody uniformly does 3.
Yeah, the good thing about kind of chaining stuff into Chewy is, first of all, he has a lot of HP, and second of all, because a lot of the pyros and everything else that is in that area requires a lot of CC to deal with, you usually don't want to group them up, but because you have this one high health target kind of mob, it can make sense just to do that. We've also seen some teams just leave some of the pyromaniacs up there and just do 1 pack with each phases of the boss as well.
Yeah.
That then also helps with the arcane mage funnel, as we've been kind of harping on over and over again. But the big thing we've usually been seeing on teams in the Cinderbrew in the Western region is, of course, that Warlock that really, really shines. If you ever go into Cinderbrew with a Warlock and you say, we're doing triple muscle first, that Warlock is smiling so wide, you wouldn't even believe it.
Warlock really loves the 25 mob pull. They just get to rain of fire and do infinite damage with their wither. On top of that, you kind of shouted out the arcane mage funnel, but what is very popular as well is the Moonkin Starfall funnel. And you see that coming out right here as well, as he's funneling all of his stars into all the mobs. Look at that, 15 million DPS, a very powerful chicken. And not to be alarmed, but he's also doing 900,000 HPS with the Nature's Vigil. Truly a team player, unmatched by any other spec in the game.
For sure. That's a Moonkin player speaking, in case anybody was unclear about that. But check out Jagu! What is going on here? We don't have a safe space on BlazeCon!
Oh, we're alive.
In this 19!
Oh my god, we lived!
How did we live that? I've never seen something like that.
So you can live the ground effect dot. It's not like the hardest hitting thing ever. You just have to pretty much press every single defensive whenever it happens. It is really, really scary though. And for you aspiring tanks out there, if that ever does happen to you, the worst thing that you could possibly do is leap out of melee range. Because then the boss does that full raid wipe mechanic. BlazeCon will just end up killing off all of your players. So if that does ever end up happening to you, just make sure that you stand in melee. Somebody's probably going to die, honestly, but hopefully it's not going to be your entire team.
Well,
oh, Chris going down on the side of Jaego again. We don't even have we do have a battle res, so we do utilize that DK res, but now we are 2 deaths, 2 battle reses down on BlazeCon of all bosses. And this is the 3rd time that we've seen catastrophe in this area of the room for Jaego cheering squad.
Listen, I feel like it might do well to explain this boss fight again, because it is not the most self-explanatory boss fight. If you're just watching, you're like, why are they dying? What's taking damage to them, and so on. So the way this boss fight works, for those of you that maybe haven't played it or aren't pushing that high or don't care because they have a healer that always does all the mechanics for them, the way it works, you get these little patches here, and with those, you try to light up as many candles as you can, basically, and then the boss will give you safe spaces where you lit up those candles. Now, the next thing that happened is that the boss is going to send out those tornadoes. What you want to do is only make one of those candles turn off, but I think they missed again, Tettles, as that will, they don't have another safe space here. How does that happen twice in one boss fight? So usually you have one player that is determined to extinguish a candle. They'll either be your range player or your healer, depending on who you kind of want to pawn off to do that. And where they need to stand is exactly on the corners of that octagon that you're seeing on the floor, and then those tornadoes are going to connect and extinguish a candle. Everybody else is not standing on the corners. Everybody else is sending their tornadoes between those candles to make sure that the AoE he does after doesn't hurt too much. But maybe that is what Jigu is doing. Maybe this is intentional because they can't live the AoE even if they only extinguish one candle. I don't know. It's definitely crazy territory.
I don't think it was intentional, but it looked like 4 of their players weren't taking damage from the ground effect. It makes me wonder if they found a spot that you can, I like stand into...
Like a safe spot?
Yeah, like a safe spot. But no, I mean, look at the extinguish one of the candles here. I think it had to have been a blunder.
Crazy. Definitely. There was no one in that direction either when they had all of the ground patches filled before. So that's why I'm kind of thinking maybe it was intentional if that's kind of their designated safe spot, but some crazy stuff.
If you play a melee DPS in this dungeon as well, make sure that whenever you're forming the group up, you make sure to invite two ranged DPS and a ranged healer. Otherwise, you're going to have to do the wick lighter barrage lighting. And we hate doing that. We hate getting off the boss's melee. That sucks. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody's got time for that. We gotta continue to hit Blaziken. So really, just make sure that you have 3 ranged DPS. That way, they always have to do the mechanic, and you can afford the time to zug into the boss, because melee aren't built to do mechanics. They're built to do damage.
Listen, I appreciate it, but I still would like some invites to those groups. So maybe 2 is enough.
Reroll DK.
But yeah, that definitely explains why maybe Jigu had so many issues in their previous attempts of this 19. This time around, though, at least no full team wipe, at least no full time loss that they got here. They will need to get through Candle King once more, and then I'm still not so sure on the livability of this Prot Warrior in the cart area. The last time I saw it, despite those D-spells coming in, it looked pretty dicey to me. So we're still going to get a lot of danger coming up for Jigu's cheering spot. But for now, that Bloodlust should be helping in dealing with Candle King. I
think in theory we should have... we get a little bit more HPS out of the Resto Druid than we do with the Disc Priest. So I think in theory the minecart should be fine on this warrior. I've seen warriors on live do that one singular pull all the way up as high as like a 21. So I do think it's definitely possible. You really just need to make sure that your healer is kind of staying with you, able to dispel you on CD. We're not playing Dwarf, which is unfortunate, because if we could Dwarf off those Corridor Creeper dots, that would actually afford us a lot of damage taken being a little bit lower. So it's not that big of a deal. Looking at the top right-hand corner of the screen here, we see Stamp. They are kind of chugging away again at this Rookery. How are you feeling about the timer here so far?
So the good thing is, in the 17 where they were unfortunately not able to get the +2, 2 things went wrong, right? The big thing that went wrong was the final boss where they had a full team wipe, but the other thing went wrong is the skip prior to the area that they are in. This time around, in the 18, everything worked in their favor. That's 30 seconds at least that they were faster as our Moonkin goes down for Stamp, as these crushers are no easy feat to beat in this Rookery. This is a very, very dicey pull, and every now and then something like that happens, but it looks like they're getting through it, besides that one death, quite okay.
That was good. That was good rhyming, Mix. I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
for
you're
that.
welcome. Yeah, thank you.
But yeah, for Stamp, I mean, they looked a little bit slow in the 17, so they were able to 2-chest the 17. Just for context for viewers who may be just joining, they were able to 2-chest the 17, but then with a couple of deaths, that timer actually started to become a little bit tight, and so we were kind of questioning as to what was going to happen. Then they went for the old pot of greed, where they took some trash into the boss that maybe was a little bit more ambitious than they had hoped for, and that left them crying and only 1-chesting that dungeon. Now, we're kind of wondering as to whether or not they have the firepower, the damage, to be able to 2-chest this dungeon on an 18, because if they do, honestly, no harm, no foul. If they can't, that bodes pretty poorly for their ability to be able to time this dungeon on potentially a 20 or a 21 later on, because this dungeon becomes really, really difficult, and the damage check in this dungeon is incredibly high as you get to that 20 and that 21 level.
We are currently zoning in on green player who are on their way to get this big pull going with the flavor testers, with the hobgoblins, and you're going to get another view of how they're dealing with this pack. Everything is kind of spawning onto Cherry. You can see that their Moonkin and their Mage are on top of these boxes. Low top probably going to join. Yeah, there we go, momentarily as well. And they're going to be using those boxes for the charges as are coming in right now. And the hobgoblins, you can see they're not actually getting knocked up because they're so far elevated, and at the same time Cherry is going to be able to take the flavor testers to the right hand side and then let everybody else just very eloquently line of sight those extra batches that they spawn, the failed experiments. I do want to talk about Kronos though. So we were kind of talking about the importance of getting a +3 in the Darkflame Cleft, as that is, out of your top 3 dungeon, the easiest to maybe get that done. Stamp was able to do so. We know that Jigu only had the +2. Green player hasn't ventured into that dungeon yet, but from Kronos, we are seeing that the +3 is off the table for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna level with you guys in chat. Kronos and Jaeger Cheering Squad, they have a chance at being able to make it to Global Finals, but they have a much harder path to making it to the Global Finals than Stamp and Green Player. A lot of that comes down to the fact that Stamp and Green Player they went out of their way to protect this composition, this full meta composition that we see time and time again being played, and they went out of their way to protect it during day one. For Kronos, their version of this meta comp involves a Holy Paladin, so it's not that big of a deal. But, I mean, for Jaeger Cheering Squad, we protected the Balanced Druid and the Unholy Decay, so now we have this person playing an Ellie Shaman, we have a Resto Druid, and then we have this random Prot Warrior. And it's just a little bit slower than...
random.
Well, I mean, it's random to the other teams. And so we have this Prot Warrior, which is, I mean, these are good specs. It's not like they're playing bad specs per se, but they're a lot less practiced on them. And I think that that's kind of the important variable that needs to be known for a lot of people, is that whenever you're playing these dungeons, or you're playing time trials or whatever, you spend a large majority of your time practicing specific dungeons with very specific compositions. And then whenever you have to log on this warrior, which you're like pretty good at, and then this guy he's an Ellie Shaman main, but he hasn't necessarily done Darkflame on a 19 on Ellie. He's actually been playing something else every single time. And now this Resto Druid, yeah, he's great at Resto Druid. He played Resto Druid back in Dragonflight, but he's been playing Disc Priest for a while. You're just like, okay, well, you're going to have... There's an outside chance, but it's a much harder proposition to be able to look to make it to Global Finals. Now, Stamp, they've actually opened up a path, I think, for Jaeger Cheering Squad and Kronos to be looking to maybe qualify for the Global Finals, though, off the back of only one-chesting the 17 Rookery. And as well, if Stamp only one-chests the 18 Rookery, which we think could be possible, that really starts to open up the door for Kronos and Jaeger Cheering Squad to maybe be looking to qualify for Global Finals. But it can't happen if Jaeger Cheering Squad continued to deplete this 19 Darkflame.
Yeah, really, really crazy stuff that has been happening in the past 20 minutes or so. But it all kind of hinges, as you were mentioning, whether or not Stamp is maybe able to claim back some of that time in the 18. And as we're seeing them, they're currently finishing up the last part of the trash upstairs, and then we're going to be seeing them go downstairs. We are checking in with Green Player and their Cinderbrew Meadery as they're working away on IPA, and maybe some of those blobs were scarily close, but we dealt with them now.
Yeah. And I think that this routing in this dungeon... Oh, we're having deaths on Jaeger Cheering Squad. Oh, no makes.
Oh,
it's at the very end of the minecart section, too. If that trash pack resets, we are in a world of trouble, because we are going to be losing so much count, and this is the third deplete that Jaeger Cheering Squad are going to have to the 19. It doesn't matter if the warrior runs back. I have bad news, buddy. It's all over.
5 minutes 23. They would need to do the RP. They would need to do that trash. They would need to do the trash that's in front of the boss. I just don't think there's a world where that would ever work out, which is, honestly, it's a heartbreaker. They looked so good in the day one. Yeah, they did.
Well, I think it's a comp. I mean, I think they had their main composition that they had prepared on. Oh, their Moonkin, he's rage quit. Look at him. He's gone. Yeah. He said, I'm over this. Enough.
Maybe he said, I'm logging on to another character. Augmentation evoker time.
Why do you even like
Sorry.
Are you just like...
I don't. I just say it because it's funny.
You just like riling up chat?
Yes.
Okay, so instead of antagonizing my friends, be serious. This is a professional production.
Okay, I'll be serious. Check out Stamp. Because what happened in the 17 was the pack that you're seeing in the far right corner, that was taken into boss, and that was maybe a bit too much greed. Now, this time around, I'm kind of curious on whether or not they're going to be trying to do that again, because of course, the timer to get a +2 in the 18 is not free, and these big guys, they take a long time as well. Hakuna takes some big hits here. So, do you think we're going to be playing these on themselves, or are we getting another one?
I think that we're going to be playing this just by itself. I actually think our timer is much better in this 18 than it was in the 17, which is a little bit surprising because I felt like the deaths that they had, so they did have 2 deaths, but I felt like the deaths that they had weren't like the end of the world, but maybe they lost a lot of time to those with the things like the Aya Kazan falling and whatnot. So Drynos and I were kind of mathing it out earlier. To 3-phase the boss, you tend to need around 4 minutes and 45 seconds. It looks like their Bloodlust timing is going to be coming out during that 4 minutes and 45 seconds window that we're kind of expecting as well. So I think it's possible. They actually are probably going to have to take this Void Stone into the boss, though, kind of like you were alluding to.
Yeah, so the boss is now up. This is kind of where it all went wrong before in the 17. I personally would feel much safer if we could finish this one off. You're saying 4:30? They have like 30 seconds to deal with this Void Stone. That should be enough to then just take the smallies over.
The Crushers into the boss is like good tech because that gives our mage a lot more arcane orbs and resonance barrage funnel.
Look, they're pretty fast. I think the +2 is still on the table if they go immediately. They do that.
Yeah, we gotta hurry. Like we got a motor. The thing with the 445 split that I kind of cited earlier involves you needing to stop DPS to allow Unholy Assault and Dark Transformation to come back up every single time for the burn, because we need to be committing to a 3 burn as opposed to a 4 burn. If we end up not having enough DPS for that 4 burn, then we end up just like our chances of 2-chesting this are pretty toast. It's going to be really, really tight. I think that stamp is probably plus or minus 10 seconds on that 2-chest timer. So they could be 10 seconds under, they could be 10 seconds over. I'm not 100% sure where they're going to be. One thing that I actually don't like is where their tank is standing relative to their mage. So you see Tianzu, he's standing all the way on that right-hand side, but what it's not allowing him to do is he's not allowed to get those orbs continuing to cleave on these Crushers. So it's a little bit reduced damage for him on something that should be pretty good funnel, and those Crushers might actually end up dying off before we even go into that first boss burn makes. This is looking a little bit ugly. I'm not in love with this.
Yeah, it's not optimal. Now, is it unoptimal enough in order to actually ruin their chances of the +2? I'm not so sure. We do go into the burn phase here. First one is down. Second of the Crushers is going to be falling rather quickly, but we have decided to just find a new funnel, which is great tech.
But what we saw from Green Player earlier felt better, right? I mean, look at this Bloodlust. Is Bloodlust available in 2 minutes? That's going to be during the execute. If you had that execute Arcane Surge with that funnel, that's where the stars align kind of strategy happens, where you're just able to bring in all of that funnel and absolutely just melt that boss from upwards of like 45% HP with that Bloodlust, as opposed to kind of utilizing that funnel now. I think you would have preferred to save it for a little bit later.
Yeah, that does make sense. Only though if we're always lining cooldowns, like you were kind of saying.
You have
maybe
to, I think.
Stamp doesn't do that based on them pulling it in now. I don't love it.
I think you.
Let me be honest. I don't love it.
DK single target damage not really relevant. DK single target damage is relevant on this fight though, because being able to bypass one of those additional shields on the Voidstone Monstrosity, that's like another minute or 30 seconds. It's minimum 30 seconds, but it's potentially a minute saved by being able to do that. So you kind of end up sitting on your globals here for a couple seconds.
I'm actually really stressed for them timing this. You kind of look at this boss and you're like, yeah, it's like at 70%. They have like 2 minutes 11. Lust is coming up. This should be fine. But the way this particular boss plays out, I'm not so sure. It really depends on how much they can get out of each of these burn phases. This
burn is really, really important. We're going to need to see them get the boss probably around the 45% marker, but they're going to be well below that. I think we're totally okay to be able to 2-chest this makes. I actually don't think it's going to be as close as we necessarily thought.
Well, that is a phenomenal news. Let's keep it at that. This boss fight is still not over, but what is over, Tettles, is your casting shift. You'll be back later, and instead we're going to be bringing in Dratnos, so welcome back to the desk, Dratty.
Equally
Hello.
phenomenal news.
Listen, we were talking so much about math, I felt it was appropriate to just bring him in.
Yeah, it does look like Stamp will have that check pretty well handled as long as things don't go too badly, as long as they avoid pushing too early before cooldowns are up as well. But we've got Green Player that we'll take a look at now as they work on the end of this Cinder Brew. Green Player had such a great start in that Rookery, and they're on pace to maybe 2 chest here in the 19 Cinder Brew as well. That would be so impressive, especially when you look at what's been happening for Stamp with only the 1 chest in the 17 Rookery. I mean, Green Player 2-chesting the 19 and Stamp 1-chesting the 17. A really brutal turn of events for Stamp. Although Stamp looked really good in the Darkflame Cleft, so both of these two teams have some strong points and some weak points, as we do have neither Kronos nor Yegu Cheering Squad in a key right now. So it's just our top 2 teams by seeding, Stamp and Green Player, that are working on that last boss. Stamp, get it down. The 2 chest is secured. As expected, their lust is still rolling, helping them town portal a little faster.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to press it for the vibe, even though you might not have too much time left in your dungeon. For Jigu, we saw a lot of drama in that Darkflame Cleft, as we were kind of expecting that dungeon to be on the easier end for these teams, really, amongst the 3 that we gave them for today. They elected to take a break after the 3rd reset on that 19 Darkflame Cleft, and honestly, I think that was a really, really good choice. Just trying to take a breather, trying to untilt, whatever was going wrong there, they need to sort that out. So a good break call here being made. And for Green Player, we're actually seeing them fight of the Yesman right now. I'm actually not seeing our dominant Might friend. Is he somewhere, or did we already... that wouldn't be optimal.
Yeah, I don't see one MC'd anywhere. It looks like they're getting ready to just add the trash right now as well. Green Player may be thinking about just going for this as fast as possible to try and get the 2 chest on the board. But looking at their timer, I mean, this boss fight on a plus 19 keystone level, even with their damage, even with lust, I think it's going to be a pretty big ask to try and get this done under this 2 chest timer. So I think they're just playing actually for the +1 here, which they are comfortably ahead of that check. And yeah, some of our other teams maybe on break, maybe Stamp taking a break as well, perhaps, after that Rookery. We do have Yegu Cheering Squad getting ready. Oh! Yegu swapping over in the Cinder Brew here, deploying the Mistweaver Bear combo this time around.
And Warlock. Yeah, they
the
just
Destro
said,
Lock doesn't
okay,
surprise
we're
me.
done with everything. We are instead going to go for comfort picks in this Cinder Brew. We were talking a lot about the strengths of this Warlock in the Cinder Brew and why we're expecting a lot of teams to do that. But if you're looking at teams like Green Player, they actually didn't go down that route. They actually didn't pick that Warlock up. For Jigu, the story is a little bit different. They don't have access to all of the meta classes anyway, so going for the Warlock instead is kind of like a little freebie that they're very, very happy about, as it's just so strong here.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great option in Cinder Brew. Pretty much all of our top teams in the West gravitated towards that Destruction Warlock, although, Green Player have been making it work without it, and there have been some of the teams in the West as well that have also played just the standard composition instead. The Warlock is really nice in this dungeon, though. There's so much good damage profile, and there's 3 different spots in this dungeon where having an Imp Dispel means you go from having an extra debuff to heal through down to just 0, which is crazily powerful defensively. Although the Mistweaver maybe also has a pretty easy time with that. They can hit Revival and just make those debuffs go away once as well.
Yeah, it's really rare to see Mistweavers this season. It's generally not a bad spec, but I feel like a lot of the healer mains have kind of been toying between Resto Shaman, maybe the occasional Resto Druid, and just that Disc Priest being so strong. It's actually super fun to me that we're now getting a Mistweaver. We, of course, have the Holy Paladin on the side of Kronos, and then the Disc Priest for Stamp and Green Player. Just goes to show how nice our healing balance is at the moment. Nobody mentioned Holy Priest.
Dude, Holy Priest isn't bad either. I've been playing some Holy Priest on live. It's actually,
It's
I
fun,
think, also
yeah.
sleeper pretty good. Yeah.
It's just
It's,
the thing when you're a priest healer, you're always expected to play what is generally considered to be the better one, even if they're really close. If you're a holy priest and you zone into a key, people will be like, "Why are you not disc?"
Yeah, it definitely is true. The Holy Priest as well. Like the Oracle disc shields are something that are just so nice to have in your group as well. You just have such a safety net against mistakes and against one-shot damage, and that isn't something that Holy Priest, even if you play Oracle Holy Priest, you don't get access to that.
Yeah, maybe we should give some feedback on that and get Holy Priest some Oracle Priest shields as well. That would be fun. That would be a fun challenge. But check out Green Player, 3 seconds to go, 19% on our BEO. Goldie Baron Bottom is not going to
Yeah.
be enough for them here. Unfortunately, they were really close. If they didn't have these 2 deaths, this would have been a +2 19, which every single time something like that happens, you're kind of like grinding your teeth saying, oh, it would have been nice if we had that on the table.
Yeah, it's something where it may not end up mattering because +21 Cinderbrew is maybe not realistic for today. So if the teams are just going to do the +20 anyways, then it's not going to make a difference whether or not they two-chested the +19. But if you could do the 21, then of course this it would be sad because it's one of the things where even if you can do the 21, if you don't two-chest the 19, you maybe don't have time today to do that because you have so much work to do in all of the other dungeons. Of course, only 5 hours today, and also 20 total minutes of break time need to be taken by all of our teams. We've already seen several of them starting to chip away at those 20 minutes, but once you do that, you basically only have time to do 3 runs of each dungeon. So you can maybe do an extra run in one of the dungeons, but if you're two-chesting the 17, one-chesting the 19, and then one-chesting the 20, that's it. That's all the time you have. And the first dungeon that you probably want to add something to would be the Darkflame Cleft. Now, you could do something like what Stamp did and just 3-chest the 17 and then 2-chest the 20, and then bang, you've created a bunch of time there all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But if you don't do that, then I think spending your last run of the day putting up a 20 or 21 Darkflame Cleft is probably going to be the best use of time for our teams. Teams like Jaeger Cheering Squad as well are already feeling the pressure of the time. They've already spent an hour and a half today, and they've only done one dungeon. They've only succeeded in one dungeon run. The good news for them is that Kronos have had an equally bad start to the day with 2 dungeons timed, but missing the 2-chest in the 17. So Jaeger Cheering Squad on a pretty similar level to Kronos, both those teams falling way behind when compared to Stamp or Green Player.
Now, you were kind of talking about the dungeon cap for these teams. I had a similar conversation with Tettles earlier on, and I'm kind of not sure what we can expect just because of the timer limitations. I was thinking maybe 20, 20, 21, of course the 21 being Darkflame Cleft. Tettles said 21, 21, 22. How are you feeling on our dungeon end of day score sheets? What would you put up on the bingo card?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, not to speak ill of somebody who's not here, but I think Tettles often thinks about these dungeons in terms of like how high they can go in theory. But the reality of only having the 5 hours in the day, I think that it's, something like 21 20 20 is already a lot of work to do today. Even if you are putting up good 2 and 3 chests in these lower level keys, there's still just not a lot of time. That still is going to assume that you are basically one-shotting your attempts at the highest level versions of these keys. Could you do maybe one more key than that? Maybe. But I feel like 21 Meadery, 21 Rookery, even with the turbo boost, even with the corruption, I don't think we're likely to see those keys today. I kind of feel like if it's higher than 21 20 20, it's the 22 Cleft that's maybe the next one that I'd be adding to that list. And I don't think we're going to see more than... I think if there's a team that ends today with higher than 62 points, I'm going to be shocked.
I think with Stamp having like an easy access to the 22 over the 21, I could definitely see that. Like maybe Green Player is able to do something similar as well. So then it would be 22 20 20. I could see that as well. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be way more than that. It's just so tight on the timer. And honestly, for all teams, we had some miss outs already in these dungeons as well. It hasn't been a perfect start into the day, and we're only 1 hour and 30 minutes in as Jago do have their shaman go down here in one of the earlier polls of the Cinderbrew Meadery. For them, of course, you were mentioning it, they spent so much time in that 19 Darkflame Cleft that they weren't able to transform to a timed key. Nonetheless, a timed key +2, which is kind of what they were hoping for to maybe catch back up to the rest of the competition. And that really frightens me because, of course, they're on off specs. Maybe they're not as practiced on off specs. They burned a lot of their favored specs going into the final day. But if you're unable to do a 19 Darkflame Cleft, then questions of a 21 or a 22 become irrelevant, right? At the same time, though, trouble happening for Stamp in the top right. They did lose 2 or 3 players. Their tank now also going down. This is going to be a reset angle.
Yeah, it looks like the decision was made to do the reset. Luckily, it's early in the dungeon, so not the end of the world, but Stamp have looked shaky in this Rookery. Definitely nowhere near as polished as they have been in the Darkflame Cleft. And yeah, an hour and a half into the day, I mean, it's good news already. Stamp and Green Player have gotten a lot of work done in 2 of our 3 dungeons. So if in the next hour and a half they can get that 3rd dungeon pushed up, they will have 1 or 2 hours at the end of the day to do, stretch goal keystones to decide, for instance, in Stamp spot, whether to attempt the 22 or the 21 Cleft, right? They will be able to free themselves up enough time to make that decision. But if they keep resetting these Rookeries, that's going to be something that they will lose that advantage. And our other teams will potentially be able to capitalize as Kronos here, starting off the 19 Cleft now. They're definitely doing a little bit better than Yegu, as they've also got that extra dungeon now over Yegu. But it's still not a huge consolation for them, as they've still fallen reasonably far behind relative to Stamp and Green Player. Our situation right now is Stamp and Green Player are fighting a really close battle between them for first and second out of today. As it stands, it's going to be a long climb for either Kronos or Yegu cheering squad to catch up with either of these teams, but they've got to keep going for it. And even if that doesn't work out, they are also jostling with each other for 3rd and 4th place, which is a big prize pool difference. So huge implications here for all of our teams, even as it does seem like we are kind of separating into 2 different tiers of teams right now. And there's a lot of time left in the day. If things keep going wrong for, Stamp reset of Rookery a couple more times, all of a sudden Kronos will be very close to them on overall score.
So for Kronos, there is a world where they can close that gap if they have similar runs to Green Player in the Rookery, right?
Right.
If they're able to put that dungeon on the board really fast, then that would help in closing that gap, because we know Stamp maybe isn't as clean in that Rookery as we've seen from their 17, as we've seen from, even though it was a short reset, that reset just now, they were thankfully able to put that 18 +2 on the board, but still, it could be a little bit tougher for them to then deal with this 20 as they're attempting it once more. If Kronos is able to knock that one out of the park, then I think there's still a chance that they catch up. For Jago, I think right now it's really kind of being caught between a rock and a hard place. You're looking at this 19 Darkflame Cleft. It's really daunting. You know you wiped 3 times in there. You want this dungeon to go really high, and it doesn't seem to look like that is within the possibilities for today. So going into another dungeon, I'm really just hoping that they can accelerate here in the Cinderbrew and in the Rookery to maybe make something happen and maybe beat out Kronos.
Yeah, and if Yegu have a good couple hours, I could easily see them coming back into that Darkflame Cleft and smashing that key. So they are definitely still in it. But yeah, the big things that both Yegu and Kronos are hoping for is disasters for our other teams, which like you said, I think that's something that absolutely, it's not unrealistic to think that might happen for a team like Stamp in the Rookery. The Rookery has looked like a huge point of vulnerability, especially when you compare it to how incredible they looked in their 2 Darkflame Cleft runs. Stamp already having that cheat death unavailable for their tank, so that's going to be something to look out for the next few minutes in their Rookery. But Yegu Cheering Squad having another death here. They actually do have a battle res, but it looks like they're thinking about holding it. Nope, they're sending it, and they're just walking forward and getting this next pull going. So Yegu Cheering Squad will be playing this IPA room without Lust and without a B-res. Their tank is already in a lot of danger. The Frenzied Regen comes out, though, and it looks like the tank is going to live to fight another day. This is a scary section of the dungeon, but it looks like Yegu Cheering Squad are going to be fighting it fairly slowly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by how they're pathing through this dungeon. Usually what we see from teams, just for comparison, is the big pull of clearing IPA spawn with that Lust, where they go on these little boxes and then immediately afterwards going into IPA and just trying to keep IPA in that one corner where it spawns to make sure you don't actually have to play much else in this room. For Yegu, it looks like their plan is maybe a little bit different, as they're engaging this pack right now and, like you mentioned, have already used that Lust.
Yeah, that no Lust in the IPA area is going to be something to look out for them, but it kind of makes sense. You know, if you want to play this room a little bit more slowly, you can just add an extra pull, and then all of a sudden, not having Lust is not a big deal. And yeah, you can see they're kind of doing just a slow chain pull here, even. It's a little bit. It's
not sure
sort of
I'm a huge
counterintuitive.
fan of that.
When you're playing specs like this as well, most of the specs for Yegu Cheering Squad here really like being in combat with just as many enemies as possible. Doing this sort of slow chain pull, it's the kind of thing where if you've been watching our MDI this season, a team like Physical God Comp would really benefit from just always being fighting like 5 targets at once. So doing a slow chain pull in Cinderbrew Meadery would make sense, would sort of help mitigate some of the weaknesses of that composition and play into its strengths. But for Yegu Cheering Squad, fighting a small number of targets at a time, like your Destrolock wants to be fighting 40 mobs at once if you can. Your Elisham and having a good time. 5 targets is fine, but they like more as well. And same with your Bear. Your Bear is totally happy fighting just as many mobs as they can get their paws on. Not to mention the Unholy TK, of course, the biggest champions of just massive
Everyone,
pulls.
really.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that they're going through this kind of pattern. I'm curious on what it's going to translate to on their timer, so we will need to check back in with them once they actually have made it further through that dungeon. We were talking a little bit earlier about how Stamp manages this first part of the boss room. Of course, they do at the very beginning of the dungeon, same pull as everybody else, just everything to unlock the Griffins, and then they're going through this boss room here, and I'm unhappy to report that I once again missed the pull count that they have. I just know they have 1 mob caged to the right-hand side there, and they take the pack that it's into the boss.
Yeah, that Thunderer over to the side, that extra caster that they just don't want to have to worry about right now. That'll be a fun problem to deal with later, but not something that they want on pull, right? They kind of want to be in combat with 1 caster at maximum while fighting this boss. And now that that first caster is taken care of, you can see they're sort of cheating back over towards that caged mob. Maybe we're going to wait until after the next intermission to break it out, though. That probably makes the most sense here.
I think they're waiting for them to die off, and then that intermission, here we go. It's just going to be added.
It's getting death gripped in. It actually didn't get broken right away.
Yeah, that's why I'm laughing. It just looked so funny. He gets gripped over, and he's still in the cage like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, because of course everybody's targeting the boss.
Yeah.
And mob's freed, and they just got to make sure that it stays kicked. But they have a bunch of kicks to keep this under control. And once the boss is done with the intermission, it should be fairly easy to keep this mob underneath it. The big challenge is just if you ever have the boss able to do the intermission and not have kicks on the ad, then all of a sudden the ad can just be free casting on you from 50 yards away, and that can be really difficult to survive. So looks like Stamp have a pretty good plan for keeping that under control, and now they just have the last bit of the boss to deal with. And the good news as well for them is Last Resort's going to be back off cooldown soon as well, which is good for this next trash section. Very easy to die if you're not careful there on the tank, so having Last Resort is going to be nice. Meanwhile, up in the top left, it's Yegu Cheering Squad charging towards Bank Busby. They'd already cleared off 1 pull on the side here. sort of the strategy that we've seen a lot of our Western teams do as well. After the first boss, just doing one pull towards Bank and then heading over towards IPA. Green player, speaking of IPA though, looks like having a death as they try and skip towards the IPA room here, and another death will follow.
Oh.
Looks like, luckily, combat's been avoided by the rest of their group, and that mass res is going to cast on both of those players and let them get this next pull started without wasting too much more time. But yeah, any deaths at all is not the plan there. The entire group skipping through is what they were trying to do. And you can see they're standing on top of these barrels, but waiting a little bit to get this pull started. This is going to be a pretty large pull once that Hobgoblin gets close on the patrol here. And they're presumably just going to be charging it straight into all of these crates.
Yeah. That's a good way to play this. I'm kind of like splitting my attention between everything that's happening, because for Yegu in the top left, their tank just died. So we're kiting out this last mob to try and get this pull under control and get him finished off, while the tank is running back to rejoin the team as they don't have any battle resses. Warlock Gate being used here to maybe alleviate some of that running pain. Now for Stamp, you were mentioning their last resort does come up, but we know that they had issues with the skip and the Crusher pull that comes right after the skip in their 17 and 18 respectively. So that is something we'll definitely need to keep an eye on once they are finishing out this boss. And then on the bottom right, you're seeing Kronos, who are going to be entering fight with Blaziken momentarily, and that's where Yegu had so many issues. So I am kind of curious on how we're going to be seeing Kronos deal with that. The benefit is they have a Warlock and a Mage that are both range players, so that should hopefully help in dealing with some of these tornadoes more efficiently than missing all of them, which unfortunately happened more than once.
Yeah, a little bit awkward here for them. They have a melee healer and a melee DPS, so one of those players is going to be targeted by that Wicklighter barrage every time. Luckily,
That's
this time
okay.
it
One
lands
is
on
a
their
Demon
healer.
Hunter.
Yeah, the healer able to run out. The Demon Hunter, even though they're able to run out, would lose a lot of damage while doing that. As you can see, they are having that trash join the party as well. The Wicklighter, or the tornadoes do land. They properly have just extinguished one candle, which is perfect. That Destro Lock, oh, look at all those beautiful Chaos Bolts going off there from the ad and the Mayhem at the same time. That looks great for Kronos. All those Chaos Bolts and still third on damage. It's actually the Havoc Demon Hunter that's going to be on the top here. And their Mage playing Frost in this dungeon too. Getting a lot of value here. Those Ice Lances as well. Wow, looking at those spell effects for Kronos. Looks absolutely beautiful. Looks like those trash is now taken care of. And, you know, Frost is another spec that does get some benefit on single target from having those extra mobs underneath there, able to cast that Blizzard for value, getting some extra Frozen Orb value too. So Kronos now having killed them off. Looks good.
That they went for Frost rather than Fire, which is what we've seen in a lot of the other dungeons by the Western teams, because I'm pretty sure this is the team that has their Arcane Mage banned, right? So they don't have access to that, but they could have access to another flavor of Mage that usually we see quite a lot. But here comes the skip for Stamp, top right corner. Everybody is going to be shadow melding to make sure that these Crushers return, but somehow they're still walking, Dratnos. This is not good.
Uh-oh. The meld comes out, but once again, they have lost a player. Unfortunately, it's their healer. Fortunately, everybody else made it through. So as long as they can get into a good spot to cast this res, it's going to be okay. But yeah, this skip has just not been working for Stamp. That's something where, you know, if they make it to Global Finals and they see a Rookery in one of their days of competition, I think they are going to have a lot of practice to do to make sure that either this skip works out or they come up with a different path through this dungeon. Because you don't have to skip those mobs if you don't want to.
Yeah, that's true. We've not always seen that, but I think it kind of makes sense if you want to have all of your cooldowns available for this big pull, then not doing something right before that is usually a kind of a decent call, but yeah, at least hopefully they can make it through these Crushers. Okay, that Bloodlust is helping for sure. We did see their Moon can go down to this pull on the 18, so this time around everybody needs to be really careful with where they are. That extra barrier is going to come out and help with a lot of the incoming damage for the team, as the last couple of Crushers are very low but haven't died just yet. In the meantime, Kronos doing with Blaziken wonderfully. One more time, they're going to be getting a big AoE here, and then I think we're going to be getting another set of the little blazings here, and then they should be done with Blaziken as well. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, looking good. Blaziken gonna go down here in just a moment. And one good thing for Kronos is they are playing a main spec healer here, right? Like, it's the Holy Paladin looks weird. We haven't seen a lot of it this season, but it is actually their main healer. So doing a dungeon like Darkflame Cleft, where so much of the weight lands on your healer, it's really nice for them that they have preserved that main spec healer for the Candle King that's coming up, because presumably their healer knows how to heal that boss on that spec. That is one of the big challenges this season.
Well, not only, they're also playing their main spec on that Havoc Demon Hunter, right? It's super rare you see a Vengeance and a Havoc Demon Hunter together in a group, because it's like, we already have a 5% buff. What are you doing here? But Alicia is a Demon Hunter main, so a Havoc Demon Hunter main, and of course they have access to the Vengeance Demon Hunter, so they do want to play that, so they opted to just go for the double Demon Hunter, which is truly a very rare sight. But I appreciate that Kronos went with a very nice blend of colors. You know, we're getting the purples, the pinks, the lavender, the blue. They're all kind of just matching, which to me is just a great vibe.
That is true. It is a very matching team, and they are playing the maximum allowed amount of Demon Hunters as well. They've maxed out on the Demon Hunters, and on the one hand, it's nice. The Havoc Demon Hunter is one of those specs on a boss like Candle King that does not need too much attention from your healer, right? They're pretty durable against that damage. Although, of course, you don't have a Death Knight in your group, which is the best spec against that.
Well, the good thing is, like you're saying, Havoc Demon Hunter is very sturdy, a lot of sail feel, so usually the healer can, for the most part, ignore these guys, and they're just fine on their own, unless they're accidentally, charging into something they shouldn't be charging in, which every now and then happens if you're playing Demon Hunter, even if you're playing the Eldraki, which I'm sure he is. So I'm sure they can do really well with this here. They have a nice spawn of the first set of statues. We know that the 17 went in their favor as well, so I'm kind of curious on whether or not they're able to get the 19 plus 2 as well, because of course that would be really big for Kronos, right?
Yeah, the 19 plus 2 would be a huge opportunity for them because it would let them go straight to that 21. We've talked about 22 Cleft being a possibility, but 21 would be a great outcome for Kronos. Again, Kronos they've already lost some time today, right? They are probably not thinking about hitting as high of a ceiling, as is maybe possible in these keys. They're looking to just get good outcomes on the board, and 21 Cleft is a very good outcome. If they can have that on their scorecard, there's a decent chance that other teams might throw in this dungeon at that level, and they'll be able to head straight back over to the other dungeons. They've already got a Cinder Brew pushed all the way up to 18, so if they can go do a good Rookery and a good Darkflame Cleft, I mean, they could easily catch up to Stamp or Green Player, especially if any mistakes happen for either of those teams. Stamp making their way through that second boss here in Rookery. Oh, their tank is in some danger as well. This is usually not one of the bosses that we see too many problems on once those crushers are dead that are pulled into it. But sometimes we do see those odd deaths. As long as it's not their tank, they should be okay. And luckily their tank does have that last resort off cooldown now. So Stamp should be safe to at least make it to the final section of the dungeon. That 2 chest timer is going to be awfully tight for them. I don't think that's happening at this plus 20 level. Honestly, just timing this 20, they could probably leave Rookery after they do this and never have to come back.
I'm not sure about never, but I think it's definitely not going to be a priority for now. Yeah. Before you come back to the Rookery, you definitely want to translate that 20 into a 22 in the Darkflame Cleft. And of course, they want to put on some score points for the Cinder Brew. We haven't seen them in there at all yet. I'm kind of hoping that we maybe get a Warlock from them as well. I just really enjoy seeing that class, especially on that first pull of the dungeon is so fun. But with that, they are defeating the next boss here, and you're owing and eyeing. What's going on?
So the good news is they killed the boss. The bad news is somehow Last Resort did proc in the last 30 seconds for Stamp. So this last section of the dungeon is going to be very scary for the tank. Those big Void Colossus mobs do a lot of damage to your tank and to your whole group as well. So your healer often can't keep your tank alive because they're just busy keeping everybody else alive. So this is going to be very dangerous for Stamp for the rest of this dungeon. Once they actually get to that last boss, the Last Resort is going to come back off cooldown, but by the time you get to the last boss, you don't need it anymore. The last boss usually doesn't kill your tank unless they have a little oopsie with the tank mechanic on it, but the trash, this is going to be so scary for Stamp.
It is, and another thing that's kind of scary for one of our teams is Yegu's inability to translate the 17 Cinder Brew into a +2, as they have just stepped over the timer there on Goldie Baron bottom. 4 deaths on the clock. I'm not sure I mean, yeah, they would have had more time in the dungeon, but I'm not sure if even that would have been enough to get the +2 on the board here. It would have been really, really tight even without those deaths, depending on how much it cost them in the end. On top of that penalty, yeah, just so unfortunate with such a rough start into the day. You really wanted to claw back in the other dungeons, and now the Cinderbrew also being a dungeon where you were only able to get a +1 is not great news for that team.
Yeah, Yegu Cheering Squad are not out of it just yet, but pretty soon they're going to be playing for third if things don't go badly for some of our other teams. But Kronos are having deaths after flawlessly executing on the Candle King. The minecart section is going to cause them to wipe here as the tank goes down, and now they're going to have to try and make this work again, although absolutely no last resort available for them this time, so things are going to be even trickier. The 2 chest in the 19 is definitely gone. They're maybe thinking about doing this area a little bit more slowly, as they do still have a lot of time left in the dungeon timer, but they are going to get it started once again. The tank leaping forward, getting that Blessing of Freedom with a little bit of a movement speed amp, but it is going to be Yegu Cheering Squad putting a stop to the clock here in the Cinderbrew meadery. Oh, they left some barrels alive. Not all of them, though, but it doesn't matter. The boss is dead. All good here. 17 on the board for the Cheering Squad, but Kronos, as we went away from them, their tank died again in the minecart section, and this is a town portal situation for Kronos. 20 minutes of their lives that they are never getting back wasted in this Darkflame Cleft +19. That is great news for Yegu Cheering Squad, who have been doing everything in their power to put hexes and curses upon Kronos, have just had that come true, staying close to the competition here.
You think that's what they've been up to in their break? I definitely looked up at what exactly went wrong in the cart area there, because usually if we see teams that have battle rushes available, it's the tank that goes down first, because once that tank dies, the whole pole is just gone awry. You will never be able to get the aggro back in. That's not precisely what happened for Kronos. They had their Holy Paladin go down, assumedly due to aggro or something, as he was meleeed to death. And then I just don't think their tank was able to live on his own, and maybe they weren't able to get a battle rest off in time, and he released and ran or something like that. It definitely looked like maybe some miscommunication that then chain collided into a tank death and everybody else wiping, and then the second time around, like you mentioned, no last resort available anymore and no time to actually recover, as they were unable to put that dungeon on the board. Man, this sure is a cursed dungeon today. So much going wrong for teams in this 19 Darkflame Cleft.
Yeah, it really puts into perspective how impressive Stamp's opener to the day is, right? In the first 40 minutes of the day, Stamp just rolled up to that Darkflame Cleft, and they put up a 3-chested 17 and then a 2-chested 20. I mean, there's a decent chance that 2-chested 20 is going to be better in 40 minutes than what the rest of our teams, or at least several of the rest of our teams, are able to do with much more time in the entire day of attempts.
Absolutely. Oh, we do get a quick and very rare death here on the side of green player. If you're looking at the players that are here and the players that are not, you can see that our healer is actually flying back in, and Lotta was hit by one of the charges, so the jumps that the Yes Men do, and now the rest of the team kind of just has to wait for Lotta to come back and get that dominant mind off to make these Yes Men just a little bit easier on the rest of the team.
Yeah, looks like they have this pull still reasonably under control, but it is easy to do. If you're flying in, you can just get stomped on without too much counterplay. The way to avoid that happening is to make sure that when you do get dropped off by your B, you move away from that drop-off point so that you don't bait any jumps there that will then hit other later players as they come up.
Interesting thing that I'm now seeing for the second time on green player, whenever we saw our Western teams do this, so let me just explain the tech once more. The way these packs work is every single time one of these Yes Men dies, the rest of them get promoted, which heals them fully and kind of makes them a harsher mob to deal with, basically. And what you want to do is Dominant Mind for every single one of these promotions, which means you're playing one less promotion on the overall. Now, what green player has been doing in their 19 and in their 20 just now is do the Dominant Mind for the first promotion and then kill the Yes Men that they dominant minded before. thus leading to the same amount of promotion across the board and actually not saving them too much time. They only have the difference of playing one more Yes Man than one Concursor or whatever the other ones are called. But yeah, it's interesting that they're not actually playing that to the full potential.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is you can cleave down 2 of them and then just basically avoid one of them getting healed by MCing it at low health through that, and then it doesn't get promoted, right? And then you break it out and you kill it, and even though it triggers an extra promotion on everybody, the big problem with triggering the promotion is as soon as mobs have 1 stack of it, they're CC immune, so you can only do this trick at the start. You can't just keep doing it. And then also it full heals them. But as long as you pretty quickly kill off the mob that you break the MC on, then you're not going to heal the other mobs for all that much extra. It doesn't give them more health, it just gives them more damage beyond the first one, which also gives the CC immunity. So it kind of makes sense. Then you don't have to worry about juggling a mind control later in that fight, and you basically get to still get the huge benefit. The question is just how evenly you can cleave 2 of them down and how low you can MC the first one.
Yeah, definitely a little difference we're seeing here between at least Green Player and some of the Western teams. I'm curious on what everybody else is up to. I haven't paid too much attention. I know, of course, Kronos and Diego don't have access to the Dominant Mind as they don't have access to that Disc Priest. But let's check in with Stamp because they have arrived at the very final boss. They have played all of the count that they need. The Bloodlust has actually been used already as well. And they have 5 minutes left here on the very last boss.
Yeah, so they're probably no longer angling for a 3-phase, which is the big thing we were talking about on this boss at the lower keystone levels. That was the difference between 2-chesting and not 2-chesting in some of these attempts at the lower levels. But here at this plus 20 level, you're probably resigned to the fact that you are going to get 4 phases, probably. And so you don't have to play around it quite as much. Oh no, Yegu Cheering Squad having some deaths here. Luckily, it's at the start of the dungeon.
It is, but at this point, right, you're kind of hoping that nothing goes wrong from here on out, and it's just been a collage of continuous onslaught of oopsies everywhere, which is really, really sad to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Sad days for Yegu Cheering Squad, but not over just yet. Again, just 5 minutes. Like you said, psychologically, it feels really bad to lose 5 minutes when you're already behind, but it is still just 5 minutes. It is still something that you can't let it get to you, right? You've got to just stay focused. You got to keep your head in the game. So hopefully we'll see Yegu Cheering Squad right back in that Cinder Brew meadery. Or they could flee and go to the Rookery, but at that point then they'll have fled 2 dungeons after wiping in them. And that's a very bad feeling.
It absolutely is. Hopefully they can shrug it off. Looks like they're maybe taking another break right now. Nope, they're back right at it.
Yeah, here we go.
We're going to be seeing how they can fare with the rest of the day. But back to Stamp. 3 minutes 31 on that timer as they're trying to push down this boss. The Void Monstrosity is surprisingly slow of a boss because of how it works with the shields and then the burn phases. So it's always very hard to gauge how far they actually are on their pushes. But they should be getting the next burn phase momentarily. And then we should see a big, big, big jump in the health bar of this boss.
Yeah, this is looking very good for Stamp. Are they going to be able to deal with this 36% burn all at once? There is a Power Infusion, there is an Arcane Surge, there's not a Bloodlust, but there is an Unholy Assault. This is actually going to be close. They might be able to make this happen here, even at this plus 20 keystone level. The Void Rituals are ritualing as well, but unfortunately, yeah, the boss is going to stop here at 10%. I'm not surprised. I think the 3-phase was pretty unrealistic, and if they were going for it, they would have been holding the Lust and the Citizens for the end there.
Still, we're good on the timer. 2 minutes 26 is still to go, and you can see how low the boss already is. It's going to take another while until they get access to another burn, but they should be on the good end of all of this. Kronos back in their 19. Green Player with only 1 minute 32, finishing the Cinderbrew meadery on the 20. Now, we were kind of talking about what we think the cap is for this dungeon. I do think you're really happy with a 20. You would, of course, like that 20 to be faster, so 5 deaths in there. Maybe not the preferred outcome for it if you are hoping to beat out a team like Stamp. But that allows you to now go into a different dungeon, and I think it might just be that Darkflame Cleft next, which I'm quite excited to see whether or not green player is also able to maybe get a +3 in there.
Yeah, as it stands right now, I think there's a pretty good chance that 20 will be very good for green player qualifying. But like you said, green player are also playing against Stamp for first versus second out of this, which is going to affect prizing. It's also going to affect seeding into the global finals. So that time tiebreaker could absolutely matter between those two teams, even if they are able to stay ahead of Jaeger Cheering Squad and Kronos, which is also not a sure thing. You know, the rest of the day is still quite long. There's still almost 3 hours of competition ahead of us here, where the fortunes could reverse for our teams. But we will have to see where both Stamp and Green Player decide to go next. Stamp securing that 20 Rookery. I think it's time to go to the Cinderbrew Meadery for Stamp, and I think it's time to head to that Darkflame Cleft for Green Player.
I think so as well, and I'm equally excited about both of those. For Stamp, if I can wish for something, I want to see that Warlock as well. For Green Player, I want to see a +3 in that 17 Darkflame Cleft. Those are my two wishes for like the next 45 minutes or so. I think that's going to be very, very interesting to see whether or not we get those. In the meantime, if you're just now tuning in, Kronos had a very heartbreaking reset in the card area of this 19 Darkflame Cleft, which threw them back quite a far bit. 25 minutes have been lost due to that, and now they're back in that dungeon trying to put it on the board as well. And in the top left, Diego also had a lot of trouble in that 19 Darkflame Cleft, leading to 3 resets in an untimed dungeon, and instead have decided to venture into the Cinderbrew Meadery, where they got a 17+1, and now they're working away on that 18. But that allows us to take another look at how Kronos does here once they're actually going to be engaging BlazeCon. I like something that they do, and they've been doing all weekend, is putting down this red cross marker. Someone in chat, I think in day 2, said that that's actually something to do with their name, and it's like an inside meme of the region. But they're using it similar to how Team Wunderbar is using it, just to make sure that everybody knows this is where, for example, we sent that tornado into the candles. And there you can see it. It's up once again on the corner of the octagon, and that's just where everybody is going to orientate on if they want to extinguish that candle.
Yeah, Stamp, you can see using that green triangle marker, which I think green triangle is the meta world marker because green tends to be the easiest color to see, right? If you look at that red cross for Kronos, there's a lot of reddy, orangey effects from the mobs in this dungeon, whereas green tends to be a little bit more visually apparent. So that one is your meta world marker if you're choosing. But of course,
I use pink and moon because I like them the most. I wonder what chat uses.
Always
maybe
good
we can get some
pick.
answers. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I like moon because it's a nice image, like the little icon of moon I think it's pretty. And then pink, I think, is just very easy to see in a lot of the dungeons, but I'm curious
Which one
to hear.
is pink?
The little purple.
Okay, yeah, purple.
Yeah, diamond shape.
The diamond. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I
Pink,
see. I was
purple,
like,
close
if you
enough.
got access to a secret 9th world marker, but yeah,
Yes.
that makes sense.
It's pink.
All right, we've had a death here for Jaeger Cheering Squad at the start of their dungeon. It's the Shaman again, so that's going to be... They actually have 3 deaths on the board already here, but luckily they're still okay on this boss. And to address a question that you had, something that you were hoping to see, Stamp are playing that Destruction Warlock here as we enter the Cinderbrew Meadery, so your wishes come true.
They are, and I am very, very excited to see that. However, right now it's our Unholy DK that's on top of that meter, looking really, really happy about that right now, which I personally also don't mind. Both of these classes are in my personal favors as they're dealing with Chewy, already have gone through the big 3 muscle pull as of right now, and I assume we're actually going to be tagging in the caster pack that you see in the back there in the first phase of boss number 1. Hakuna already lining up over to get these guys pulled in. And then the second pack that you're seeing, they're actually going to be tagging in that intermission or right after that intermission, just to make sure that it's not too many targets that you need to interrupt and CC.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be careful to just never overload yourself with those interrupts, with those CCs, with those kicks, right? You have a limited amount of those available, and you can deal with more at once, using those AoE effects, but if you can just do a chain pull instead, that can often be a much safer way to handle that sort of thing. And depending on the specs in your group, that might even be faster. That might even be more efficient. It does depend, though. These Cinderbrew comps that we see really do want to be fighting a lot of enemies all the time.
Absolutely. That's just when the Warlock and the Unholy DK thrive, when they're so happy, which is kind of what we were saying for Yegu as well, looking across their team. Those are all classes that also prefer to do that. So I'm actually quite surprised that right now our Bear Tank is topping those meters momentarily. The rest is going to take over as our Warlock actually gets knocked on the floor, dies here. We'll need to walk back to the rest of the team as they don't have a battle rest available.
Yeah, a little sketchy, though. The like you said, though, the bear damage. Dude, during Incarn, Bear can put out some incredible amounts of DPS, especially at these big target counts. You can be doing some huge damage, so very happy to see that out of Yegu. Unfortunately, the Warlock dying here, going to be pretty rough. It looked like died on Infernal as well, which is never good. So they are going to be maybe fighting this pack for longer than they planned. And I have good news and bad news about Bear. The Incarn is really good for Bear, but if you're doing a pull like this and your Incarn falls off and the pack is living for longer than expected, things can get very sketchy. Luckily, most of the mobs are dead now, but the Bear is certainly in some danger with this pull living for longer than they had planned, than they had expected here. You can see the danger on the entire group, actually, but it looks like Yegu Cheering Squad will be able to recover this. And they'll probably head back over now towards the IPA wing if they're keeping their route the same as before. You can see that Soulfire lobbed by the Warlock there. Often thought of as a single target talent and actually not in a lot of the M+ builds that you'll find across the internet. That Soulfire, really small price to pay to get that on the talent tree, and it gives you quite a lot of single targets, so it makes a lot of sense. Even though we think about Warlock as being a big AoE spec, especially in the MDI, if you can give up a little bit of AoE for a lot of single target, it is usually worth it.
That's right. So just in case you were wondering about all that, Dratnos has you covered, and hopefully Tedros also has you covered, even though there's no Moonkins on the screen right now. We're going to be bringing him on the cast here, and I'll be taking a little break. I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
What's up, dude?
Hello, welcome. Yeah, it is interesting that there's no Moonkins on the screen. I hadn't really thought of that, but I believe Moonkin was our most common spec across our Western region MDI, overall total dungeon run. So
yeah, Moonkin quite good this season. It might end up falling behind something like a DK perhaps, or maybe the Vengeance Demon Hunter, due to Warlock being just so powerful in Cinderbrew Meadery. But I think that Moonkin, yeah, insane spec for sure this season. Very, very. Very good season to be playing the Balanced Druid. What'd you end up thinking about Green Player timing the 20 metery?
Yeah, I was really impressed by seeing that 20 metery go on the board for them. I think that that's something that they can be really happy about, and they probably just don't have to come back to metery as well, which is a really good feeling for them. The big question mark for me for Green Player is going to be that Darkflame Cleft. Are they going to be able to replicate the success that Stamp had in there? Stamp, remember at the start of our day, just walked into Cinderbrew, or walked into Darkflame Cleft rather, and one-shot the 3 chest in the 17, one-shot the 2 chest in the 20, and then just got out of there. That was super impressive. Stamp now with that world record tag on their 20 Rookery as well. A super fast run in that dungeon to add it to their scorecard too. So they've just got kind of one dungeon left to conquer, and then they'll get to decide whether to go back to the 21 or the 22 Darkflame Cleft.
Is 21, 22 doable today? With 21 Cinderbrew, 21 Rookery, 22 Darkflame?
I don't think that there's enough time for that, but maybe with how Stamp have been playing. So, okay, we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes left in our day. Yeah. Stamp are going to finish this 17 Cinderbrew, and then they'll have 2 hours and 20 minutes left in their day. Let's say they 2-chest the 17, and they go and do the 19, right? That's pretty realistic. Then they'll have an hour and maybe 55 minutes if things go well, maybe an hour 50 if they don't, and they'll have a 19 Cinderbrew on their scorecard. Then they'll go and get that 20 Cinderbrew done, and then they'll have maybe an hour and 20 left in the day. I don't know what their break situation is like, but let's assume they maybe still have 10 minutes of break to take. So then they'll have an hour and 10 left in the day as their healer goes down. That's maybe going to add even more time if they can't quickly recover this. It looks like they can get that B-res out on their healer and find a safe time to accept it, so they should be okay. But yeah, that would mean they'd be sitting at 20-20-20 with a bit over an hour left in the day.
With a two chest on the board for the 22.
Yeah, so you would have time to go and one-shot all 3 of those dungeons. I don't think those dungeons are one-shottable reliably is the thing.
Yeah, I think green player probably would have the best chance of actually being able to put up that score because of the 19-2 chest on the Rookery. Now, it kind of comes down to, is Rookery 21 even doable? I mean, that dungeon is just nuts. The timer in that place is so precise. And green player needs to go ahead and 3 chest Darkflame 17 into 2 chest on Darkflame 20.
Yeah, which we do know that Stamp were able to do. It looks like green player going to be maybe Hearthing out here.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly what happened with their first pull. Maybe they started the dungeon on a key level too high or something weird.
That first pull is quite hard, especially picking up threat on the first pull can be an issue for our teams as well. We are going to have some more deaths coming out for Yegu Cheering Squad here. That is a Warlock and a DK down. The res is going to land on the Warlock. Actually, no, the reses are not going to land on anybody, so they don't have any battle reses. So they're now going to have 3 players alive as they wait for the others to run back here. Oh, there's still a Hobgoblin alive as well. Oh no, the Hobgoblin has a regeneration on it as well.
Oh,
so it's going to heal up here. We need to purge that, but it looks like that's something that is getting lost in the shuffle here, which means this Hobgoblin is going to charge into the wall. That's going to hit the players even as they're running back as well, as the entire foundations of the meadery shake. And the Warlock and the Death Knight now rejoining the party at half health. Looks like this pull is maybe still going to work out for them, but man, that extra timer is going to hurt.
I mean, what is that? Probably minus 30 seconds by itself, just that Hobgoblin healing up. The Hobgoblins are by far the least efficient mobs that you end up pulling in Cinder Remetery. There's a reason that pretty much every single team that you see in high-end groups is looking to skip that double patrolling Hobgoblins just because of how long they take and just how much of a health sponge they are. On top of the fact that they're pretty deadly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Another charge even coming out from that Hobgoblin. It is finally going to die, but so you had 2 players die, minus 30 seconds straight off the bat there. Then they're running back, and you're playing down 2 DPS for an extra minute of them running back. So you're probably losing the value of maybe another 30, 40 seconds there. And then that Hobgoblin is healing up and has extra damage that's going to need to get dealt to it to kill it. Like you said, that's maybe another 30 seconds there. So maybe in total we're looking at 90 seconds lost off of those 2 deaths. A very steep price to pay.
Yeah. Looking around the board here, we do see Stamp as well in the top right in that Cinder Remetery. We're looking to try to see if they can potentially 3 chest. I think that the 3 chest is very likely to be off the table. Just how we've seen the other teams perform in the Cinder Remetery thus far. In the bottom left, we have green player again resetting that Darkflame Cleft on that 17. What is going on for the green player in this Darkflame first pull?
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, if you do a big aggressive first pull and it doesn't work out a couple times and you keep resetting, but then you know if it works, you're going to be on the good side of that 3 chest timer, that's definitely a worthwhile trade-off.
Yeah. And then in the bottom right here, we do see Kronos finishing up this 19 Darkflame Cleft minecart section. They do have 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. I think that they could be on the correct side of maybe 2-chesting this dungeon if
that would be huge.
They're quick. They're going to need to be very aggressive about pulling the corridor creepers into the boss. But that boss is only around 4 some odd minutes. They just got to get this pull dealt with rather quickly. It would be really cool to see this mage composition with that Frost Mage, Destro Warlock, Havoc Demon Hunter be able to 2-chest the 19.
Absolutely, yeah. As it looks like they do have Last Resort available for their tank as well, so they should feel good about doing a pull there. I look at that debuff, and I was like, oh, is that Last Resort? Nope, that's Saved by the Light, the Holy Paladin proc debuff that you'll get on players there. So we do have a death coming out for the healer for Yegu Cheering Squad, and unfortunately they are in boss combat with IPA. They have no battle reses available. I think we might be looking at the moment where Yegu Cheering Squad are forced to reset this Cinder Brumetery.
Oh,
yeah.
Man. I mean, this is brutal. They had to reset their Darkflame 19 like 3 times. I think they've lost a cumulative amount of time of around an hour, 20 minutes today so far.
Definitely a lot of time has been lost for sure. They are walking out of that dungeon in despair. I mean, we've spent half of our day so far. Just to put this in perspective, right? We're through with half of the time of our day, pretty much. And Yegu Cheering Squad have timed 2 keystones. That is not a good place to be in. The competition here is in so much danger of leaving them behind. The only good news for them is that Kronos also had a bad day so far with just 3 keystones timed, but they are about to be threatening to put up a 2-chested 19 Cleft as their 4th dungeon, which would really accelerate them in the battle for potentially 3rd place against Yayu Cheering Squad. But the mage goes down, actually getting auto-attacked there.
Oh.
Tank's health is fluctuating wildly as well. They're going to move on to the boss section here.
How do you feel about 3 minutes for the darkness here?
No lust. I don't feel good about it.
Yeah, the no lust thing might make it a little bit tricky. I think if we had lust, there would be a chance that we could see the darkness killed off in that 3-minute marker, but without that bloodlust, it might be an impossible proposition here for Kronos.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe they can do it. That Frost Mage pump, you get some funnel on the Frost Mage as well. We think about Arcane Mage as a funnel spec, but Frost also does gain quite a lot from those extra targets under the boss.
Havoc gains the most, I think, in this composition by a lot.
Sleeper OP funnel spec when they're playing Eldrachi Reaver.
Dude, Eldrachi Reaver Wounded Quarry is... If Arcane Mage didn't exist, I think that Havoc Demon Hunter would be present in most comps this season just because of the amount of single target damage that they provide. It's one of those things, though, that you can have. There is such a thing as too much single target and a little bit too little AoE. And
not on a boss fight, though.
Yeah, well, exactly, but not on a boss fight. And for Kronos here, they might actually opt to not even kick the darkness whenever he starts his cast and allow the boss to summon a few more adds for the Wounded Quarry. I mean, it's a serious strat. It's not something that you do it's not super common with the Arcane Mage, but with the Havoc Demon Hunter, being able to get the additional blade dances on the additional targets is a huge damage amp.
Yeah, so the way Wounded Quarry works is that each target that you're dealing physical damage to, which is a lot of them, right? It's all the targets you're blade dancing, you replicate some of that damage onto your quarry, right? Onto the target with your Reaver's Mark. So, very powerful source of extra funnel damage. It behaves a little bit differently than Arcane because it scales nicely into more than just the 5 targets, where Arcane really just gets the 5 targets for funnel, and then beyond that, there's not too much extra value.
Yeah. I fielded some questions from chat. The first question, Dennis, for you. There's been a relatively lack of Resto Shaman compared to the Western groups, right? Why do you think that is so far?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Resto Shaman yesterday, especially in Theater of Pain. I thought that was pretty cool. I think it was Green Player played it as one of the 3 specs they got banned, even.
Yeah.
So that is nice. And then they can't play it today because it is one of the banned specs, even if they kind of maybe would mess around with it in some of these dungeons. I am also curious about that, though. I think Resto Shaman is really good. I think it makes a lot of sense to play Resto Shaman as one of your specs to get banned on the first day, just because it's pretty free to replace it with the Disc Priest. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Resto Shaman even in Global Finals where there is no spec variety rule as well. I think it's really good in the Theater in particular, but just in any of these dungeons like Mechagon Workshop, the Priest does some nice stuff in there, but if you're just looking to optimize damage, with the buffs to Farseer Resto Shaman pumps damage, and it also makes your group feel super comfy and safe.
Yeah, talking about the group dynamic, I think, of this region, I feel like this region has overemphasized for their secondary picks the specs that they've been longtime mains on, and not try to play the second best tank or the second best healer. They instead played basically what they're the most comfortable on and tried to allow that to kind of carry them just due to the comfort that they're afforded on those specializations.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of DPS shamans as well. We've seen enhancement and elemental out of several of our teams as well, which that does also reduce the importance of a Resto Shaman, because a huge amount of the value of the Resto Shaman is the fact that Sky Fury is just the sleeper, the best raid buff in the game for Mythic Plus. But if you've already got it coming from a DPS player, then of course it's a little bit less valuable.
Another question that we got was, why do you think the Chinese teams generally haven't done as well in the MDI, even though they're some of the highest ranked players in the world on live ladder?
Yeah, I mean, historically, the Chinese region has had a couple of really good seasons. The first great push, and then for a little while, several great pushes were dominated by Chinese teams like Skyline, right? There's also been some great performance. Yeah, Aster Y and Skyline both have had some really strong MDI performances, but yeah, over the past 2 MDIs, it's been pretty disappointing finishes from the Chinese teams that did make it to Global Finals. I don't know if I can diagnose why, because they do look really good on the live servers. In particular, this format should really be quite good for Stamp and Green Player if they make it to Global Finals, right? Like, this is what they do on live servers, and they are among the best in the world at it. So I don't know. I
there's,
don't have a good answer.
I do think there's a certain level of depth that's shown on live, and then whenever you look at some of their time trial, like the amount of teams that they're sending, like right now, I feel like Stamp and Green Player are some of those like tier 1 type of teams, right? There's really, really good teams that can put up the absolute best runs on live, but they don't have like 8 of those teams that are actually signing up for some of the time trials, and so I think that that's part of it.
Yeah, although I do feel like the top 8 teams here have been all really good, right? Like our day ones featured the best teams almost getting eliminated by how good the lower seeded teams are.
I think it's understated how much practice time is required as well to be just that kind of world-class level team where, on live, you do need a decent amount of like runs, repetition, practice, but it's not, I don't think it's even to the same level as how carefully calculated and coordinated you need to be. Dude, look at what Stamp are doing here. They've actually grabbed a Hobgoblin into IPA. Sure.
Wow.
Surely this has to be a mistake, right?
This looks sketchy. Our mage is in tremendous danger here. It is the end of IPA, though. So they are getting that Arcane Mage execute here. Arcane Mage execute funnel damage on the boss. I mean, that's got to feel pretty good. But yeah, Hobgoblin is pretty scary to be fighting here. That powered barrier is going to come out here. If this goes on much longer, they're going to be in a lot of danger. That Ice Cold has worn off of our mage here. Dark Pact comes out from the Warlock, but that shield is eaten through almost instantly, and everybody drops super low here for Stamp, but IPA is going to go down. But yeah, now they have to finish the rest of this trash. I think it was probably unplanned to pull that. I think would be my guess. But they've done a good job of recovering.
I've looked at some of the routes in Cinder Metery, and I think that most teams are actually electing to just like skip this Hobgoblin altogether. Yeah. Mostly because of kind of what we were talking about earlier, where it's just like kind of a slow mob in general. There's maybe a world where they can make up a little bit of an additional count later on. I don't think that they were going to be looking to 3-chest this dungeon regardless, so it doesn't really matter that they accidentally pulled that Hobgoblin. I think we're just going for the 2-chest there for Stamp. And then we got Jaeger Cheering Squad here on the big screen, still playing that Mistweaver Monk with that Destro Warlock, Ellie Shaman, Unholy DK comp. This comp rocks.
Yeah, they've been having a lot of difficulties today again. They've timed 2 keys and depleted like 7, but hopefully 8th time's the charm here in this Cinder Brew Meadery. They can get this one on the board and then maybe head over to the Rookery and put up some points there. Meanwhile, we also have Kronos out of dungeon in the bottom right.
Yeah, whenever we were talking about like the region's performance as well, I think that looking at how they're playing around the spec variety rule kind of is telling as well, where whenever we saw Green Player yesterday, I think that this is a perfect example of that. They looked a little bit shaky once they were on that like alt comp, but the moment that they swapped to all their mains, it's just like they became a different team. They turned into completely different players, and they were able to excel and accelerate very, very quickly. And I think for some of these other teams, like we're seeing Jaeger Cheering Squad, I think that there's like pretty good chance that this team could have timed 20s and 21s if they had that BIS comp unlocked. But being forced to play like an alt comp, I think puts them in this really weird position where it's very, very difficult for them to be looking to qualify for global finals.
Yeah, the fact that the difference between the 3rd and 8th seeded teams in this region was so small meant that they were all under so much pressure to play main specs on day 1, and only Stamp and Green Player were able to get away with those alts and preserve these main specs to day 3. And yeah, that is proving to be pretty brutal for Kronos and Yegu Cheering Squad. Yegu walking out of Cinder Brew again as they fail to kill Brewmaster Aldryer on this attempt. 34 points only on the board for them. Stamp already at 40. Green Player already at 39. And both of those teams looking to add huge chunks of points with their 3rd dungeons of the day right now. Already also sitting on these 2-chested 20s and 19s as well.
Yeah, we got to take a look at Stamp here. They're actually playing this Destro Warlock in this Cinder Meadery. We actually saw, whenever we saw Green Player in here earlier, they were still continuing to play that Balance Druid. It looks like Stamp's timer's still going, even though they're... Oh, wait, they haven't killed the BEO. Never mind.
Famously, you do have to kill all the bosses as well as the trash.
Well, it's a little bit... Okay, I didn't recognize that they were killing the Yes-Men. I think that's the part that caught me off guard. Normally, you take the trash into the boss.
Yeah, so what happened for them, I think, was when they accidentally pulled that Hobgoblin after the IPA, they then took the Hobgoblin into the trash that they would normally snap upstairs. So I think this is an adaptation, not a game plan for Stamp. Yeah. I think that they do want to fight trash with Goldie Baron bottom. It just didn't work out because that Hobgoblin got pulled, and then they decided to just fight the trash at the same time.
Dude, it's one of those things that I saw them complete count, and then the timer was still going, and it didn't click to me. Oh, yeah, they killed the boss.
Yeah.
That's just like, wait, where's the count? Where's the trash, bro?
Yeah, I mean, a very understandable mistake, but I'm, of course, still going to try and mock you for it.
Well, it's deserved. It completely deserved mocking. Dude, look at this. We got green player in the bottom left. Now they have adventured into the Darkflame Cleft, and they are making great time. What we're looking to see from them, not as if they can 2-chest this dungeon, but are they going to be able to 3-chest the dungeon? We did see Stamp earlier on. They were able to 3-chest the dungeon, and all that separates green player from now and 3-chesting is being able to kill off the Candle King, being able to kill off the darkness, and there's one very, very long minecart trash pull. They do have one Bloodlust available. I kind of expect them to press it on Pull of the Darkness with all of the Corridor Creepers. Do you think that there's any other option for Lust here?
Yeah, I mean, you could send it somewhere else. I don't think there's anywhere else that makes sense, though. Yeah, I think it is on Darkness with all that trash. It's just such a good lust. And later on, we're definitely going to expect to start seeing the Candle King get lusted at the higher key levels in this dungeon. But as they are on these 2 and 3 chests paces, it's just not ready here. Chronos starting up this dungeon once again down in the bottom right. Darkflame Cleft plus 20 for them. So they are not opting to put that Rookery on the board just yet, and instead saying, yeah, we'll get a Darkflame Cleft up to 20 as well.
I think that Chronos has honestly looked pretty good. They missed a couple of 2 chests and 3 chests here and there, but I think that they're also kind of suffering, similar to Jaeger Cheering Squad, of not having that meta composition that they had practiced so much time on. And I think it's like hurting their abilities to be able to 2-chest and 3-chest some of these dungeons that they otherwise would have been able to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, though, Chronos are in great shape to stay ahead of Jaeger Cheering Squad and at least pick up the 3rd place out of here. Now, unfortunately, 3rd place does not qualify you to Global Finals, right? It's top 2 teams out of this region make it to Global Finals. But we aren't just watching for top 2, because as it stands right now, Stamp and Green Player are very far ahead in the fight for top 2, right? That, unless things change in a huge way over the next 2 hours, it is going to be Stamp and Green Player that make it out of this region into the Global Finals. But there is a big important thing here that has yet to be decided, which is, first of all, which team is first and which team is second, because you get more money if you're first than if you're second, and also it affects your seeding at the Global Finals. And then also which team is third and which team is fourth is an important thing as well. There's prize pool implications there. So Chronos, even though they have the lead on Jaeger Cheering Squad, definitely aren't safely ahead of them just yet.
Yeah, I think that for me, it's kind of like, it's one of those situations where I think for me, I'm kind of watching to see how Green Player and Stamp do relative to where I kind of expect some of the Western teams that have already qualified for Global Finals. Now, that might be a little bit of a reach to be like, oh yeah, Stamp and Green Player are automatically going to qualify, but looking at where we're kind of standing 2.5 hours in, I think it would be the most likely assumption that both of them are going to be looking to make it towards that Global Finals. And so then it's kind of, how do I feel about how they stack up against the mandatories, the miscounts, the Wunderbars of the world, potentially like the Perplexed and the O7s as well? Like, where are they going to stand compared to some of those teams?
Yeah, Global Finals is starting off now in less than 2 days, Friday at 10 a.m. Pacific. So in one day, 21 hours and 30 minutes, we'll be firing up the Global Finals stream. And in a lot of ways, the dungeons that we're going to watch over the next 2 hours from Stamp and Green Player can serve as a bit of a preview of what Global Finals might look like. Similar key levels, of course. These are going to be our teams wearing the Corruptions, wearing those Turbo Boost enhanced gear pieces that the Western region did not have in their group stages. The Chinese teams do have access to those things, so this can really help us kind of get an idea of what the ceiling might be in these key levels. We are going to see a Havoc DH down for Chronos. That's going to be their one and only B-Res for the next while as they are fighting the first boss of Darkflame Cleft, so quite a while before that comes back off CD.
I think there's a lot of key levels that are pretty marginal as to whether or not they're able to be done, like the 23 Motherlows, the 23 Dark Flames, the 20, potentially 22 Rookeries, but maybe even 21 Rookery, that might be the marginal level. Like, those are kind of the keys that were really, really close whenever you didn't have the Turbo Boost gear, but then being able to get that Turbo Boost gear, is that going to allow you to continue to push up that dungeon a little bit further? Dude, look at what's going on for Green Player here. They pulled all that trash, and they left the minecart in the back, and now they had to send Loda behind to continue to push this minecart. That could perhaps be the difference between 3-chesting this dungeon versus 2-chesting this dungeon if they're not careful.
Yeah, 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. I think they're still going to be okay here as that trash is almost all dead. But yeah, not a great thing to have happen there. Hopefully that was a mistake and not just the plan here, because if that is their plan, it is definitely slower and more dangerous than doing it the way that the other teams have figured out how to handle that section.
I think that there's a chance that their tank was like already in a spot where he needed their DPS to like walk up and start hitting the pack, and so then the DK and the mage needed to get off the cart and just run forward. I've seen that in the past. Sometimes the tanks will play Ring Around the Rosie and do like a bit of a circle to really make sure that the trash pack is like lined up with the cart, and then it lines up like perfectly. Everybody arrives like right on time. I think that there's a chance that that was their plan, but they might have had to make an adaptation. How long do you think we need for Darkness to be able to kill the boss off?
I think 3 minutes at this plus 17 level should be enough with Lust and with all that funnel that they're going to have. So I think it's going to be very close for Green Player. You can see they're already almost done with that minecart section. And then they're just going to grab some trash and take it directly into the boss. And it's just going to be a DPS check versus that 3-chest timer. We know that Stamp were able to do it with 10 seconds to spare. So this is going to be a very close finish to the dungeon for Green Player.
Yeah, I mean, this is plus or minus 30 minutes, basically. You end up saving a full key level. So this is a huge deal for Green Player. Now we got to see how fast they're able to engage the Darkness. They do get that boss pulled. They have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to be able to kill this boss to bring it to 55% HP. You don't have to take it all the way to 0, fortunately enough. And they do have that Bloodlust rolling. The Bloodlust during that Arcane Surge with that additional mage funnel, that's a huge deal. They're getting additional barrage damage from resonance, additional orb procs, orb damage. This is a great spot to be in for that arcane mage to be able to just pump out as much damage on the boss. But the tank is still in a lot of danger. Cherry on this Vengeance Demon Hunter, that's the reason that this Moonkin is electing to AoE as opposed to single target, is if we just allow these corridor creepers to live forever, there's a high chance that our tank would die. So we need to actually balance the amount of funnel damage that we are getting relative to the amount of AoE that we are inflicting on all of these corridor creepers.
Yeah, tank in some danger, does still have Last Resort available as an extra safety net against that sudden, surprise death. That is a resource that actually Stamp in this plus 19 Cinder Brew up in the top right have lost already. Their tank does not have a Last Resort, so that's going to be something to watch out for. They've also had that death and B-Res committed already in their dungeon attempt too.
This is actually kind of unfortunate that he lost his Last Resort. The pull that you do after this boss tends to be the one that takes the tank's Last Resort more often than not, due to the final Sting cast. Whenever we see the differences between like Warrior and Vengeance Demon Hunter, Warrior, press shield block, LOL, who cares about the final Sting cast? Vengeance Demon Hunter, 100% of the time they cheat death to the final Sting. So Stamp's tank has to be very, very careful in this next pull that they're going to be doing after Brewmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. There are ways to survive it, but you really need to make sure that you actually press those buttons, that you do a good job of stunning the right amount of them. You got to be careful, because sometimes people will stun the final stings, but you'll have your defensives ready, then they will all recast all at the same time, and your defensives will have fallen off, and they will just murder you. So you got to be really coordinated with your plan against that ability as Stamp entering that intermission. But down in the bottom left, it is a race. 5% more on the boss. I think Green Player have the damage here.
It looks like they are going to be on the correct side of this timer here. They don't have any arcane surges, but they do have an Incarn charge available with that power infusion. A very rare sight to see. The Moonkin getting that power infusion.
Wow!
And it looks like Green Player are going to be able to take that boss to 55% HP before that 3-chest timer is reached, and that sets them up nicely to be looking to qualify for that Global Finals. With that +3 on the board, they are going to be able to skip all the way up to that plus 20 keystone level to then be able to go and hopefully 2-chest that 20 Darkflame Cleft.
Yeah, not only are they going to 3-chest, they're going to do it faster than Stamp did, so potentially a very strong showing from Green Player. Let's not forget, Green Player were the second seed in the time trials here, and Stamp were slightly better, but I would say, based on day 1 and day 2 so far, Green Player have definitely looked like the stronger of the two teams to me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I tend to agree. I think that Green Player really turned it on the second half of yesterday, and it feels like we were watching two different teams just over the course of this weekend. And looking at the top right-hand corner of the screen here, we do have Stamp, and they have engaged that trash pack that I kind of called out earlier after Brewmaster. We have to be watching out for these Cinder Bees. Whenever they reach the 20% threshold, they will try to cast Final Sting, and that is very, very lethal for your tank. This pull here, not exactly the most dangerous things, all things considered. You really need to just make sure you kick the Wranglers and you get the Purveyor's kick on the volley. If those two things are dealt with, it's mostly okay, and it's a lot of tank damage as well, because this Harvester also continues to stack up this ever-persistent debuff on all of the players as well, just making the tank take a little bit more damage. Ooh, Tianzu going down to the Cinder Bee's dash at the exact same time that Harvester AoE goes off. Very strange death, and Hakuna almost dies. He gets the PS at the last possible second.
Yeah, Pain Suppression plus the Personal Darkness being used there. Love to see it. Looks like Stamp are going to be able to stabilize here, even with that Mage dying. They are going to keep this one going so far. So well played by Stamp. Yeah, -1 Beerus, that is true. Green player down in the bottom left, meanwhile, are entering the 20 Cleft, as are Kronos in the bottom right, nearly halfway through that dungeon. So
look at this. We swapped a Resto Druid.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we saw this out of Mandatory, right? Playing the Resto Druid in the Darkflame Cleft. Huge healing available on the Candle King with that spec.
Yeah, one of the advantages of the Resto Druid is the second Ursul's Vortex as well. So there's a couple of advantages. The most obvious one, of course, is the Candle King HPS. It's a little bit easier on Resto Druid with the mobility compared to the Disc Priest. But the second one is a lot more subtle, and it's the ability to be able to have a second Ursul's Vortex every single time these Overseers will cast that ability that knocks all the mobs back, and you just have an ability to be able to constantly grip them back in that Ursul's Vortex, and that's a huge deal. It saves you a lot of time, and it's also a lot more consistent than having to reset the first pull of the dungeon over and over again, like we saw from Green Player earlier, where the mobs just got knocked into the middle of nowhere. Oh, look at this skip by Cherry. He ends up pulling that Overseer back, and are they only playing one Overseer in this first area?
Yeah, no. Death for Green Player here.
Their route is not traditional from what we've seen from the West. It's very different.
Yeah, they're going to reset this dungeon here. We'll see what they decide to do, how exactly that's supposed to look, because whatever their plan was, we didn't see it work out that way. So I don't know if that was, if there were mobs pulled that weren't supposed to be, for instance, in there.
Yeah. So the Overseers are 10 count, and each Corridor Creeper's 4 per. So I think there's a chance that they're going to have to just get a little bit more Corridor Creepers at the very end of the dungeon than compared to some of the other teams.
Yeah, definitely a possibility.
They didn't have a second Overseer in the first pull of the dungeon, did they? I mean, we've seen some teams grab that, but it didn't look like they had one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how that all went wrong as well, but either way, it's right at the start of the dungeon, so they can just hit reset and go again, and we'll be able to watch very closely exactly how they're planning to do the first part of this Darkflame Cleft, again with that Resto Druid. Like you said, Double Druid, the great neutralizer of the threat of the Overseers just spreading the mobs all over the place.
Yeah, so here's that first Overseer. This guy's required to get pulled. Some teams were grabbing this additional Overseer to like the front and left, and that would make the first pull a little bit more tricky if you weren't super careful, but it was also pretty fast. I think that Missed Count was the team that was electing to do this whenever I was watching. They do grab some of these menial laborers, but it looks like it's just one singular Overseer.
Okay, yeah, this looks like a pretty tame pull. I mean, obviously it's quite a lot of mobs, but, especially given it's a Bloodlust pull, this does seem pretty small.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for this to be like the live key first pull of the dungeon. The atypical part is about to be what's about to happen for Green Player here in a second, where Cherry pulls this left side Overseer back and then proceeds to meld it off and then Infernal Strike forward. That is the weird part, because then where are they going to get count? And it looked like they were maybe posturing to take some of those Wick Lighters into the boss with maybe a Mole Herd or something like that. I was very intrigued as to how they were going to get that grouped up. But we do have Stamp on the big screen, unfortunately, ruining my fun.
Yeah, they're going to get this huge pull together in the IPA room. Luckily, the skip worked out for them. Previously, we'd actually seen them lose players on setting up that skip, so it's good that this worked out. And now this is their Lust, this is their Power Infusion, this is the Infernal. The Warlock is ascending, 30 million damage per second being put out by that Destruction Warlock right now.
Oh, dude, look at this for Green Player. Look at this. They're LOSing everything back onto this pillar. That entire double Wick Lighter, 2 Mole Herds are actually in this pull.
Okay, so that's why we don't have an Overseer here, because we maybe are taking this into boss.
This might be... we might be pushing for the 2 chest with this. This might be our +2 route for trying to be as fast as possible. We have seen that 20 Darkflame was 2 chested on live. We also saw Stamp earlier in the day as well, 2 chest this dungeon, so we do know it's possible. We were kind of posturing to take us into boss, but it looks like maybe we're going to be looking to play it a little bit slower, Dratnos.
Yeah, the CDs were sent on the pack without going into boss, so I don't think that is the plan at all. Actually, it is just a nice way to line of sight and get them in position, but not going into boss. And I do wonder what this means for their count implications later. I guess it's just going to be a couple more corridor creepers at the end of the dungeon, and maybe just not taking them onto boss at all. But yeah, I wonder if this means the 2 chest is maybe not something they're playing for.
I think it's actually a high chance that they are playing for the 2 chest, but let's see. I'm starting to click mobs. I'm trying to figure out what the count implications are with this, because the single Overseer is a very atypical pull relative to what we could see from a lot of other teams.
We could grab those mini bosses before Candle King. That could be fun.
No, those mini bosses grab us, bro. We don't grab those.
Yeah, usually something that the teams like to try and avoid at all costs. Pretty inefficient and very dangerous mobs. And also you want to just use all your CDs and your lust on the Candle King.
Let me look at these corridor creepers now that I've clicked every mob in this dungeon. So it looks like we're going to need like the entire room of corridor creepers.
Okay, I mean, that does work. Something that doesn't work, unfortunately, is Yegu Cheering Squad. Dude, they're running back the 18 Cinder Brew again, restarting this key. Oh no, it's so brutal what has been happening for our team up on the top left. We are now almost 3 hours into the day, and they've done 2 keystones as they start off this huge pull. It looks like they've swapped off of the Mistweaver onto the Resto Druid now.
They were playing Resto Druid earlier today, weren't they?
Yeah, they were playing Prot Warrior Resto Druid in Darkflame Cleft, and then they swapped to Bear Mistweaver in Cinderbrew, and now they're swapping back to the Resto Druid. Maybe a little bit more of a comfort pick. Maybe just trying to change something.
This is a vibes play for sure. I think that they kind of know that with the depletes on the Darkflame 19 3 times in a row, they are in a very difficult position to be able to even get 3rd place at this point.
Yeah, the situation is getting so tough for our Yegu Cheering Squad. It's a shame. They looked so good on their first day. You know, they finished day 1 in first place ahead of Stamp. They had a better time tiebreaker than Stamp. But things have gone really poorly for them now that they've had to adapt to these off-meta specs today.
I think it's the punished of the spec variety rule. I think the spec variety rule, for some of the absolute world-class level teams, it doesn't end up negatively affecting them too much. But there's some teams that, you know, they put a lot of effort into making sure that their day 1 looks as good as possible at the cost of their day 2 being kind of unfortunately what we're seeing here from Yegu Cheering Squad.
Yeah, and it's easy to, say that was a mistake, but you got to remember, Yegu Cheering Squad, if they had 1 less point, they would have gone from 1st to 3rd in their first day. So, I mean, this is maybe still the best possible outcome for them.
Stamp almost got a limbed off of what happened on day 1. I don't even think you could ever classify that as a mistake, because if you could probably have imagined a world where Stamp gets a limbed, Yegu Cheering Squad and some other team that don't have their main comp end up making it to the China finals, and then it's Kronos, Yegu Cheering Squad, and that 3rd team playing off-meta specs or off-meta compositions and trying to just claw their way into the global final spot.
Yeah, exactly. It certainly was a possibility, and either way, they at least made it to this day, to day 2 of the competition, which is a hugely impressive outcome. I mean, even making it out of the time trials is incredibly impressive when you look at the key levels that you need to do to make that happen. But making it to this day is really, really great to see. Yeah. But unfortunately, it's all falling apart for them. But it's also all falling apart for Stamp. Up in the top right, we have a Brew Droplet colliding with IPA. This is a mistake that actually we've seen for a lot of our Western teams as well. This even happened to Wunderbar twice, but very bad news for Stamp. They're going to lose 15 minutes in this Cinder Brew, and right now they are basically tied with Green Player, so this is very bad for them. Very good for Green Player.
It looks like they're trying to actually finish the boss.
That thing has such a huge shield on it, though. I mean, maybe 8% without 2 DPS players. They're going to have to deal with another Sprouting Stout. And unfortunately, the brew droplets are not dying here, so they're getting that speed increase. They're trying to keep them CC'd and away from the boss, but spending all that time means they have even less damage on the boss. 6% now, and a brew droplet is spawning right next to the boss, threatening to go straight in here. Looks like they are going to be able to dodge out from that.
They don't have
DK
chains. I saw they used chains earlier. So the only thing that they can do is like what, D&D slow? Oh, it looks like that Defile has actually been dropped, and the D&D slow is on those droplets, and we've pressed the Sigil of Misery to try to continue to keep those brew droplets at bay. And it looks like Stamp are going to be able to recover.
Stamp have indeed recovered. They've killed the boss. They have 6 deaths on the board. They've lost a lot of time. If they were planning to 2-chest this 19, they're not anymore, but they're definitely still in range of timing the key.
Green player only 1-chested the 19, so I don't think it's actually the end of the world if Stamp are going to 1-chest it. At the same point, if Stamp thought that they could 2-chest this, that's how they surpass Green player and how good Green player ended up looking in that Rookery with those 2 chests, where Stamp only ended up 1-chesting, of course, the 17. So that could have been a way that Stamp could get back in the mix if they were able to 2-chest this 19 and then go do 21. But now, at this point, they're just hoping to time the key and to not pay a 15-minute tax, basically.
Yeah, exactly, which I think they are in good shape to be able to do that. I think it's definitely possible, so we'll have to keep watch on the rest of their run. The one thing they probably can't afford is any more big mistakes, because I think at this point, they're only going to have a minute or 2 left at the end of this dungeon.
Yeah. But again, I think that for us, kind of what we're looking at, just as casters, is we're kind of trying to value how good is Green player and how good is Stamp, and how good are they going to be compared to kind of the rest of the world for the global finals. So far, I feel like Green player is kind of that... Some of those like top tier teams, I don't know if they're necessarily on the same level as necessarily like Mandatory or Wunderbar, but I do think they're probably as good as Holy Method and Perplexed were during their group finals.
Yeah, I think they've been looking pretty solid as well, but a lot of it is going to come down to these last 2 hours when they are working on these really high-level keys, because that was the thing about Wunderbar. Wunderbar looked good in their push keys, in their low-level keys, but then they one-shot the highest keys at the end of their day. They just went 20, 20, 20, bang, bang, bang. If something like that can happen in the 21s even with this dungeon pool for a Green player, that would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it a lot where there's kind of 2 elements to this format. There's the pushing element where being able to get those 2 chests and those 3 chests, especially in those lower level dungeons, is a huge deal because you're able to save 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there, over the potential competition. But then there's the ability to be able to do those capstone level keys and do the highest level dungeons. And the consistency, especially as well, like Dratnos kind of pointed out, of being able to do those highest level keys is just as important as being able to have the capacity to be able to do those highest level dungeons. Because if there's some team that can do it and it takes you 5 attempts, but it only took them 3, that could end up saving you, 30 minutes, maybe potentially even an hour in that dungeon, and that could be the difference between winning and losing the MDI.
And that's one of the big things we don't necessarily learn from time trials, right? If there's a team that can do a plus 22, 5% of the time, and another team that can do it 30% of the time, there's a good chance they're going to look the same on a time trial outcome, right? But then we get to these actual cup weekends, and all of a sudden that difference becomes apparent as one of those teams succeeds and the other likely fails.
I mean, think about Dragonflight Season 4 Great Push, if you guys remember that. There was Azure Vault Sunday. We had an Azure Vault Sunday. And the teams that ended up winning that entire Great Push, I don't even think Echo came into the day in first place. I'm pretty sure they were behind Mandatory, but Mandatory took so long to be able to down that Azure Vault, and it also miscount, I think, down the Azure Vault first, which allowed them to have the opportunity to kind of squeeze back in there, and those are very important variables that you have to factor in whenever you're looking at the best teams in the world.
Absolutely, yeah. Something that once we do get to Global Finals, we will keep a very close eye on, which again, Global Finals is in 2 days' time. So we are going to get to watch the very best teams in the world, the teams from Group A, B, and C, and 2 of these Chinese teams, which, as it stands right now, it's not hard-locked just yet, but it's getting pretty close to being locked in to being Green Player and Stamp that will be joining our Global Finals from China. That should be pretty exciting to see.
Oh, dude, Green Player just bloodlusted Blaziken on CD here.
Wow.
I think that this is a strat where you're...
This is a 2-chest shot, right? Because you're going to get this back right at the end of the 2-chest timer.
Exactly. And you know that your healer doesn't need it to be able to heal Candle King. Most groups elect to Bloodlust Candle King because that
Right.
guy is very, very dangerous, of course, right? He's an incredibly difficult boss. The heal check is a huge deal, and so having that Bloodlust there just allows your healer to get a little bit of additional firepower to be able to get the throughput that's required to meet that check. But if you know that you don't need it from your healer and they won't doom and it's not a big deal, then you Bloodlust Blaziken, because then that will allow you the additional Bloodlust during the 2-chest timer and allowing you to Bloodlust the Darkness on pull. That's a really sweet and good heads-up play by Green Player, kind of knowing the situation and the circumstances that they're in here.
Yeah, I hope that we'll be able to see them put up that 2-chest in the same way that Stamp did in this dungeon. Speaking of the 20 Darkflame, though, Kronos, a team we haven't talked about too much in the last 10 or so minutes, are also almost done with their Darkflame Cleft 20. They're a little bit behind Stamp and Green Player today, but this 20 Cleft is a big deal for them. This is a huge outcome, especially when you consider that they might be playing for third place against Yegu Cheering Squad, who spent so long failing to get a 19 on the board. This will be huge for Kronos being able to put this 20 on the board. Yeah, Darkness almost done for them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't hate this composition. I think that Havoc Demon Hunter is something that's pretty underrated. I genuinely think if Havoc Demon Hunter, or if Arcane Mage didn't exist, Havoc Demon Hunter would see a ton of play this season. The Wounded Quarry and the funnel that Havoc provides is incredibly powerful.
Absolutely, yeah. So we'll check back in on them on their cool Frost Mage comp in that Darkflame Cleft. Seems really intelligent out of Kronos. Been very fun to watch. But we do have Stamp working on Bank Busby now, making their way through. Almost done with that boss fight. And then they'll just head to the end of the dungeon. They are on good pace to time this key.
I think they're fine.
Once that's done, you just come straight back and do the 20, I think, in here.
Do you think they could have 2-chested this if they didn't have those 6 deaths?
I think maybe, yeah. I mean, the
Those
6
deaths were like the worst version of 6 deaths that you could possibly.
They lost a lot of time, but I do think that their strategy is sound in this dungeon. Hopefully they're more consistent as the key level goes up is the thing.
Yeah. And so what's going to be even potentially cooler is maybe our caster swap here momentarily, right?
Maybe,
we have one
perhaps. Yeah, okay, yes, indeed. It is time.
You're so
They're gonna
goofy.
swap me out. Have a good shift. Enjoy it. Welcome, Bakes.
Thank you, Dratnos. I appreciate it. That was very, very smooth, Tettles. Well done.
Well, I started questioning myself. It was less smooth whenever I started questioning whether or not that was the truth, because I also messed up at the top of the show with suggesting what I was. So now I'm questioning everything a little bit.
Well, a lot has happened while I was gone. I'm quite surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, Green Player here is looking in great position to even be able to look to 2-chest this Darkflame Cleft 20. They smashed the 17 with the 3-chest. They're playing a very weird route in the first area of this Darkflame. I think it's something kind of similar to what we saw from Mandatory during group stage, but I don't even know if it's necessarily the exact route that Mandatory was playing during group play.
Yeah, I haven't seen it as closely either, but maybe we get another chance to look at the higher runs later on, because of course we are expecting that Darkflame Cleft to be the push key for today. Just in case you need a reminder of why that is important, because our tiebreakers decide first on highest dungeon run, and then after that we go to the time tiebreakers. More than often, teams will put the same level up, but with the Darkflame Cleft, with Stamp having that 22 potentially available, we're kind of hoping that we're going to be seeing also a 20+2 from Green Player, right? That's the very important thing between these two teams.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And so far, it seems like Green Player has had a little bit of an edge compared to where Stamp are, being able to 2-chest that 17 Rookery into 2-chesting that 19 Rookery, where Stamp are only able to 1-chest the 17 and 2-chesting the 18. I think that's a pretty big difference between where the two teams are standing wise. I do think that Green Player has only made one minor mistake so far in their day, and I think that 2-chesting that 19 Cinnabrew Meadery was probably on the table, and not doing that, maybe they could have been punished a little bit if there were slightly better teams in the China finals. But I think that as it currently stands, you cannot be too critical about Green Player's performance so far today.
I agree. I'm, of course, also a little bit sad to just about how it went down with Yegu. I was really hoping that maybe they can do some cool stuff, but Like you were mentioning, it's at the end of the day, it's a question of practice. So for anybody that's maybe tuning in and goes like, oh, why is there two teams that look really strong and then two teams that maybe look like they're a fair bit behind? It's just because I don't think they were as practiced on the off-meta specs. So their main goal was probably just making it to the day 3. And then from here on out, it's kind of like, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. And that's exactly what we're seeing on the screen for both of these teams right now. But let's check out Green Player as they are... No, I said that how I meant to say it. As they're working away on this 20. This was intentional.
Of course. We're burning that bridge. We're burning that minecart, continuing to fill up that minecart with the candles. There's interesting tech on that minecart where... So the minecart stops if it's ever in combat with additional mobs, but if you have it filled up above 90% energy and the cart is moving, so it doesn't work if the cart is stopped, but if the cart is moving and it's above 90% energy, even if there are mobs inside the radius of that circle, then the cart will continue to move. And so that's why you're seeing those druids sitting in cat stealth, just running candles over and over and over again into that cart, allowing it to continue to maintain that combat state and allowing the cart to continue to move. And that's going to allow Green Player a really excellent and nice job of getting this cart area dealt with. Now all eyes are on Cherry and making sure that he's going to be able to live. This is a very, very difficult pull with a bunch of mobs on top of him, and those corridor creepers are constantly stacking up this magic damage dot, which can be very scary. He does have access to that last resort. He has pressed his meta right now, and so he's going to be a little bit vulnerable here in a couple of seconds. But assuming that we continue to get dispels and we continue to crank heals into him, it looks like Green Player in a great spot to potentially two-chest this dungeon makes.
Yeah, I mean, that is what's really, really important for them, right? If you look between the top right and the bottom left, that is what you want to see, because Green Player has the potential of going into the 21 Rookery, which Dratnus and I both kind of thought might not be on the table for the end of the day. You said you think it's going to be on the table, and I think you might actually be right here. Looking at our timer, there's like 2 more hours in the day. If these teams are able to get the 20+2, which Stamp has already done, and then run the 22 Cleft without much issues, they have so much time to still do those 21s, which will be really, really exciting to see.
I think it's one of those situations that I think a perfect day involves putting up a 21 Cinderbrew, a 21 Rookery, and a 22 Darkflame. Now, having a perfect day is incredibly rare in the MDI. I think we've seen a perfect day once for Missed Count this season of MDI. I think we saw a perfect day for Wunderbar, but even still, we've had a lot of times where mandatory they've had the option to go for the perfect day, and they're like, we're already qualified, we're out of here. Firm handshakes all around. We'll be back later. And it's like it's very rare that you actually need the perfect day to be looking to qualify for the global finals. But having that cap potential is going to be a huge deal in the global finals. That's like and it really kind of depends on like where the dungeon level starts as well. Because the difference in starting level, we've already saw it during group play, the difference between 16 to 17, that it really gives you a little bit more time to kind of throw your head at the wall and be able to do just these maximum level keys and continue to push even harder for what people barely thought was even possible. And that's the cool part of the MDI. That's what I love Mythic Plus. I love to watch teams be able to just... it's like the very blurred line. It's like, is this being possible? And you're just like kind of questioning. And it's possible, but only by one team, or maybe only by 2 teams. That's really, really cool to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like pushing the boundaries of what you believe to be reality, where it's like really impressive that some people are out there that somehow are so goated at this game that they're able to pull this off, which is just incredibly joyful to watch. I do agree with that. I also love when we just see big polls, which also there's some skill in that, but once you actually get to these higher levels, it's sometimes hard for us casters to put into words how incredibly difficult that is. Like, yeah, you'll do your keys, your weekly keys, wherever you are on the key push level, whether it's like 15, 16, 17s that you're doing on your main right now. And with every key level that you go up, you're like, oh, yeah, so this is actually how that feels like. And then you look at these MDI teams and they're like, yeah, 22 Darkflame Cleft, and you're like, I have no idea how they're making it possible to look this easy, but they're doing it. And speaking of doing it, look at Green Player. We have arrived at Darkness. We have all of our count, well, nearly all of our count. We'll have all of our count momentarily. There we go. And they have just used Lust as well, as they're pushing down the final boss of the dungeon to maybe give us a chance to see another +2. I'm quite confident here.
I'm feeling pretty good about this. They did have that bloodlust on pull with all that funnel that you kind of shouted out. Having that boss to 75% HP, they only need to do 20% more of the boss's HP in the remaining 3 minutes. This feels like we are going to be comfortably cruising to that 2 chest. I think we're going to even be maybe a minute and a half under the mark that we need, so we could maybe afford some deaths. Now, any deaths here would probably be problematic. I'm not really trying to hex them or anything. I'm just saying it's possible. And for Jaeger Cheering Squad,
you hexed another team.
A team
Their
could
tank
not afford
already
some
died.
deaths.
It's a second death. It's all gone wrong for them once more here, and even more tragically so into that 21. We were kind of talking about it a little bit earlier on, Tuddles, like the aspect of the mental and tilting and needing to be able to shrug it off. Honestly, I feel like they deserve some 07s for just pushing onward after what a horrifying day they had today. Unfortunately, we know that they are great players, but this day just has not been in their favor at all, and it's very, very hard to explain how difficult it is to shrug something like this off when you are in an official competition and you know that your chances have gotten slimmer by the minute and with each run that went wrong, and there's still like 2 more hours to go. So from my end, there's a big 07 for Yegu's cheering squad here in the top left as they leave the dungeon once more. But Green Player on their march to get this +2 in the Darkflame Cleft is great news.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to be pretty good timer-wise. I said maybe a minute and a half under. That was a little bit too generous. We're only going to be 45 seconds under, probably. But that's still, it's still great to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Under is under, and we're going to be able to immediately beeline all the way up into that 22 if we want to. And now Green Players kind of entered this situation where there's no easy dungeons left. We have 21 Rookery, 22 Darkflame Cleft, or 21 Cinderbrew Meadery left to do, and we have 2 hours in our day to go for these heavily coveted chase keys that we kind of always shout out. What do you expect to be the next dungeon for Green Player?
So in terms of importance, as I was saying earlier, the highest dungeon matters for tiebreaker. So I personally would prefer if they went into that 22 Darkflame Cleft first, because if they want to win against Stamp, they definitely need to put that on the board, and it would give you highest dungeon tiebreaker if for some reason Stamp is not able to put that on the board, right? At the same time, though, you also need to do that Rookery to translate the 2 free points that you have on your score, because if you lose on points, it won't even come to the tiebreaker. So I think prioritize that Cleft, but make sure you have enough time for maybe 1-2 attempts into the Rookery as well.
Looks like maybe getting triple breaks right now. Thank God it's not the quad break.
It could happen.
Dude, I cannot believe that happened yesterday. For viewers who are just tuning in today, yesterday all 4 teams that we were watching went on break at the exact same time, and Makes were just like sitting here like, what now? What now are we supposed to be doing?
Yeah, had a quick chat with chat, which is always nice. Someone in chat is saying, Diego timed more keys in 3 hours than I did, which honestly, fair enough. I think that's probably relatable to a lot of people. But check out Kronos. They're actually, even though some of the casters are still somewhat alive, they have tabbed on over to the, what is it, Stormer, Thunderer, that's in the corner there that they usually cage off as they are making their way towards the first boss as well.
Yeah, it's quite a humbling experience watching teams +2 dungeons that are your highest level of keys done on live. Makes you really think about like what you're doing with your time. Maybe you're not as good as you expected to be.
Listen, at the end of the day, it's all about having fun, and I definitely have fun, even if maybe sometimes I deplete more than some of the best players in the game. But I get the joy to cast them and watch, which is always great. But here's Green Player. They're actually going into that 22 Darkflame Cleft, and you were saying they pull a little bit weirdly. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so I think that they're pulling at the very beginning of this dungeon is fairly atypical for a couple of reasons. You can see this pull that they're starting out this dungeon with. This is the 100% money back guarantee. This is what my pugs are going to be pulling kind of pull. It's double Wicklighter, it's Bloodlust, it's one Overseer. That's normal. We see a lot of MDI level teams doing this. Sometimes they get ambitious and they go double Overseer as their first pull. Doesn't really matter. The part that I think is a little bit weird is what's about to happen here in a couple of seconds. Where Green Player, they're going to grab 2 packs of menial laborers. They're going to grab 2 trash packs, additional mole herd, and 2 moles, and run this into the boss room. But before they do that, they have to back pull and use Cherry's Meld to skip one of the Overseers. And you're going to be looking to see that. I guess maybe on this key level, you don't even have to use the Meld to skip that Overseer. Maybe the Patrol is just in a good enough spot where we can just like run on by. But yeah, you can see us running on by here. We're grabbing some of the laborers from the rafters. We're grabbing those mole herds, and then we're going to be LOSing them on this pillar. This part is fairly atypical. Most teams elect to actually grab Overseers either with the first pull of the dungeon, or they do 2 Overseers together with a bunch of the menial laborers to get a little bit more count. And that's the part to me that is a little bit interesting because it's so atypical from what we've seen from some of the Western teams. Now, the alternate here, the alternative of grabbing those Overseers is, of course, they're going to have to play every single Corridor Creeper and all of the Skittering Darkness mobs at the very end of the dungeon. And so that's something that they watch out for. On top of that as well, this pull is pretty sketch. They do have a lot of casters in this pull, and if they have any of those Wicklighter casts go off, or too many of those Wicklighter casts go off, they can actually start to reach a weird spot. The upside, though, is that we do have the Resto Druid, who does have an interrupt, which is a little bit more valuable than that stupid Disc Priest without a kick.
It's not the Disc Priest's fault. What do you mean? I do think this pull might just be a Resto Druid special. Also, with what you were seeing there at the beginning, where everybody lined except for Cherry, if you're a Disc Priest, your tank is crying and screaming and yelling at you because they're dropping really, really low when the Disc Priest is actually not there casting anything and just hiding behind a pillar. With the Resto Druid, you have your hots that are ticking against some of the incoming damage that really help kind of facilitate this pull. And then at the same time, because you're all kind of standing huddled up here in this corner, a lot of how the Resto Druid's healing with like the hots on the floor work as well is really, really nice. Wow. So I think it might just be a Resto Druid special, which is really cool and would explain why we also saw it for mandatory.
It's so nice to actually have Incapacitating Roar and Typhoon from your Resto Druid, as opposed
also,
to this psychic scream that your Disc Priest can't press, and you have to send them a message 3 days in advance, and they may or may not get back to you in time.
Yeah, the interrupts and the CC definitely also help a fair bit. You just saw how much was needed until that pack finally eventually died off. So yeah. I'd be quite curious to hear what the actual healer mains have to say about this. But to me, that might just be the determining factor, whether or not you are seeing this pull on the very high levels of Darkflame Cleft, which poses the question of what is Stamp going to be doing with this first part of the dungeon?
Yeah, probably, I don't know, probably something a little bit more standard from what we've seen from our global finals qualifying teams. Now, something that's actually very interesting for this fight that you're seeing on screen here is this fight is very, very difficult to kind of kill off this explosive track ticks minecart. Now, what ends up happening is during the Arcane Surge sets, basically the most important job here is the job of the tank. To be able to get the boss on top of that minecart as fast as possible, because the mage is going to be the primary driver of damage on that cart, but it's not for the reason you might think. You know, we talk about mage funnel, we talk about mage damage all the time, but what they're going to be doing is they're going to be pressing Touch of the Magi and burning the boss, and the Touch of the Magi explosion on the minecart right as it spawns is actually a huge deal. And so they start with like the pre-Arcane Surge on the boss, or they'll start with the pre-Touch of the Magi on the boss right as those track ticks are spawning, and you can see it in the bottom left here. He's going to be pressing this Arcane Surge pretty much on CD, and then it's even before the minecart spawns, and so it's on the boss. Now the boss is going to be wheeled over on top of that cart, and you're going to see that Touch of the Magi come slam down and just be able to do as much damage to that cart as possible. He is going to be the most important person to be able to do damage to it, but that minecart, especially killing it off in this composition, is a huge deal.
It absolutely is. We did get a brief glimpse there of what our other teams are up to, and they might be out of the question of whether or not they can make it to global finals, but Yegu's cheering squad sure has shown us a lot of cool combinations of classes and specs, and they're showing us once more as now they've ventured into the Rookery. We saw a Prot Paladin and a Resto Shaman come back, as every single dungeon they've been playing a different tank and healer combination, which is just really fun and very rare in the MDI as well, but maybe they're just saying, oh, let's give this a shot in this dungeon, which sounds like fun.
Yeah. And I mean, look at this for green player here. 5 minutes and 40 seconds into the dungeon, they have the first boss down to 25% HP. I think we're only going to need to do one more of those explosive track ticks, as we do have that Arcane Surge available for us here in 7 seconds. I think that we're going to be okay, especially with that very large burn coming out of that Arcane Mage. But this is going to be the last hurrah of the first boss of this dungeon. And it's going to be in a great position. Oh, our mage is actually getting targeted with that fixate there. Oh my god, he went down to the menial labor dot. I think we're wiping.
Maybe that's where it all went wrong. Hopefully
No,
not. Maybe there's still a chance. They got the card.
Okay. Winnable.
Winnable.
That was a very sketch. Our mage dying to the basically whenever those menial laborers auto attack you, they put that pickaxe dot on you, and that dot, especially whenever you also have the dot from the fixate on you, is brutal. Now we just have to beat this minecart exploding, and we are able to down the first boss in the Darkflame Cleft, and we are in a great position to see all the way up until the Candle King. Of course, maybe I'm talking a little bit too early, but this middle section is generally seen as a hair easier than the first boss.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried still. I mean, we've seen 21s in our Western group weekends on day 1, day 2, and, I think there's a fair chance that they could have also done 22s if they had this dungeon available on the day 3, where the dungeon starts on the 17th, but that doesn't mean by any chance that this is easy. Every single pull in a 22 Darkflame Cleft harbors so much danger and difficulty that I kind of think we need to keep an eye on them at all times, but I am squinting at the top right corner. Stam should be back from their break momentarily. What do you think they're going next?
Well, by squinting at the top right-hand corner, I see a lovely Chinese logo of this MDI telling us that the MDI is ongoing. I don't really see what dungeon they're going to next, though.
Well, but you see what they have available, what do you think they're going?
I'd go 20 Cinder probably. I think that's the most. I think they need to rerun that dungeon on a key level higher. I think it's probably the easiest between that and like 22 Darkflame as to where to go next. But I would probably recommend going to that 20 Cinder Meadery.
So maybe it would make sense to go to the 22 Cleft first, knowing that green player is in there, but Loda does go down. They don't.
I think this is Ova. We don't have battle res.
He's back with them, though.
No, he released.
He's right there.
That's the Moonkin.
Oh. Yep, you're right. I forgot we're running 2 of these. I was like, huh?
Those are my people right there. I know him.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. They might still have a chance here if Cherry can live.
Yeah.
It doesn't take too long to get back.
Their Moonkin,
it takes a little bit, but not too long.
Their Moonkin is having to LOS these AoEs a lot. There's part of the problem is like the amount of timer that they're going to be losing here is pretty sketch. Our mage is at 1% HP on the brink of death.
Well,
we're alive.
More than 0,
yeah.
So living is living. However, here comes Loda, so hopefully he will be at more than 1%. Yeah, immediately gets topped up as the poll kind of gets back into order. That's really what I was talking about. Even just a single death, if you're out of that battle rush, and this 22 could go wrong so fast, especially because Darkflame Cleft is not the most forgiving with where the graveyards are, where you release. So every now and then you get into the situation where somebody has to run for a long time, but Stamp saying, we see green player in this 22 Cleft, and we raise you the same dungeon, but in a different flavor of arrangement of classes. And they're doing the double pull here.
Would that be a raise or would that be a call?
What?
Well, you said they raised them, but would it be a call? Anyway.
Whatever you say, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I think that for green player, it's kind of something that we talk about a little bit, Makes, where we talk about the turbo boost gear, and we talk about how the corruption gives you a bit of bonus damage, but something that it doesn't give you, the corruption in particular, it doesn't give you a bunch of stamina, which whenever we saw green player have those deaths, do you think that that maybe could have been caused due to the lack of stamina that's gained by the corruption damage? But at the same point, they have maybe the DPS or the throughput to be able to time this key.
Sorry, this question was very difficult for me to comprehend for some reason.
So, okay, so we got, I would say, around 10% damage from corruption and the turbo boost gear.
Turbo boost.
Now, around 6 or 7% of that was item level gain because of the item levels that you were able to gain. Some of that, which has stamina attached to the gear, some of that doesn't have stamina attached to the gear, like the corruption. There's no stamina attached to that, which means that in theory there's the possibility of like survivability checks at higher key levels being more challenging, and particularly maybe that pull that green player had some deaths to, where in the 21 in the past, not that bad, but now you don't have as much stamina to potentially be able to live through that pull.
Ah, I see. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm not sure why I was falling there. I think it could be, but at the same time, you just also have to remember how the scaling works. And there is this kind of barrier in keys, always has been, where it's like, oh, if you go to this key on, I don't know, let's say at 20, you can step in the thing and you can maybe get one cast on you and you will survive if you have a defensive running. But if the same thing happens and you don't have a defensive on a higher level, even though you have a defensive up, and then you die just because of how scaling works. So that could have also just partially been it. At the same time, it's always hard to say what exactly was the thing that went wrong there, and what exactly was the thing that Loda died to. It could have been similar to what we saw from other teams, pre-arranged CC not actually connecting at the second that they're requiring it to. There's so much min-maxing and so much really fine detail planning that these teams are doing that even though we try to overanalyze everything that we see, we cannot possibly figure out the spreadsheets that they have to deal with all of these things, right?
I think as well, like the Resto Druid in this dungeon in particular is something that it actually makes this dungeon pretty hard. Now, while it does make something like the HPS check on the Candle King easier, and you kind of shouted out the CC utility aspect of the Resto Druid compared to the Priest earlier, those things are very valuable. At the same point, like Stamp, the reason that they're playing a Priest is because the Priest can just shield all of your DPS all the time, and so there's some elements of this dungeon that Priest is just a little bit more valuable for compared to where that Resto Druid is. And also, you do get that Fortitude, Power Word Fortitude for additional 5% stamina. That could be a pretty big deal in this dungeon as well.
It could be, and honestly, the one thing I am really looking forward to between Stamp and Green Player and their choices of healer flavor is how they're going to be dealing with Candle King, because we know that this boss is a truck. It is so hard to heal, and the fact that there were teams that were able to deal with that on the 21 was already quite baffling, and somehow we are now in the 22, and these teams running that key tells me they know they can do it, which is just phenomenal news, and I'm very eager to see that, boss.
I love that you call it a truck, and you and I both immediately start laughing. It's like a truck.
It's a big old mean, yeah.
I mean, it is a mount. That's a good point. Now that you really say it, the Wick lighter or Wix. What is this? Wix.
I have it, but I don't know the name. I'm very bad with mounts. Don't put me on the spot.
You get that darn mole. You get to ride around on that mole.
We do have Green Player finishing out on BlazeCon, which gives us a little bit of an idea of how their timers are looking as this boss slowly, very slowly, but hopefully surely does go down around that 15-minute marker. Would you say that's good? Are we good?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the BlazeCon split that we're looking for is. I know the Candle King split you want is like 1930. I'm not 100% sure what the BlazeCon split is. Just by knowing that the Candle King split that you want is like probably sub 20 minutes. I think they're gonna be okay, but I don't think we're moving super quick. I don't think they have a lot of leeway.
Let me share how both Mandatory and Wunderbar looked in their 21s. Now,
Okay.
both of these teams had over 3 minutes left on the timer. Mandatory even had 4.5 minutes left on the timer.
Jesus.
Mandatory killing Blaziken after 13 minutes. So there was leeway of 4.5 minutes off on top of that 13 minutes. And
Okay.
Wunderbar killed at 14 minutes and had 3.5 minutes left on the dungeon timer. Of course, this is a 21, so we're expecting everything to take a little bit longer, but I would say with that 15 minutes, we're probably fine, no?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think that extrapolating it timer-wise like that, I think we're totally fine. Something that Green Player just did that was kind of subtle in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, but it's actually very important, was their min-maxing of combat time with those imps in the back of the room, allowing them to keep their Eye Kazan stacks as frequently as possible. That's something that we've actually seen to become more and more popular, where more teams are opting out of the things like the sigil of... the Sign of the Prior, as I was saying, Sigil of Algard Concordance is a different
yeah.
trinket. The Sign of the
A
Prior
Priory trinket.
and the House of Cards, and more people are opting into things like the Mug Moxie's Jug and the Eye of Kazan together. And so that's actually something that making sure that you're min-maxing 100% uptime on those 20 stacks is a really big throughput differential. All right, let's do a way too early prediction. Do you think Green Player one-shots this boss makes? What are you thinking?
Oh, a way too early prediction. I'm a believer. I'm a
We don't
firm
have
believer
Lust.
in all of our teams and the Love Watcher. We don't need Lust where we're going. This boss is longer than a Lust duration anyway, so we might as well beat it natty. I believe into Green Player in all of our teams. You don't? You hate watching again?
I'm not hate watching. The fact that I just realized that we didn't have Lust, so we pressed the Lust at the 12-minute mark on Blaziken. I hadn't considered not having Lust for
That
this
would be an
boss.
option. They're so
Well,
cool.
it's not an option for me.
I love Mythic Plus.
I love when a plan comes together.
It sure looks like it is coming together. You can see their mage already pre-positioning to get 3 of those statues. They're getting really, really nice spawns here. The DK even stepping over and making sure that there's double security on that. We know that this boss is so much to heal, and Green Player are saying we don't want this to go wrong. But speaking of going wrong, it seems to have gone wrong for Stamp. They're out of that dungeon. What happened?
Call that the old deplete. They got ran over by the truck, maybe.
Oh, maybe, well, not that truck, but yeah, another truck.
They probably got killed off by the AoE mobs that killed off Loda earlier.
Possible,
Those
yeah.
wandering
That
candles.
pack's really hard.
Yeah, that pull is pretty sketch. I wouldn't be shocked if you end up having wipes. Look at this for Green Player. We saw Loda. We had a chance to catch him in cat form, continuing to DPS at a couple of points here, where that Disc Priest not really able to output a lot of DPS. The rest of Druid's still also not able to do as much damage as you would hope, because they have to be able to commit a ton of globals to that healing. But at the same point, being able to get into that cat form and do some of those globals cat weaving, that's a pretty big deal. That's great news for Green Player here.
It absolutely
Oh, look,
is,
he's doing it
and
again.
I love the way that they have their spawns in order. It's a lot of where the team is standing, where the tank is pulling, and a lot of coordination of them all moving as a group to get these to spawn as nicely as they've been doing for Green Player. And it's just incredibly impressive to see what players like Loda, like Jigu on Stamp, I'm sure we'll see as well, are able to pull off on this monster of a boss as they are moving through this. No Lust, but a plan, and that plan is in action.
How are you feeling about their timer? I mean, looking at the Candle King timer, is this not sus?
So, again, Wunderbar, 3.5 minutes under, had a 19-minute Candle King.
Yeah.
And then Mandatory, 4.5 minutes under, had an 18-minute Candle King. So I think as long as we're like 20, 30,
Okay.
should be fine. And they're getting Lust for the big cart pull as well, right? So their Lust timer is just a little bit different than we've been seeing from the Western teams. They might be a little bit slower here, but then they will accelerate in that last swing.
I actually don't think it's Lust on the cart pull. I think it's Lust.
You think it's boss?
I think it's Lust on the boss on pull with all of the corridor creepers.
Possible, yeah. I think either way, we are going to see them accelerate there, even though they're maybe a little bit slower here.
Okay.
So I think even a 21-minute is probably within the limits of okay.
Okay, but it's obviously not great, right? It's not going to be
It's
the
not
fastest.
great. It's don't have deaths kind of level from here on out. Yeah.
Okay, but it's and frankly, if green player one-shots this 22 Darkflame, that puts them, even with the ability, like even with the timer not being as good as it reasonably could have been, with those 2 deaths that were relatively costly, probably losing them. So they lost 30 seconds just from the death timers alone, but I think that they lost a minute to that low to death by itself, just with him having to run back and whatnot. I think that there's a world where they could potentially rerun this for timer if they need to later. They feel like they need to, but at this point, I mean, they're in great spot to kind of see towards the end of that dungeon. Now there's 2 very technical tank pulls that are ahead of them. There is this one minecart pull, and there's going to be one corridor creeper pull into the darkness encounter. Those are kind of the 2 things that are going to be separating green player from being able to down this dungeon. It's going to be a lot on Cherry to be able to make sure that he lives. Now, a couple things are pretty good here. We do have Metamorphosis, great news. We also have the access to the Last Resort cheat death style effect. Are you worried about his ability to be able to survive this pull, or do you think that he should be okay if he executes his rotation and he executes his defensives perfectly?
I think they should be fine, as Cherry has gathered nearly everything here. You could always see Loda just like running behind there in cat form, making sure he stays nearby and gets those dispels off on the tank, which are really important as well. So as much as it is about the tank being able to route through this and grab everything and make sure all of the defensives are being used and the mitigation is used correctly, it's also about kind of the coordination between healer and tank, which makes this specific pull just so insane, and even more so on something like a 22. And there it is. They are actually opting to use that lust on this card pull.
Wow. I think I'm a little bit surprised about this. This feels weird, no?
If you are the most scared about this pull because of how much it's shredding your tank and because of how far into the dungeon it is, using the lust here as a safety option, to me, makes sense. But obviously, a lot of other teams are lusting onto Candle King instead, right? Green player deciding that they want to put their lusts in different positions on the dungeon to play to their strengths, maybe? I could see that.
What's the Darkflame Cleft timer? Is it 31 minutes?
The Darkflame Cleft timer is 31 minutes, yes.
Yeah, so they're not going to get another Bloodlust doing this. I don't know, it's just...
I genuinely think they're doing it because this pull is hard and it takes a long time, and so if you have cooldowns available here, which you will because it takes so long to gather everything, it's probably just really an efficient use that makes something that is really scary a little bit less.
Do you think it's the best thing for time? Like, do you think it's the best timer Bloodlust? Because that's kind of the thing that I'm thinking about whenever I'm looking at, green players' potential ability to be able to compete against these other world-class teams in the global finals. Is this the fastest thing that they can be doing with their Bloodlust? Like, what's your read on that? Because I don't know how I feel about it.
I would wager the guess that it's more of like a ±0 situation. What are we waiting on?
Their Moonkin's casting wraths on these mobs. He's building He's building astral power on these mobs as.
No! What happened? That was the Moonkin's fault.
I've seen that before. So what happens is sometimes the darkness doesn't kill off the mobs that he's blowing up in time, and they can actually whack players and melee them to death because they don't die until they hit those mobs that he kills. They don't die until they hit the ground.
That's crazy. I've never seen that, but yeah, thank you for explaining that, man. That's another 15 seconds that maybe they didn't have 6 minutes to deal with this pull and the boss, no lust available.
I think we're fine, even without lust. I'm thinking this boss is probably going to be 4:30.
How long they need for this and whether or not we're going to be taking it into boss, I would say.
Something that we don't talk about a lot, I think that Disc Priest is really good for this final encounter. Being able to shield players, especially whenever they're getting targeted with the Shadow Blast, is a huge benefit. And not having that additional shielding whenever that Shadow Blast targets players, there's a chance that we see people just get one-shot 100-0 by that Shadow Blast.
Yeah, that's right. They don't have the access to those extra shields, but they do have access to a lot of defensives across the entire board of the team, so hopefully that should be enough. I mean, we have a mage, they can basically live everything. DK also a very sturdy class, and then that Moonkin, we're just hoping he maybe doesn't get targeted as much, maybe.
That's bear form. We bear form bark those, probably.
Well, have to, but
Oh my
even still,
God.
you see how much damage that does? Yeah, it's that's really where you would like that shield, I bet.
Yeah, I'm looking for one. Can I pay to get one shield here as my Resto Druid almost gets one shot through a 30% DR and bear form? Like, jeez Louise.
Yeah, it's definitely brutal. A lot of times when we think about Darkflame Cleft, we think of the first boss, we think of the technical difficulty of Blazicon, we think of the healing challenge of Candle King, but no one really thinks too much about the darkness. It's like, oh yeah, it's the boss at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah.
But on a 22, this boss really shows you what it's made of, I feel like.
It's kind of those give and take that we've actually seen from these healers. I think that Resto Druid is actually very good in this dungeon for a lot of very specific things. Of course, healing the Candle King, especially without Bloodlust, like, good luck. Like, basically, good luck if you have a Disc Priest trying that. Particularly as well, first pull of the dungeon, very good for Resto Druid. I think that their personal damage is also a little bit better, and some of the utility with the Ursul's Vortex is nice. But then there's a couple of specific areas, Blazicon and the Darkness encounter, where you're like, man, I wish I had a shield. Just one shield one time.
It's, get good and use your defensives, and then you just hope that it's not enough damage for you, but need to make sure that you are actually replenishing this candle as well as the endless darkness does come for the team. 3 minutes and 34 seconds remain in this dungeon until green player is maybe able to put the first 22 Darkflame Cleft on the board here. I mean, we are watching history being written, really.
Yeah, and if you're looking for an excuse to be able to blame healers and tanks, make sure you clip this right now, as the healer and the tank player are the only people who are interacting with the candle in this boss. So anytime anybody else in your group has to interact with it, aside from the healer or the tank, just know that they're wrong, and that you should just link them this clip of Cherry and Loda basically doing 100% of the candle work on this encounter. Look at this.
You love making chat hate you, don't you?
Okay, so Loda's running that candle right now, and then the big AoE is going to happen, and Loda's going to have to plant to be able to make sure that everybody's healed through on the Eternal Darkness cast, and what's going to happen is Cherry's going to leap out of melee range and grab one of those candles, and then jump back in. Actually, no, we used a mage. This is very rare. Mage doing anything. Incredibly rare scenario.
Right. It is, but we are also using, of course, our defensives, that AMZ helping there as well. You could also see some of the shadow melds being used here once the shadow blasts do come out here on the rest of the team to help alleviate some of that pain of that very specific player-centered damage that does go out here on the boss, and green player just looking so dominating. Yeah, they had 3 deaths, but this is a 22 Darkflame Cleft. This is the first time we are seeing this dungeon. This hasn't been done before, and it's just absolutely baffling how smooth it looked considering all that.
This is a world record run right here. I mean, like, if they're able to time this as a world record run, and not only is it a world record run, but they're one-shotting this dungeon, which is equally, and actually, honestly, in my opinion, even more impressive that they were so consistent that they were able to just one-shot this dungeon on the plus 22 key level.
Of course, it's not done entirely just yet, but we are inching closer and closer. One more time, they'll need to live through this AoE right here and get some of the interrupts out on the smallies as they are getting closer to the magic number of where this dungeon is going to end. But man, how impressive. If you're Stamp and you're maybe on break right now because we're not in the 4-box, or maybe they are also running this dungeon and you kind of figure out, oh, they just one-shot that dungeon, that really puts the pressure onto you.
So I think this is kind of a situation where green player, by being able to put up this dungeon on a 22, I don't think they're like hard safe for global finals.
Incredible.
I think it's like one of these spots where they're basically locked up to make it to global finals, especially with how they've been playing today. They have been on an absolute another level. This has been an incredibly impressive performance by green player, who now have the plus 22 in the Darkflame Cleft all the way up to 61 points, and now they only have those chase level keys that we were kind of talking about. Again, where do they go next? Do they go 21 Rookery? Do they go 21 Cinnabar Meadery? They probably go on a break, but then after that, what's next in the final hour and 15 minutes?
Well, if they have a break still to be taken, I sure hope they're doing it now because teams only have around about 19 minutes to take their remainder of break timer. And Jaegu could take another break as they are working away on that Rookery 17. But everybody else might be in the dungeons too long to actually take that final break of the day. So hopefully they have done that already. But yeah, we are taking a look at Stamp here. The fact that they are 3 minutes 40 into that dungeon already tells me that they had a couple of do-agains after the first do-again that we saw, which really puts into perspective how crazy this one-shot was from the side of Green Player.
I mean, dude, Green Player timed that key with, what would you say, a minute and a half of time loss due to deaths? Those deaths that they had were very costly. They lost their mage during his Arcane Surge cast, so he lost 100% of his offensive CDs, which is... I was honestly convinced that they were wiping to the first boss whenever that happened. And then Loda's death, I was convinced that they were going to be wiping to that, but they played it really slow and were actually able to kind of make sure that they continue to LOS those Wandering Candles over and over again. I think that there's probably a minute and a half to be saved by a Green Player there if they play it clean. But for Stamp, I think, like you said, it just proves how impressive that run was to be able to one-shot that dungeon.
It's very hard to stress that, but what's also hard is the final boss in the Rookery 17, and it claims another set of lives as it all went wrong. 9 seconds on that timer? Was this maybe intentional? Did they maybe not have the damage?
I don't know. I didn't see. I just saw that they had like 3 deaths all at once. There was a chance that they had a jump in the water incident intentionally to be able to make sure that they were going to be looking to time the key. At the same point, I didn't see exactly what happened. I thought their timer was good whenever I was glancing at it, but maybe if we missed a phase or something like that, it's not a big deal. Stamp, top right-hand corner of the screen there, have wiped as well again in that 22 Darkflame Cleft to that first boss that we were talking about being so difficult earlier.
I mean, the fact that this first boss is already giving them so much trouble, it makes me really scared for the other bosses that are waiting in this dungeon. It does get easier from here. It just continues to be very incredibly hard.
It gets a little bit easier. Now, I think that like through the Blazicon area, it does end up getting a little bit easier, but then it kind of comes to an apex on the Candle King. Now, we do have a replay of the Jaegu Cheering Squad wipe. We were kind of questioning as to what they ended up wiping to. I just kind of wanted to see exactly what ended up happening. Maybe you were right. Maybe maybe it did end up being one of those things where the timer was a little bit sus. Let's see what's happening in the top left-hand corner of the screen. Oh, did they have an ad out? Oh, they had an ad that got summoned. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that was over. That was over the moment that they summoned the ad on accident.
Unfortunate. What's hopefully not unfortunate is Kronos, as they're working away on their 18 Rookery. What's also not unfortunate is Dratnos that's going to be joining us here on the broadcast.
That's right.
We're going to be sending Tettles into a break.
GG's.
Yeah, breaks abound here for several of our teams as they're making sure, one of the big ways to get eliminated is to forget to take all your breaks. But we do have Kronos working on the end of this second boss fight. Stamp also starting off. There it is, a 22 Darkflame Cleft underway for our... I'm not sure if there are favorites anymore.
It's hard to say, especially after what we've been seeing there, right? First of all, you get the difference between the 19+2 that Green Player, of course, have in the Rookery, where they're really fast. So they have access to a 21 right now and could convert 2 points very easily, as well as having that Cinderbrew 20, as well as having that world record 22 Darkflame Cleft. And then second of all, the way they played down this Darkflame Cleft is nothing short of astonishing, I would say. They had 3 deaths. All of these deaths cost them so much time. Well, the last one maybe not. But other than that, it's just crazy that they were able to one-shot this, and Stamp is probably on their 5th go again in the 22 or so.
Yeah, this is a huge showing for Green Player, and I wonder where they're going to spawn in. I mean, it's got to be a Rookery. It's just a question of, is it 20 or 21
no way.
That they will enter the Rookery in?
It has to be 21.
You think? I don't know, 21
chance?
Rookery is very hard.
Well, so is 22 Darkflame Cleft, and they just did that.
That's true.
So. I
Not sure. I think
believe that
22
we're going to be
Cleft might
seeing
be
it.
easier than 21 Rookery.
Maybe, but if you have it available, I feel like you would be amiss not to go there. They have so much time still. They can give it 1 or 2 shots, and if that doesn't work, they can always like restart it on a 20 maybe.
Yeah, that's true. There is still an hour and 15 minutes left in our day for these teams to do whatever they want with it. At this point as well, the scorecard situation is getting awfully slim for our teams that aren't Stamp and Green Player. But Stamp, it looks like this time around, the start of the dungeon, at least the first 2 minutes, have gone pretty well for them. No cheat death used by the tank either.
Yeah, that's right. Usually this first part is not what gives them issue. It's when they go into boss where it all kind of unravels. I don't know how much you were watching of that 22 that we saw from Green Player, but they were not lusting Candle King, and instead they lusted the end of Blazicon and the cart pull. How are you feeling about that lust timing? Because Tettles and I were talking a lot about that, and whether or not it's faster or in which situations it would be faster.
I think it's probably not faster, but
safer?
if you can heal the Candle King without lust, then it's definitely really nice to have lust for the dark, like the minecart section. Because that section is really intense on your tank, and haste scales Vengeance Demon Hunter survivability really nicely. So I think that's, if you think that your tank in that section is in more danger than your healer on Candle King, which is crazy, right? That's the part for me where I would never think of doing that, because I would just assume that my healer needs it on Candle King, but somehow they found a way to do that without it.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm not sure if that's not also just a Rested Druid special, like the first pull that,
Maybe.
the second pull that they do in this dungeon here as well, but Stamp. Now back into this boss. This is where it all went wrong quite a couple of times already, and there's a lot of danger to this boss in itself. You need to deal with these charges. You can reset these charges. You can get hit by the card. You can miss out on not actually DPSing down the card, so a lot of focus is also on your tank being able to just always pull the boss on there to make sure everybody can instantly cleave off on that thing. And there's also a lot of damage that goes out onto players randomly whenever these smallies start to target you.
Yeah, that bleed that they leave behind as well, or the damage taken increase as well. Pretty scary thing. You can see those debuffs on a lot of players in the group. Good charge of the boss into the pillar. 68% now. They're going to be getting another Arcane Surge here in a moment, which will help clean up the ads that are already there, but a new wave of ads is about to spawn soon. Most of the actual trash, not the ads that are spawned by the boss, is almost dead now, just a few moles left over. And it looks like this one's going a little bit better for Stamp. Still 0 deaths on the board as well, so they still have a B-res if something were to go wrong.
Don't curse it. We don't want anything to go wrong. The last couple of times it was, I believe, the ranges that were under pressure a lot. That mage, every single time it's targeted, gets so much damage from, like you were saying, those plates. So there's still a substantial amounts of this boss fight remaining for them to go through. And then the pull that comes after that, Elsa and I were both a little bit surprised as what are they called? The big candle guys, the wick, whatever. These guys, they're also really mean on a 22. They killed off Lota, and they also wiped Stamp once.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mobs that are friendly on a plus 22. Almost
right.
Everything is capable of just killing you if you aren't respecting it, all of the damage that it can do. So we are going to see Stamp making their way to the end of the fight. Now the boss in that execute range for the Arcane Mage and for that Unholy DK. Very high DPS numbers we're seeing. Sustained 8 million plus DPS from all 3 members of the group. Although, of course, this is a cheater boss fight. You've got all these ads to pad off of.
That's right. We should switch to priority damage. Only show boss damage,
True.
so these padders are not actually, like,
yeah, if you switch this
bragging.
to boss damage, the Arcane Mage would jump from 3rd up to 1st by a lot.
oh, our mage! This is exactly what I mean. It's just too much.
And this could be really bad because that cart is not dying, Makes. I think this could be another catastrophe. This could be another wipe for them. That cart,
Boom.
bang! It's going to take out everybody except for the tank, who is eventually going to fall, as not only does it do heavy upfront damage, it leaves behind a fun bonus damage over time effect, that even if you can survive the initial hit, you are going to die to that dot. So Stamp, another 8 minutes lost here, another Darkflame Cleft being reset. and they just look like they might be a tier behind Green Player here, especially if Green Player can roll up to that 20 or 21 Rookery, move up to 62 or 63 points. That would be an incredible outcome for them. Meanwhile, Yegu Cheering Squad here, they are playing to get up to 51 points, to just put into perspective how far ahead Stamp and Green Player are. Yegu Cheering Squad, no way of catching up there, but maybe able to catch up. Actually, I think they might even be dead for third place, 55 points. Yeah, running the numbers real quick on this, they're going to need like a two-chested Rookery here, and then they're going to need to do the 19s in Cleft and Rookery. And even that, they would lose the tiebreaker to Kronos, even if Kronos do nothing more from now. Yeah, the possibility horizon is getting very narrow for Yegu Cheering Squad. They just had such a bad start to their day.
They really did, but what's a great start to this key, hopefully, is that Green Player have opted to go into this 21 as they immediately have one death and are resetting it. One of the casts not being interrupted here for them. Doesn't matter. It's only like 2 minutes into the key, and it shows the willingness to deal with a 21 Rookery, which I'm super, super excited about. We're hopefully going to be seeing that. I will also say, comparing Stamp and Green Player to Yegu specifically, and highlighting the gap, is maybe not only on Green Player and Stamp doing really well today, but also just Yegu having such an unfortunate day today. In some of our other groups, maybe the gap wouldn't have been as close, but the fact that it is still over an hour to start that final key, and the team is on 61 points, it is quite crazy.
Absolutely, yeah. This is going to still be a very close end of our day as well, because we're going to be looking at that fight between Stamp and Green Player. Right now, Green Player have 2 points on Stamp, and they might get another 2 out of this two-chested Rookery, but Stamp are about to get 2 points if they can finally succeed in this Darkflame Cleft. So all of a sudden, they could really catch up here, and then they'll have a 20 Cinder Brew they can go pick up for that 62nd point. Unfortunately, a healer death at the start of this Darkflame Cleft, I think, is going to lead to a reset for Stamp. So they're going to be resetting once again this Darkflame Cleft. That's not a great showing in this dungeon, at least.
Maybe we should take a voluntarily break for Stamp, as they still have some time left, yeah.
I think
Just
all of
reset.
our teams now are done with their required breaks,
Sure.
but there's no rule that says you can't take extra breaks if you don't
That's
want
right.
to. Yeah.
They could also just
Could
go
be-
into the 20 Cinder for a change of
True.
scenery, because I'm sure they also want to put that on the board. Now that they know that Green Player is working on that 27 as deaths once again strike the board for Green Player in the bottom left, and another reset does come in. But yeah, maybe going for the 20 Cinder Brew is a good choice for now to maybe reset mental a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you do go... So the problem with the 20 Cinder Brew is it kind of doesn't help you against Green Player at all. Because if you do the 20 Cinder Brew, you still need to do the 22 Cleft to actually get ahead of Green Player. It doesn't even mean that you could then go do the 21 Cleft, because then you'd lose on tiebreakers, even if you made it up to 61 points as well. So, it's a tough situation that they are in here. Because, yeah, I mean, they're going to lose on time tiebreakers unless they do put that 20 Cinder Brew up as well. So they do... I mean, they have a lot of work to do in a lot of dungeons, but there's still an hour and 5 minutes to do these keys. I think it makes some sense after you've been attacking Darkflame Cleft this much to just stick with it. Especially because you're not really under that much pressure from Kronos. I'm not even sure if Kronos can catch up to them at this point. So I think their top 2 is maybe secured, and they should just keep playing for the top 1. That top 1, there's basically no way to get it except for a 22 Darkflame Cleft.
Yeah, so I do think they definitely need to do the Darkflame Cleft, but nothing says they can't go into the 20
True.
Cinder Brew, which they will probably also need just to win on points, and then come back, right? That's kind of what I was alluding to, because getting the 22, because they have the 20 Rookery, would put them on the same score, but in order to win on the score, they kind of need Green Player to not translate their 19 into a 20 or a 21. If they translate it into a 21, then I think Stamp has no way of catching up anyway. But if they don't translate it, your win condition is surely the 20 Cinder Brew and the 22 Darkflame Cleft, right?
Right, yeah. So it just depends on if you're the kind of team that gets a morale boost from changing scenery.
Right.
Or if you're the type of team that likes to bash your head against the same key over and over again, which they get to stay warmed up on that one dungeon. So I think it is better in theory. But yeah, you make a good point. There are definitely teams out there that will do better if they force themselves to say, okay, we've wiped 5 or more times in this dungeon. Let's get out of here. We'll come back later.
That's right. Well, Stam definitely seems to disagree as they are working away on that 22 once more. And Green Player, I am happy to report, have made it through that first pull in the Rookery. That is a Bloodlust pull. There is a lot of interrupts and CCs that you need to deal there. But of course, the danger has only just started. A 21 Rookery, you were saying, is potentially even harder than the 22 Darkflame Cleft. I'm quite curious on how they're going to be handling that, and I'm also surprised that Lota is back on the disc race, so surely this Resto Druid just a special for the Darkflame Cleft.
Yeah, the Resto Druid really makes the first pull of Darkflame Cleft super easy by comparison, right? Having a second Ursul's Vortex, really powerful. And the Candle King healing, right? You think about the damage profile of Candle King, you're getting healing absorbs and sustained damage over time. And the healing over time kit of the Resto Druid is just perfect for handling that.
I mean, it sure looked way easier than anybody would have thought as they were doing this boss without a Bloodlust, but I am curious to see how the bosses are going to be looking here for Green Player as they're working away on the Rookery. In the top left, we're seeing that same dungeon, a lot more tamer on that 17 as Yego's working away on it, and Kronos maybe just taking another break after they just timed their 19 Rookery, so they now also have access to a 20. Have you run the numbers? Is there any chances still for them to catch up? I don't think so, right?
I think it's going to be very hard for our 4th place team to catch up to 3rd, or our 3rd place team to catch up to 2nd right now. I'm not sure I'm ready to call it impossible just yet, just because an hour is still enough time for a decent amount of runs, so maybe if there's some really good 2-chesting of key levels that are technically 2-chestable, it might be possible, but yeah, it's pretty close to locked up at this point who our 3rd and 4th teams are going to be.
That's very unfortunate, but at the same time, it is really tight between who's the first and the second one going to be, so I'm very eager for that change as we take another look at Stamp and another attempt at dealing with this first boss in the 22 Darkflame Cleft. It's already been put on the board by Green Player. Stamp wants to pull equal. You want to deal with this dungeon as well, but this first boss has been giving them so much headache already. Let's see if they can make it through.
Yeah, it's weird, because when you think about Darkflame Cleft, at least for me, this first boss isn't the one that I think of as being one of the harder bosses in here, but at this key level, just the damage of those ads fixating you, especially when you need so much damage to kill each of these carts. I mean, the fight just lasts for such a long time because you are swapping, these Touch of the Magi burns onto these carts.
That's right.
Yeah, it's barely going to die in time. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, it's even still so close between the two of them. I'm wondering if you wouldn't make your life a lot easier if you went with the Resto Druid, because in terms of healer damage, that Resto Druid is sure also, even though it's not a lot, it's sure also helping with some of this pain that you're getting, and then I'm just quite curious whether or not this priest can do the Candle King at all on this key level, which sounds insane to say, but I'm hopeful to be wrong on this, as they are getting further here on this boss and trying to take it down. We're going to be sub 30%. I think 2 more of the carts that they need to deal with.
Yeah, and I think that with the Lust, Disc Priest can handle that Candle King boss, but it is definitely harder than the Resto Druid. The thing is, even if you realize Resto Druid is good, you can't just swap to it if you haven't practiced it in the middle of the day. I mean, you can, but in a plus 22, that's probably not going to work out. Yeah, so maybe we'll see them adapt to that for Global Finals, as it is a strategy that Mandatory also used in this dungeon. So if you see it getting used to such great effect, I wonder if many more of our teams will think about that Resto Druid, or even, you could play Resto Shaman in this dungeon. Yeah, the buffed Farseer, doing some big damage as well. Even Holy Priest, Mistweaver Monk, options as well. A lot of raw throughput that those specs can do.
Let me make a prediction, and if I'm wrong on this, I'm wrong, but I am going to say we will not see Mandatory on a Resto Shaman, but
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think they're going to stick with the old meow mode on the Resto Druid for sure. But I'm just saying, in my experience, I've healed that boss on 4 different healer specs, and Holy Priest was by far the easiest for me. So I wonder if there's any consideration for the teams there. That's a spec we haven't seen yet. We actually haven't seen Holy or Shadow Priest getting played so far in our competition, both of which have gotten buffed over the past few weeks as well. So could be an option for the global finals.
Could be, but what's not an option is the completion of the first boss there for green player, as they have unfortunately wiped another 8 minutes into the dungeon. It's fine. They can do a couple more do-overs. At the same time, Stamp successful in beating the first boss, but this is the next pull where danger lies. Loda was actually put to the floor as we were seeing green player on this pull, and they didn't have that battle rest available, so it took them way longer to deal with these guys than we're hopefully going to be seeing on the side of Stamp as they're working away on that pack. And despite everybody standing in this barrier, they're dropping down to like 20% of their HP. That's crazy.
Yeah, those health bars, even the tank taking huge damage here. The kite is working fairly well. The Chaos Nova stun comes out, keeps these mobs a little bit under control here. Those big candles, though, getting another set of these blast casts off. Here comes the second. And it looks like they're going to be able to stabilize out of that as well. And now they just have to dodge away, and most of the mobs are now getting close to dying here. I think they're going to be done with the hardest of the overlaps here.
Hopefully so. There's still a couple more AoEs that they will need to live through. You can see the AMZ now also being deployed there from their DK to help with some of that danger that is going out. You could also line of sight these, but they're not opting to do that as of right now because, of course, if you're line of sighting the mobs, your damage is also line of sighting the mobs, so that is usually not a good tactic if you want to get through a pull fast.
Yeah, that's cowardice, something that we don't allow at this keystone level. You just will not time your keys if you're making those kind of decisions. That's why you bring a healer, is so you don't have to hide from those sorts of mechanics. But they have gotten through this pull, and now we're going to start off the pre-Blazicon trash pull. This one is a sleeper raid run ender as well. As you have these cast from all the little mobs, Sigil Chains is going to gather them up, and then a Solar Beam. And out of this Solar Beam, all the mobs are going to cast. We're probably going to see a Sigil of Silence take all of those casts right out of that Solar Beam. Okay, it looks like they're going to just keep bullying for a little bit. There's that Sigil of Silence, and it lands. Okay, now all of those casts are on cooldown, and when they get to their next cast, what we've seen a lot of the Western teams do is line of sight them behind one of these candles. Let's see if Stamp are interested in that as well, because those are definitely getting to their next cast.
Looks like it. Yeah, they're posturing up to kind of hide behind this specific candle for when that cast comes. The nice thing is, because they've been locked out at the same time, the cast is coming in at the same time as well. One more time, you saw the DK actually Sleet of Ice there, make sure that that's not going to be an issue for him to also reach the back of that candle as that cast then went through. And now they are just able to finish off these mobs. A benefit of running this dungeon on a hierarchy level, right about now, they're also getting some of that CC back. So because this pull is taking so long, your big ways to deal with pulls like that are going to be back off of cooldown. But here comes the next boss. There's really not too much time to be wasted as they are working away on Blazicon. To give you an idea, Stamp was on 15 minutes when they killed Blazicon, and Green Player was on 15 minutes, and Stamp now with 10 minutes, around 30 pulling this boss, probably going to be looking at a similar time.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that as well. The lusts are interesting.
Right, so
Stamp, I think Stamp are not going to press this.
Exactly, I'm expecting Stamp not to use that lust, and of course we know that Green Player used it. So this should be where Stamp will be falling a little bit behind in the comparison of the straight up splits. But then we're of course expecting them to pick that back up once we reach the Candle King. And it looks like we're correct in terms of those timers. Yeah, more tragedy for Yegu.
So both Yegu and Kronos have just wiped in their respective Rookery keystones. So this, I think, has locked up our scorecard for the day in at least third and fourth. Because just looking at the time now, there's 55 minutes left in our day. That's enough time to do 2 dungeon runs. I don't think you can realistically start a third, although it actually looks like Yegu are going to keep this 17 going. Maybe they still have enough time to time this key. So after that, they could do 2 more. So maybe, just maybe, third place is still in reach for them, but it is going to be such an uphill battle, and I don't think there's realistically going to be a way for Kronos to catch up to 59 points here, because I think they're going to be able to put at most 2 more points on the board in the next 54 minutes, which means top 2 are going to be Stamp and Green Player. The question is, who is first and who is second? All of it is going to come down to this Darkflame Cleft out of Stamp. I think if Stamp can't put the Darkflame Cleft up with this run, there is a very good chance that Green Player are going to get up to like 63 points, and Stamp are going to be capped at 62 or 61.
They still have more time in their day, right? They have like 55 minutes or so to keep restarting runs, and the other run that they need isn't as difficult as a 21 Rookery or a 22 Darkflame Cleft. Of course, still some danger in a 20 Cinderbrew, but I would expect them to comfortably do that one in the overtime. Granted, nothing goes wrong. So I don't think it's over if this run doesn't work out, because Green Player has also been struggling in that 21. Their 22 Darkflame was a one-shot, which is incredibly phenomenal, breathtaking, overwhelmingly good. Their 21 Rookery looked a lot more like Stamp's 22 Darkflame Cleft, where there's been a lot of go-agains, a lot of deaths, a lot of stuff maybe not working out in their favor thus far, and this is only the first part of the dungeon. So I don't think it's all that decided just yet.
True. And at some point, Green Player could decide to just go to the 20 Rookery instead, and that would maybe set up a time tiebreaker situation if Stamp can get this 22 and then their 20 done. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely still a lot of ways that this can play out at the end of our day. What I will say is, if Green Player do put this 21 on the board, I think that will probably lock them for first place. Although even then, technically, Stamp could still catch up if they are perfect from here on.
So what would they need? If Green Player gets the 21 done on the Rookery, it puts him on 63. If Stamp times does 22, it puts him on 61. They would need to run the 20 Cinderbrew, and then either a 21 Cinderbrew or a 21 Rookery, right? Which means after this dungeon, 2 more dungeons, which means the last dungeon would need to be done in overtime. So that is quite an ambitious plan, but like you're saying, not impossible.
Yeah, sometimes these teams as well, and this actually is a really important thing when we're talking about global finals, whichever teams are capable of just stringing together 3 amazing runs with all one-shots at the end of the day into that overtime rule, those are the kinds of teams that will win global finals. You know, time trial times, all of that is nice in theory, but being able to put these keys on the board in one attempt when it counts at the end of the day is a really big deal, and this is going to be maybe a preview of that global finals, which again, for anybody just joining us, Global Finals is in 2 days. We're going to watch these teams compete against the 6 best teams from the West as well in those Global Finals. Should be a really exciting series as well, because we're going to remove that spec variety rule for Global Finals. It's going to be all the best that teams can have to offer all the time for those 3 days. We're going to see these keys go up to very high levels, I suspect.
I suspect so as well. It's going to be a grand old time, so take out your calendars and mark them already. But something that we need to note as well is the timer on Stamp. I was kind of expecting them to be slower than what Green Player did. Now, of course, I will say they had a lot of time being lost due to 2 deaths, one on the first boss, one on the first pull after first boss. And, of course, extra time being lost due to them needing to recover that pull and so on. So, still quite impressive that Stamp is as fast as they are right now, but they have reached the Candle King, and Bloodlust is going to be used here to try and make this fight as quick as possible, and also help Yegu, their healer, to try and heal everything up here.
Speaking of Yegu cheering squad up in the top left have had a tank go down, a res, and then a healer go down. They have another res, but unfortunately they've now lost a Death Knight. They can have one more res here. Their tank dropping so low, somehow able to survive, but it looks like that last point of damage is going to come through and eliminate that prop paladin, and Yegu cheering squad are going to be wiping here in this 17 Rookery. That is tragic for them. But yeah, it's funny. So we have Yegu cheering squad, and then we have Yegu the player, who is on a different squad. If anybody has been confused when we've been saying the word Yegu.
That's right. So Yego is a healer on Stamp, and Yego is considered within the region to be one of the best healers of the region. And I would maybe be as brazen to say that the other healer is Lota, who's on green player. So we're really getting a masterclass of CN healer representatives here in our final weekend of that region. But the team on the top left is called Yegu's cheering squad because they're big fans of Stamp, and they even called them their mentors, saying that they believe Stamp can beat anyone that the Western teams have to offer once they actually make it to the global finals. So in a way, it is quite sweet that we have both of these teams here on their regional finals, Yegu with his own cheering squad.
Yeah, it is very sweet, and I'm sure in the global finals, Yegu cheering squad will be cheering on Yegu. But yeah, they
I'm
are at
almost
this
certain
point.
they're doing that right now.
Yeah, at this point, I think 34 points, only 50 minutes, just locked in for the fourth place today. But even making it to day 3 of the region is a very impressive outcome, and they can be very proud of it. I hope to see them in future MDIs and competitions. But it looks like they're not in a key right now. Maybe they'll start another attempt up momentarily. Meanwhile, we have 2 teams in combat with the first boss of Rookery, Kronos in the bottom right in their plus 19, and Green player nearly done with the boss here in this plus 21. You can see just the crazy damage that each of those crashes do to the entire group. Even the tank player, who's normally not somebody you see dropping super low to those mechanics that also hit the rest of the group. It looks like one more intermission should be all they need to do to get this boss dead and make their way into the rest of the Rookery. A lot of danger is in the next few pulls, though. Oh, as their mage alter times back over to the other side. A little bit out of range of the healer, in some danger, but it looks like green
Stamp.
player have stabilized.
Oh, Stamp is so low. You can really see what this boss does to a group when there's no Bloodlust available anymore. Their Druid actually dropping to their death. One battle rest gets used, but the rest of the group needs to recover. They have statues up that they need to clear, and one of them is in quite an unfortunate position in the wax there. They're eliciting to send their druid back in there to make sure that they can actually take both of these down, but the danger is not over yet by any means.
Yeah, 22% on the boss, but even lower health on their mage. Luckily, the mage has a lot of defensive tools available here. Not a lot of group defensive left. Oh, it looks like a pickaxe may have actually hit our tank here instead of clearing one of these statues. Looks like they might be able... Actually, they're maybe going to miss that statue that's back in that wax puddle. Yeah, there is still a statue active there, and it shoots out those missiles. Our DK is so low, but then he remembers he's playing Death Knight. He can't die. The Oracle Disc Shield lands on him. The entire group now in this barrier. Disc Priest being targeted, though. Oh, no, gets stunned.
No!
And now with that stun, is going to get taken out by those missiles from the existing statues.
No!
And with the res, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to collect the rest of the group. Now, the boss is still at 8% here. They might be able to get through. The timer is a problem in and of itself at this point.
Oh
they're at a
my
wax museum.
goodness. I think their timer is fine so long as they're under 21 minutes, which I think they can still get to, but this is tragic. There's so much damage going out every second. They will get a little bit of a breather here as soon as these statues either get downed or this boss dies, but it doesn't. Instead, their DK and their healer taken down. Is there a world where Hakuna can maybe one guy this boss does not get feared, and to make matters worse, gets an axe in the back as he dies here in this 21. What a tragic, tragic end to a promising run.
And that means that the ceiling for Stamp is now 62 points, which means if green players succeed in this plus 21 keystone, they will lock up the 63rd point, which Stamp can't catch up to, I believe, right? Because Stamp can pick up 2 points in a cleft, and then they'll only have time for one more run, so they'll only be able to pick up 3 more total points and stop at 62. Yeah, this is a huge run, that means, for green player. This will secure them first place out of the region, but this is such a scary pull. The Crushers, the Despoilers, so much danger here for the team.
Absolutely. I'm still not over that Candle King, man. That's kind of the issue I have with lusting Candle King. It's just the boss fight takes a lot longer than the lust kind of helps you. Yeah, it makes the fight shorter on the overall, but eventually you're going to be running into an issue where it is towards the end of that boss and you already have spent so much of your defensive, so much of your healing cooldowns that it's just going to get tight no matter what. So I'm not the biggest fan of seeing the disc priest on that boss, but green player just absolutely knocking the crusher pull out of the park. Danger doesn't stop there. They're taking the rest of them into boss tier with these smallies. So the continued danger of these crushers is still going to be a thing. And I'm also quite curious on how that dot is actually going to tick once they are in that boss fight.
Yeah, this is a very sketchy moment here until these mobs are taken care of. No Lust. The evocation comes out. There's the missiles and then the surge from the mage. This is going to do a lot of damage to the boss and help kill off a few of the adds. But those crushers are going to live for a while. Look for defensives to be pressed by whichever players have that dot during these crusher leaps, and look for them as well to be stunning or crowd controlling the leaps whenever the boss is about to do that big hit of AoE damage on those jumps too. That's the main thing about this fight. You can live one hit of damage, but you really want to set it up so you don't ever get two hits of damage at the same time. You can see that Typhoon actually being used to stop that leap for a second so that they could top themselves back up after that hit of party-wide damage.
Really nice coordination between the two of them there. We had the Chaos Nova actually go out to make sure that they stay in place to then be able to Typhoon them as that AoE was kind of impending. So yeah, really, really cool as they are working away on those crushers. No Lust available, of course. They're going to be getting that towards the end of that dungeon. But what is kind of the timer we're looking for here in a Rookery? Of course, we haven't really seen a Rookery 21, so I'm trying to pull up maybe a Rookery 20 to get some comparisons.
Yeah, let me take a look at the top Rookeries on the live servers.
We have one from Wunderbar. I have that open, if you want to know that one. So that was under time by a minute, a little less than a minute, 55 seconds. And their first boss split was 9:03, so green player just like 25 seconds slower. And then their second boss split was 16:18, which green player is also going to be over that, I would wager a guess, but not by too much.
Okay, I've taken a look now at some of the slowest 20s on live.
Perfect.
Right, because those are the ones that are right next to the timer. And the slowest Stormguard Goran split that I've seen is 17:19. This was a run that ended up being under time by less than a second. So if we are slower than 17 minutes, we're starting to be pretty worried on Stormguard Goran. As long as we're faster than that, it's probably okay.
So I might not have the best news about that, because right when they were on 50%, they were 2 minutes in fight. And it was 15 minutes on the clock and like 8 seconds.
Okay.
So if they need another 2 minutes to deal with the other 50%, then there is a fair chance that we might be on 17 something. Now, I will say they also had the crushers in there, which while they do add funnel, they also sometimes take a little bit of extra buttons away where you can't actually press damage buttons because you need to CC them and control and run and all of that good stuff. So maybe it's a +-0 situation where the execute then factors in beneficially. I'm curious. See, we're now reaching 3 minutes boss timer there, and we're exactly on 25%.
Yeah, now to be fair, maybe they have a faster end to the dungeon than the teams that, had these slowest live Rookeries, right? Maybe those teams had some more conservative pulls at the end of the dungeon, because we know that a lot of these MDI strats at the end of this dungeon are quite fast. Maybe the live keys featured some, failed parasol jumps or something like that. Who knows? We'll have to keep an eye out for it. But what I will say is we are not feeling great about this timer for green player.
If they can accelerate now, that would be really, really good. So if they can kill under 17 minutes, maybe that execute that's going to come in here, hopefully, helping them a little bit as they are towards the tail end of this boss fight. 5% still to go, 16:50 on the clock. I think there's a fair chance like 16:55 as they're killing out the boss, which then we're feeling better about the timer again. Oh, one more pull.
All right, it's going to be 17 flat.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, this is basically exactly on pace to time this key based on what we've seen in +20s from the live servers. So the question is, what's their end of dungeon going to look like? Something I'm really worried about as well is how many phases are they going to have to contend with on the last boss? Because when the key level goes up this high, each extra phase takes so long because you have to chew through so much extra shield on the boss, but the boss has so much base health that you might have to do an extra phase. And if that happens, I don't know if they have the timer anymore.
I think it's 5. I think you have to do 5 phases, which is
Yeah, as
not
long as they can
ideal,
do
but-
5, it's maybe okay. If
Well,
you
I
ever
think
see a
if you
6
don't
spawn
do
in,
5,
it's
you
over.
don't kill the boss, probably.
Yeah, it's so brutal that you're talking about like a 7-minute fight then.
There's also something to be said about a 17-minute split being fine on a 20, but this is a 21, so everything else maybe takes a little bit longer?
True, yeah. Although, everything
Especially
kind of
that
scales
last boss,
evenly,
yeah.
right? The stuff before and the stuff after should both scale up, so you're hoping that the team being better and more geared and more practiced and stuff make up for that. But yeah, basically, we don't know. We don't know whether Green Player's timer is okay. We're going to have to watch. I suspect that maybe even they don't know yet whether this is going to be fine or not.
I suspect I know, but the question is whether or not on a 20 you can get away with 4 phases, whereas on the 21 you would need to take 5 just because of how that boss works, that it really elongates towards the end. There's also maybe a world where we do a little bit of pot of greeting and we take one of those void stones into boss to accelerate timer, but then that's a lot of added risk as well.
Yeah, you might have to do that to try and time the key, but I feel like that is almost impossible to survive, but maybe they can make it work. Depending on how Bloodlust shakes out as well, you could try and just Lust to make that happen.
But then you don't have Lust on the burn phase, which I think in
but
that
maybe
case...
you think, oh, Lust isn't going to change the amount of burns we do, right? Maybe it's
Possible.
like, oh, either we easily or barely 5-phase it. That's not actually all that different with the Lust.
Well, if that's the case, I would actually like to see that. I hadn't considered, but you're right. That would be... I wonder what chat thinks. Chat, is this timed or not? Press 1 if it's timed, press 0 if it's not timed. I'm quite curious on what exactly is going to happen here.
I think I'm feeling pretty good about it now.
I'm a love watcher. I always
just
want
on-
them to time.
On vibes, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like maybe some of the timers I was looking at featured some routes where they were pulling more stuff at the end here, but, I mean, they're basically about to spawn the boss. They're gonna have, 8 minutes maybe to kill it, maybe 7. So, maybe 6. I don't know. Yeah, okay,
more
look.
like 6, I think. These
It's a
void
very
stones
hard boss.
really
The 21
take
level
long.
is crazy. Yeah.
That's, we're in it. And in it is a good keyword because Stamp is back in it. They're back at that 21. They took a little bit of a longer break. I feel like we did see them restart in between, but they're not giving up. They're saying we want this 21 on the board, not only to maybe have a chance to tie with Green Player here if they're unable to translate this 21 Rookery, but also just to show that they can and that they deserve respect as the first seed of that region to come into global finals. So they're going to go again. They're going to try to put this 21 on the board. In the meantime, chat has answered. Most of the people are love watching, so that's great. I'm quite excited about that as Green Player goes into the last void stone here that they need to deal with before they can deal with boss. Our Bloodlust is 45 seconds, so we can't take this into boss immediately, and I think at this point we are probably okay just to play this for now and then instead use that Lust for a burn.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the answer here. The timer, I think they're okay on time. I think it's just going to come down to whether or not they can actually do that boss fight, but they're going to be able to get in combat fairly soon here, although, like you said, these big mobs take a long time to kill at this key level. Those things just have so much health that they're going to need to chew through. We do also absolutely need to be keeping track of Stamp's next attempt in this Darkflame Cleft. They've wiped a lot of these attempts early in the dungeon, and now also that attempt on the Candle King, heartbreakingly wiping at like 3% on that boss. This would be a big deal though for Stamp, because like you said, they were the first seed in time trials, and right now they're looking like they're probably going to end up being the second place team in the weekend, which is not a good feeling. That's something that they're going to try everything in their power to change. They sort of need things to go well for them and go poorly for Green Player. So if you are a Stamp fan, you are really hoping that Green Player wipe on this boss, which in my experience is definitely pretty easy to do.
It definitely is easy to do. We've been getting a lot of examples of that all throughout today, but green player are in fight. Bottom left corner is where that 21 is at. They do have the Bloodlust available. This key has not been done yet. Can they put 2 world record markers on our leaderboard here after that 22 Darkflame Cleft? Add another 21 Rookery to really lock out Stamp and their approach to maybe claw back Timer as they are dealing with this boss. We're kind of looking out for the burn phases. I think it's 5. You also said you think it's 5.
Yeah, I think 5 phases is what we're expecting here. So the first burn is an important one. Hoping to see the boss get to like 78% or lower, something like that would be something I'd be pretty happy with here.
Yeah.
It just has so much health is the problem. These shields are so huge.
It's going to be crazy, but we are surpassing that 2-minute timer here now, so less than 6 minutes left on this boss, which it's always so hard to figure out where they are at, because you don't really get to see the shield. It just looks like he is, impenetrable. There's no damage being taken whatsoever, but I assure you the team is doing damage as they're finishing up on the crushers as well. I like how they're positioning here where the mage is next to the tank as well to really benefit off of the funnel that you can see. We saw, I think it was Yegu, who were actually having their tank on the opposite side of the mage, which isn't ideal if you want to actually tap into that funnel damage, but here comes that first burn and the Bloodlust.
Yeah, they're just doing everything they can. So hopefully we're going to see that boss dropping, very low with that lust. They're taking this down 64. Maybe they're on pace for a 4 phase here at 64%. So the way this works out, if you're trying to go for a 4 phase, you need to do 25% in every burn. And they got done with almost 35, in fact, more than 35% on the first burn, but that was with lust. So they now need to average, if they want to do this in 4 phases, they need to do 22-ish% in every burn, 21.33% every burn from here on out to be able to kill the boss. Now they are going to probably wait, and it's going to be easy to wait to push because they just have to get through so much of these shields for the Unholy Assault to come back. Arcane Surge is going to be back up before then, but they'll continue to wait maybe for that Unholy Assault. And then they'll have a bit of an execute burn as well. So even if they fall behind, even if they only do 20% on the next 2 burns, they will drop this boss down to 24%. And I think they would have the damage to do 24% with an execute one with their final sets of cooldowns, maybe. Here we go, though. That burn about to begin on the next attempt here for green player.
That is right. They need to really blast this boss into oblivion right now. We're looking to get on that 40-something on the lower green bar. And you can see that all of the cooldowns have been sent already. A little bit lower would it be really nice, but that burn is still continuing. How far can they push it? 44%.
Exactly on pace, that 22% mark that I called out. So if they can do that much damage every burn from here on out, they will be able to do this just barely. The good news is the last burn is going to be an execute burn. The bad news is they kind of don't have time to waste anymore. If they fail to kill it on that 4th burn, I think they might deplete this key.
Oh, that would have been really bad. I hope it does not come to that. But like you're mentioning, I also think we need to wait out cooldowns every single time just to make the most out of that burn. Really saw that the 20 that you called out were only possible with everything available that they were waiting for. So that game is going to continue again and again. They're just waiting. If you're glancing at the bars below that DK, it's the far right one. That's Unholy Assault. That's the one you're mostly waiting for. DT also the one they kind of would want to have there. In the meantime, Stamp made it through that first boss, but is back at the first pull after, which has caused a lot of commotion in the past as well. We're actually getting a side-by-side between the 19 of Kronos and green players 21, but here comes another burn for them.
Yeah, here we go. We're hoping to see that bottom left bar of that boss drop to 23 or less. That's the number I think that they'll be super happy with and know that they'll be able to kill the boss in the next burn. 23, 22, 21. Wow, they're way ahead now. A little bit of execute already coming in. 21% is all they have to take care of with their final burn. They can wait for that Unholy Assault, that power infusion. Actually, they can't wait for, but they will have an Arcane Surge. So without PI, it's going to be close, but I think the execute should make it work.
It's quite interesting. So the execute does factor in, but of course the PI that we just had is now gone. I don't actually. It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight. What they definitely can't afford is any deaths, right? And while this boss fight is rarer for occasional deaths, it definitely can happen. They really need to make sure that they get those dispels off, that they get protected and healed up every single time that dot is actually ticking. You can see that the mage is actually positioning closer to Lodam to make sure that that dispel and that healing can also be received, as it's very hard for healers to reach people. So it's just something to take along for your own keys as well. But we are getting closer. 4 seconds on that Unholy Assault as we're waiting for that hopefully last burn to arrive here in this 21 Rookery world record key.
There's the Arcane Surge. The Touch of the Magi comes out as well. That Stormhammer flies through the air, stuns the boss, and now it's taking double damage. The mage blinking forward, just keeping that damage going. 6%, 5%, 3%. The boss is going to go down. Green player put that 21 Rookery on the board, stealing the world record tag from Stamp and moving up to, I believe, an unassailable first place at 63 points.
That is incredible. And to get more insight that is hopefully also incredible, we're bringing back Tettles, and I'm going to be going on an indefinite break. I'm going to be watching from Twitch chat with everybody, so enjoy the rest of the show and have fun.
Is there ever a world where we see triple world record tag for green player here with that Cinderbrew Meteory 20?
That's what they'll go for now. So they've locked up first place, but there is still glory to play for green player. They can put up the triple world record, a feat that I believe only Wunderbar were able to do in the Western region.
It was
cups.
miscount. I didn't think Wunderbar. I didn't think Wunderbar was able to do it. I think that Wunderbar had like something in their Group A finals that didn't let them do it.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a really impressive run from Green Play. I mean, regardless of what happens. One run ago, it was already impressive. If they didn't even put that Rookery on the board, 61 points was an impressive point to get to here. I mean, if they could put this Cinderbrew on the board and be on 22, 21, 21, I mean, hours ago, I was a doubter in even 63 points being possible. 64 is absolutely absurd if they can make that happen. I mean, look at Stamp struggling to even put the 60 and 61st point on the board up in the top right, as they've been resetting this cleft over and over again.
Yeah, so for context for viewers, the highest point total that we actually saw in our group stage finals were 61 points. Miscount and Mandatory were both able to put up those 61 points, and now we have Green player with slightly better gear, of course, with the Turbo Boost gear and a little bit of Corruption, already at 63 points. This has truly been a masterclass performance out of them today. I think they've only had a couple of minor mistakes where they had to reset that Rookery a handful of times, but whenever you look at just how impressive that run needed to be able to even time that dungeon, I think this was a masterclass performance by Green player.
Absolutely, yeah. Resetting the start of the dungeon as well. I mean, given how close it ended up being at the end of the dungeon, it makes perfect sense that you'd want a perfect opening to the dungeon, and you want to pull aggressively at the start of the dungeon to make time for yourself at the end of the dungeon.
Mm-hmm. And I think you got to ask the question: how is Green player going to match up against some of the other competitors that have made it to global finals? What is your kind of read on this so far?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they don't improve from here, they will have had like a top 3 day, Sunday of all of our teams, right? Including our Western region teams. If they do put the Cinderbrew Meteory on the board, I think they probably will. You could probably successfully make the argument that they will have had the best cup performance of any team, including all the Western teams.
Yeah, I mean They've had a great day. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how they are going to be able to perform this next weekend. Now, they cannot have kind of the similar performance to what we saw in their first 3 hours of day one. Like, whenever they were on that alt comp that we saw from them, if they show up and they end up performing like that in the global finals, it will be a little bit disappointing. But, I mean, right here, this is the windmill dunk of all dunks for Green player in the bottom left.
It's a plus 20. They're
Wait,
just improving their
why?
tie breaks,
Why
it
not go
looks
for
like.
the +1?
Maybe they just have never done it in practice. But another sad news point, in addition to that, is for Kronos in the bottom right. Their boss at the end of their 19 Rookery shielded at 2% health, and then they missed their timer. Absolute brutality being visited upon Kronos there.
Yeah, very unfortunate series of events. What's been going on with Stamp? I thought how has Stamp been stuck in 22 Darkflame?
Well, they keep wiping.
Is it just that Green Player kind of changed our expectations for how easy this dungeon was supposed to be, or is it just that Stamp has looked maybe a little bit less good than we thought they were going to? What's kind of the read on that?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different things. A lot of their wipes were to the first boss, which is not something that I was expecting to be as hard as it has looked for Stamp.
Yeah.
And then they lost their most recent run actually on Candle King, which I think is a fair point when you're looking at the comp and you're like, okay, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the Disc Priest versus the Resto Druid? You'd say, okay, Candle King is probably a strength of the Resto Druid. And what happened was Stamp lusted Candle King, and then Lust ran out, and then things started going wrong. Whereas Green Player just didn't even need Lust on that fight with their Resto Druid, so I think Green Player had an execution and a strategic / comp advantage in Cinderbrew, or in Darkflame Cleft.
Interesting. Green Player having already reset that Cinderbrew metery 20. I think for them, like, dude, they could just be like, yep, this is it. This is the score that we wanted. We're out of here. We'll see you guys in the global finals. At the same point, they could really put that exclamation point run up if they really want to go and do 21 Cinderbrew metery. But at the same point, like, it doesn't really matter all too much. The most important thing now, at least for them in my mind, is making sure that they're well practiced for those global finals and are really prepped to go against the best teams in the world.
Looks like they are resetting Cinderbrew, but it is still a 20 keystone.
Why
they
do you
are
think-
restarting in there, so
Why would you
just
do
play
a
maybe some
21?
practice? I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it's just practice, just using your last 30 minutes of the day to get some global finals practice in here in the metery.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, I think that for global finals, the 21 is likely to need to be done in this dungeon.
Yeah, I think you might be right as well. I mean, Cinderbrew is a pretty nasty dungeon for the timer at that key level, so maybe just a fast 20 is the best you can hope for. I'm not sure.
I don't know. The fastest 20 on live is 3 minutes and 45 seconds under.
I feel
20.
like it's weird as well because Green Player aren't playing the Destro lock in there. Maybe that's something they would need to add to their repertoire to be able to actually do that dungeon a key level higher.
Do you think that they could, like, if you gave them a week, do you think that this is a team that could add that Destro Warlock? Because it's pretty tough to be like, yeah, we're changing our composition in a dungeon.
Right.
You have to relearn basically every single trash pull and every single kind of thing that was going on in those dungeons.
Yeah, in particular, it matters the player that would be swapping to Destro. I don't know enough about them to know whether I would assume, based on how they've played, that their team is probably full of people that can hot swap pretty quick. But you never know. There's sometimes people that are great players, but you wouldn't want to swap them a week in advance of the global finals.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like if you've never played the spec too, like maybe their mage would have been their warlock player, but at the same point,
something like that. Yeah.
Their Moonkin is like, I can't play mage. That's not in my bag.
All right, up at the top left as well, we are going to see Yegu Cheering Squad, also unfortunately eliminated from Global Finals, locked in for 4th place here, but at least they are hopefully going to be able to finish this Rookery finally here, as they've swapped over to the Resto Shaman Prot Warrior for this dungeon, alongside that Elemental Shaman. Been pretty cool to see the different specs that they've been using. I believe they've used 3 different healer specs today, 2 different tank specs, a bunch of different DPS options as well, as they've cycled through these dungeons, but they've been met with a lot of adversity, a lot of wiped dungeons and reset keystones.
I think they're the people's champion. They're just trying to play whatever comp they want to for fun, mostly.
Yeah, we should get them to swap to Holy Priest, Shadow Priest, buff up our numbers a little bit, see if we can get all the specs having been played.
Oh, yeah. Did we see Presevoker?
We haven't seen Presevoker yet, no, we need that too.
We did see
and Sub-Rogue and Serve Hunter.
We saw Blood Decay this weekend, though, didn't we?
We did, yeah. We saw Blood Decay, we saw Og Evoker.
Yeah, dude, I keep saying this weekend. It's literally...
These weekdays.
Yeah, these weekdays. Literally Wednesday. The weekend never ends whenever the MDI is on.
That's right.
Stamp have now made it to Candle King. And they press Bloodlust on pull, the Candle King to 46% HP, something that we're actually really worried about. So we rarely call out the Discipline Priest resource, mana. Very rarely used by Disc Priests, but this is a fight that actually your healer can go on if you're not super careful. The general strat is 10 seconds into the pull, whenever the first wax mold spawn, your Moonkin innervates the Disc Priest, then they re-innervate them basically on CD, allowing them to try to get as much mana as possible, and then you hopefully kill the boss at around 3:30, and if it ends up dragging out too long, then your priest just ends up going because, I mean, look at the healer for Stamp. He is starting to just drop so low on mana.
Yeah, exactly. It's a scary fight. It is possible to use too much mana on a Disc Priest if you are forced to be casting heals just full uptime, even throwing out some flash heals, and no downtime between these casts. The Ultimate Penitence comes out here.
Nice.
The Ultimate Penitence is an interesting button because it does a little bit of healing, but the biggest effect that it has here is that it puts a shield on you for a full health bar, which will get pretty much full value on this fight.
It's also a very low mana cost relative to the power that it does as well, so it's super efficient. Now we're starting to use both of our PS charges. It looks like we don't have a PS charge available for Stamp. The boss is at 18% HP, and our healer is starting to get really, really low on mana. I think we are at sub 10% mana here. Dranos, I believe momentarily after this heal absorb comes out, our healer is going to be completely tapped.
Yeah, where's my Innervate? Where's my Innervate, Moonkin?
He's already used it.
One Innervate, please.
He's already used it.
Need another one.
I mean, look, the fight is, we're already at 4 minutes. We wanted to kill that boss off at the 3:30 point. Now the boss is at 10% HP. Those eerie molds come out. We use the mass barrier. We've dropped the anti-magic zone. We don't even have anything like darkness available. We have to be able to kill this boss within the next 15 seconds or so. Otherwise, we are going to be wiping to being completely and tapped on mana. We have to hurry it up.
Evangelism comes out, does a lot of work here. Big heal.
Nice.
Split among the entire group. And I think that's all that Stamp are going to need to get through the Candle King.
Ooh, they're
and
so
now
fast.
It's just going to come down to the end of the dungeon. This minecart section, the biggest possible point of wiping that is still in their future.
They're turbo fast on this boss kill, though. I mean, whenever we're looking at Candle King splits, 1930 is totally acceptable to time this key. I think that whenever we saw Green Player in this dungeon earlier, they were like 2030, so like a full minute, maybe even a little bit longer, 2035-ish behind. Now, of course, Green Player then went on to go and Bloodlust this trash pull that Stamp is setting up, where Stamp is only going to have Bloodlust at like the last 5 or 10% of the darkness encounter, or something like that. But at the same point, I think that Stamp are in a great position.
Yeah, Stamp looking good. It's just a question of tank survivability. That Metamorphosis is used here and is now going to expire momentarily as he's still being attacked in the back by all these mobs that he's fleeing from. Big leap here is going to create some more distance. One final figure 8 to catch back up to that mine cart. And again, getting autoed in the back a couple of times here. This is a little sketchy, but the life grip from the priest going to help save things. And that cart is now going to reach the destination here. And now it's just going to come down to surviving the actual fight against all of these mobs, which is quite difficult. These are pretty scary enemies.
Yeah, I mean, this pull is pretty sketch, especially whenever we don't have access to that Metamorphosis. We do still have the Feldev, and we can proc our Cheat Death. I think that Last Resort, if it gets procced here, it's not really the end of the world. Like, if you're talking about pulls that you're okay with proccing the Last Resort on, it's this pull or it's the last pull of the dungeon into the boss. Both are totally acceptable. You just have to be super careful on that darkness encounter whenever taking corridor creepers into the boss if you do end up proccing it to this pull.
Yeah, absolutely. Stamp dropping that world marker, the pain suppression on the tank here. Meta not available, Feldev not available. Power Word Barrier getting used here as a tank defensive to try and keep their tank alive. But you can see a little bit of panic here, a little bit of starting to kite potentially, getting that extra candle refreshed in case he does need to do a little bit of kiting here. And that's exactly what's going to happen as these mobs are getting close to dying. The tank really out of defensive options here, and these corridor creepers hit very hard.
Yeah, I mean, these corridor creepers are very, very scary. But at the same point, like, especially whenever you have the Premonition dispels, you have the Mass dispel as well, you can actually get a lot of additional help from your priest on this pull on the side of Stamp. It's just more about, like, what the preparation that's involved is. And at the same time, too, worst case scenario, we can always just Infernal Strike and run away. Like, kiting does suck, because tank damage is relevant. I mean, he's doing 3 million DPS to this pull. It's not like we're back in Legion where you're willing to kite a pack for 45 seconds. Tank damage is super, super relevant, and so you don't really want to be running away. But at the same time, if he had to, he absolutely could.
Yeah, exactly. It does look like that is now all dealt with. The tank, that last resort, still going to be available here at the end of the dungeon, which is huge. The Darkness chasing them down, but they are going to have Lust for the pull here. We'll see how aggressive they go, because they have a lot of time on the clock. They could conceivably just fight the trash and then the boss separately.
Yeah.
Let's see if they go for that, or if they go big and take the trash onto the boss. Lust isn't going to be available on pull if they do that, so I think they might be a little bit scared of that plan.
What's your read on Green player rerunning this 20 center brew for time? Like, I feel like this is just so strange to me. Like, it
doesn't matter, right? There's no way the time is going to matter, because 63 is already more points than Stamp can get to.
Yeah.
So I think it is just a practice run, right? It's just, you're running a key because you're done with your day. You could either run a key or not run a key. You may as well run a key.
Yeah.
But they don't think the 21 is something that they could do. I assume is why they're not doing it. Or maybe they do think they can do it, but they don't want to show it on broadcast.
Yeah, if they had to change their route or something like that, or it could.
And again, at this point, they're locked, right? They know 63 is good enough. They know Stamp don't have time. Is actually last resort. It's going to proc for Stamp here. This is now getting very scary. They are pulling the trash forward. They're posturing towards pulling the boss. But if I was the tank here and I proc that last resort, I'd be like, all of a sudden, nope, hang on. We're doing this trash first. I don't have last resort anymore. I don't feel comfortable with this.
After that Rookery was the point in the day where mandatory was just like, they would have been like, all right, we're out of here. We're done. GG's. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Just to end the day. But, ending the day versus doing an extra key for fun. Not necessarily a huge difference between those decisions.
Practice like there's stakes on the line. I think is like a good approach to being able to kind of make sure that you're prepared for that global finals situation as well, because we do have a Limbs back in global finals, so you have to be very cautious about putting yourself in the best position possible to not be eliminated.
That's right, our global finals format, which again, this starts on Friday, so in 2 days' time, we are going to watch Stamp and Green Player compete against the 6 best teams in the West, and we do have those eliminations in play. We have taken out the spec variety rule from global finals, but we've added back in eliminations, so it should be a pretty fun format to watch what that configuration of rules does to a global finals environment.
Yeah, I think it's all 8 teams play all 3 days, but the bottom 2 teams are eliminated at the end of each day, correct?
I'm not sure. I thought it was divisions again, but I'm not sure.
I don't think it's divisions, but I'm not certain.
Either way,
I'm pretty sure it's not divisions.
I'm sure we'll get told momentarily. Okay, apparently, yeah, bottom 2 each day. You're absolutely right, Tettles.
All right, great news. I'm glad that it's not divisions. I knew that it wasn't that much. I couldn't remember if it was bottom 1 team or bottom 2 teams that got eliminated on each day. So not only are you going to be, like, for Green Player, I think that this is a great approach whenever you're looking at, like, how can we possibly continue to practice as if it was a broadcast day. It was a broadcast day for the global finals.
Yeah, although I think going for the 21 would be a really good thing to practice as well, if they think it is possible. I mean, because it's unlikely they have any tech that they didn't use in the 20 that they would use in the 21 that they'd be giving away. But yeah, maybe it's just something they don't think is possible. Maybe they've just, attempted it a bunch in practice and it never worked out. So they think 20 is the ceiling here, and they just want to put up the fastest possible 20 because that's the thing that they're now is their worst keystone of the 3 on their scorecard.
Yeah, I think you're going to need the 21 for global finals. I mean, we're kind of talking about that.
I think you might be right, yeah.
Yeah, just looking at the time.
Sort of depends on how the key levels and the days all work out, what you have time for, but I think that if you're trying to get through and Wunderbar are there and Mandatory and Missed Count and stuff, I think there's a very good chance that some of those teams are capable of the 21 in that dungeon.
Here's the kind of general rule from going from group play to global finals play. Like, if you watched all of the group stage, what has effectively happened is we have gotten around 1 key level more powerful, and that could result... It's going to, on average, result in just doing 1 key level higher. You have enough throughput to be able to do 1 key level higher, and so kind of expect that. There were some key levels that were marginal that weren't done during the group stage as well. Like, I think that the 20 floodgate was definitely doable, but teams never really had enough time to be able to put that up. So I think that for that, it's going to be able to go up 2 key levels compared to what the 19 floodgates that we saw during the group stage were. So I expect to see pretty much all these dungeons at least on a 21, but some can go as high as potentially even 23 for things like Darkflame Cleft and Motherload. I think that 23 could potentially be on the table for a couple of these dungeons.
Yeah, I do. I think 23 Cleft, given the timer that we're looking at for Stamp, for instance, right? There's a lot of time still on the clock here. They are nearly done with this dungeon now. They could have gone more aggressively with Trash into Boss as well, more quickly, and saved even more time if they really needed to there. So yeah, I agree with you. I think that there is still room for these keys to go up from even the very high levels they're at right now. I do think some of the runs that Green Player have put up here would hold in a global finals environment, though. I think that 21 Rookery, for instance, is pretty likely to be where that dungeon tops out.
Ooh, look at this. There was some deaths in the top left for Jaegu Cheering Squad, but we do have Stamp here on the main screen. And like you were kind of calling out, they are going to be super fast. They might actually be able to take the world record tag away from Green Player here in this Darkflame Cleft.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't remember how far under the timer Green Player were, but Stamp are going to be 2 minutes under, which is very good. I mean, that's close to the level where you're thinking, yeah, 23 is definitely possible.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering is 23 going to be possible, particularly for global finals?
Especially if you pull Trash into the last boss, you save time. The thing is, can this comp heal a 23 Candle King, or do you need, say, the Resto Druid for that?
Yeah, also a very important question. I mean, we saw from Green Player, they probably lost in a minute and a half from their deaths. They had 2 deaths in the dungeon,
right,
but they were the 2 most costly versions of deaths that you could have. Like, in terms of our healer had to run back from spawn, and our mage lost an Arcane Surge. Like, that is the worst possible thing that could have happened to us. So, but at the same point, Stamp here going to be 2 minutes under, even without taking a large portion of that trash into the boss. Kind of calling into question, is that 23 going to be doable? We're going to be yet to see, but that's great for Stamp. They're going to be able to take that world record tag away from Green Player, and they are set up nicely to qualify for the global finals.
Yeah, they can go do another key now, maybe that 20 metery, and they could maybe end the day with 2 keys better than Green Player. Green Player will have more points with that Rookery 21 on their scorecard, but still a very impressive showing from Stamp. Players are logging out and switching characters as well, which that makes me think of Cinderbrew, because in Cinderbrew, you play more Dwarves, and you maybe are playing that Destruction Warlock as well.
Okay, we see Stamp here sitting around in Dornegal, trying to figure out.
There you can see a rare behind-the-scenes look at the tournament realm. All the vendors. Important transmogging happening on screen right now for their tank. That's some of the new Undermine transmog you can see on them there with the jetpack.
Do you mog out of that cloak or not?
That's a question. I'm not a fan of most cloaks, I will admit.
That Sprockermonger cloak is kind of sick, though. I keep that one on my guy.
Yeah, that jetpack is cool. There's a lot of different recolors of it you can get from different places, too.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Green Player, bottom left. 1551 IPA. I believe last time they were in this 20 Cinderbrew metery, they had put up somewhere in the orders of 17 minutes XX for this IPA split. So they're already at least a minute faster than that. So they are making great pace here.
Absolutely, yeah. Stamp not in a dungeon just yet.
They got to be
Meanwhile,
going to
Kronos and Jaegu. So, yeah, at this point, all of our runs are for the glory. The first, second, third, and fourth places are locked up, but there is still a lot of glory on the line here for these teams. Very important as well for global finals to see whether Stamp are able to, put up 22-20-20 on their scorecard, for instance, right? That's a big deal. Whether they can do that or whether they're forced to sit on that 19 Cinderbrew at the end of the day, that could be the kind of thing that's the difference between maybe getting eliminated or not on day 2 of the global finals. Maybe even day 1. I mean, the thing is, dude, we're talking about the global finals. Like, Stamp have looked really good, but when you think about all of our teams making it to global finals, if 2 teams are getting eliminated on day 1, and we have Mandatory, Wunderbar, Holy Method, Perplexed, Missed Count, 07, Green Player, and you're trying to tell me that you need to beat 2 of those teams on day 1 to avoid elimination, I don't think you're going to be happy with anything less than a perfect day.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that it's pretty rare, especially in the MDI and the TGP formats, that we see quote-unquote perfect days. And Green Player had the best day during this group finals and they still didn't have a perfect day. If you think about it, I think that Green Player probably was supposed to 2-chest the 19 Cinderbrew Meadery. I think that that was a little bit of a mistake. I think that having some resets in that 21 Rookery, that was a little bit of a mistake. And then they didn't have the fastest Darkflame Cleft, which you could classify all three of those things as not a perfect day, but still a great day by any measure of the word. But I think that pretty much every other team that you mentioned, they're also going to have, at minimum, good days. Most of them are going to have great days, and there might be one or two that have perfect days. But if any of them end up having good days, you need to be able to have, like, for Stamp, for example, you need to be able to have a great day to be able to beat those teams that only have good days.
Right, exactly. You can't be a team that is just hoping to have a good day. You need to have some excellence loaded up and ready. Something like being able to do that 21 Cinderbrew, I think, is a big deal as well. If any of our teams can add that to their repertoire,
I think that there's a chance. I mean, I think there's a chance that we end up seeing some perfect days from a couple of these teams, just with how well they were playing during group stage finals. Like some zero deplete type of situations where they end up 2-chesting and 3-chesting these really marginal dungeons, and then be able to get +1 dungeon over the rest of their competition, because that saves you 30 minutes over the course of a 15-hour weekend. And being able to save that additional 30 minutes or an hour here and there, that just allows you and affords you more opportunities at these just borderline chase keys. Like it's just so important that you end up getting those dealt with as quickly as possible.
So do you think the Chinese teams had an advantage because they were able to practice for their group weekend using Corruptions and Turbo Boost, which are going to be in Global Finals? Or do you think it was a disadvantage to have their group weekend so late and be busy practicing for it when the other teams that were making it to Global Finals had already finished qualifying?
I think it's probably a very slight disadvantage to have to play this late, but I don't think it's enough of a disadvantage to where it's like worth worrying about. At the end of the day, you can only control what you can control, and for them it's like they just need to really focus on making sure that they have the best runs as possible in every single situation. And I mean, having deaths to like these random cinder bees and stuff like that, like things that you can prevent, those are things that you just go back to the drawing board and you work on later. I do think it was nice though, strategy, like for strategy purposes, I think it's totally fine, especially a team of this caliber. This was, again, if you don't know much about Green Player, this was a team that was the 3rd or 4th ranked team on the live ladder for an extended period of time in the months of like April. And so it's a team that was very highly rated on live, which is a huge deal, especially in the Chinese region, where they take live key pushing super serious, more so than the West, right? Like we like as a region don't take the live key pushing super serious, but they take live keys super serious. And so the fact that they were like that ranked 3-ish team is a pretty big deal, and I think that there's a decent chance that they can convert a really high result because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this format is basically high key pushing. I think the one difference is when you think about teams that can push really high keys on Raider.io, a lot of that comes down to resetting, running again, you know, being able to have a good long session and play really well,
abusing the resilient
have
system.
A lot of hours. Yeah, you're playing resilient keys well. But when you think about live keys, you know, a team that can spend twice as much time as another team has a huge advantage. But in this format, yeah, the extra practice time is important, but when we actually get to competition, that advantage is gone, right? You don't get any extra time. There's no benefit to being a team that has more time. Everybody gets the same amount of time.
It wiped in the... I saw this Green Player team playing together on live for a while, and they wiped in the VMZ and Motherload, and it would have been the world first Motherload 20 if they were able to convert that final area where those war machines ended up taking them out. Like, this is, whenever we talk about quality of team, this is a team that is super, super good. And I mean, you look at the rest of the field, we have the other teams that were putting up those world record runs as well. I think that Missed Count probably had the longest share of rank 1 live team this season so far of all of the qualified teams.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about these teams that have good results on live, but sometimes our best teams are not there because they're busy practicing on Tournament Realm as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's another variable to keep in mind, especially when the tournament is run as early in the season as we're doing it this time around. Obviously, it's midway through the season now, but teams have known this was coming. They've been on Tournament Realm. They've been practicing for more than a month now. So live keys, maybe not the same priority for all of our competitors.
Yeah. I mean, I think that all of them, at least, they played live for a few weeks in some capacity, and they went super, super hard. But at the same point, it's a different skill set. It just like you were mentioning earlier, it is just a slightly different skill set as to what yields the best results on live versus having that auto. How would I even describe it? You have to be automatic to be able to convert the lower level keys on the +2 and the +3s as perfect as possible, but then you have to be as consistent as possible in the higher level keys as well, where you can't take 2 hours to be able to convert a dungeon that one team took one attempt for. It's kind of similar to what we saw from Stamp versus Green Player. Sure, it's great that Stamp got world first 22 Darkflame Cleft in terms of the timer, and they were faster than Green Player. I don't know if I would have paid 2 hours to be able to convert that, though. That just doesn't seem worth my time.
No, I don't think it was a good trade-off either, because it really, if Green Player wanted to, they could have gone back into that cleft and fixed their timer.
That's exactly the thing, right? Like, then you get more perfect information as to what the rest of the day holds by being able to get to those maximum level keys, and you know, oh, okay, my mage died on his cooldowns here. We could actually gain probably somewhere in the order of 30 seconds here. We could go rerun this later.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have now these runs being the final runs of the day. We are into our overtime window, and Green Player are looking to make full use of the overtime rule, despite the fact that they don't need this key for anything. They will get 30 minutes of playing against it. Meanwhile, it looks like maybe Kronos and Jaegu Cheering Squad already done with their keys, or maybe they're just starting keys that we will see put on the screen here in a moment. And then Stamp also working their way at the start of a Cinder Brew Meadery. So this is kind of interesting. We are going to get sort of a direct comparison between Stamp and Green Player, as they're both in a very similar position in their respective Cinder Brew Meaderies.
Yeah. Now, what are your general thoughts on the Warlock versus the Moonkin in this dungeon?
I think the Warlock is better. I think this is a great Warlock dungeon.
Yeah.
I think if you can play it, you should.
I think that this is maybe one of those things that's kind of would you think it would ever potentially be holding Green Player back? Because we saw Mandatory play the Balanced Druid in Cinder Brew, but and they were faster than all the other teams, so it's definitely possible. Maybe it's something that Green Player needs to really practice, though, coming into the Global Finals.
Yeah, the fact that they weren't ready to try and pull the trigger on the +21 when they had 30 minutes left in the day, to do so, makes me think that that's not a good sign for them. But yeah, like you said, Mandatory playing the Moonkin in here, maybe it's equally good.
Yeah. It's tough to really say. The first area is much more Warlock favored in terms of time gained, just due to the size of the pulls. The Moonkin is very good at, first off, Mark of the Wild is broken. Just straight up, 3% versatility is completely broken buff. But there's this, critical mass of pull size where the Warlock really starts to pull away from the rest of the pack. And it tends to be around the 15 to 20 target count mark. And those kind of pulls are things that you do regularly in Cinder Brew Meadery. And that's kind of why you see it here on the side of Stamp. There's also the really kind of underrated value of Dispel in this dungeon. You get the Dispel, where there's a lot of debuffs that come out, where the Pyromaniacs put a debuff on you that you want to dispel, IPA puts a debuff on you that you want to dispel. Having access to that additional Dispel is not something to be really scoffed at.
Yeah, absolutely. The bosses, it's an interesting mechanic, because there are a lot of bosses that have this mechanic where it's like, hey, I'm going to put out 2 magic debuffs, and then your healer gets to dispel one and then heal the other person, right? So you get to make a fun decision of which person has a defensive that they can use. Oh, which person, I'll dispel the person that's not me and then heal myself, right? You make those kind of fun decisions as a healer.
Fun.
And then if you're playing with a Warlock, all of a sudden, the Warlock now just dispels the other person, and you have no healing to do as long as you have those 2 dispels.
Look at the time difference on this first boss split between Stamp and Green Player. I think that most of this comes down to that difference between that Warlock versus that Balanced Druid, and the ability to be able to just completely neutralize that triple muscle first pull of this dungeon.
Yeah, exactly. That time difference, definitely something to look out for here. And remember that for Stamp, this is +1 points for them, whereas for Green Player, they're literally just playing to improve their timer in here.
Yeah. So yeah, what is this? Green Player's going to be... You need basically a 7-minute Brewmaster to be on pace to be looking to time this key. And I think that for Green Player, they're going to have something around that. But look at Stamp, 6 minutes and 8 seconds. They're just so much faster in the same key.
Yeah, this is definitely a good sign for Stamp. And maybe a a mark in favor of that Warlock, although maybe the Warlock will slow down a little bit as they are forced into some less good pulls here for them for a little while.
There are a couple. I think that this pull in particular is probably a little bit faster for the Balanced Druid composition than the Warlock composition. There are, like you said, especially pulls that the Warlock isn't going to have the Infernal for, but you would alternatively have the Incarn for, because Incarn's it's just like always up. Like it's 110-second cooldown. It's just always available. So you don't really think about it too much, which is great. But at the same point, there's some pulls that they're going to accelerate on. And it's probably going to be around this point. And I think that the bosses, the Balanced Druid is slightly better on single target wise. I know that Moonkin sucked in Raid for an extended period of time, but with 4 consecutive single target buffs, eventually they stop sucking at single target.
So. Yeah, exactly. It's the
class balance.
The rotation that you're going to use, I don't know. It's hard to make that direct comparison. There is some extra value to having that Druid in the group for Mark of the Wild on everybody else as well, right?
It's difficult to make that comparison, which is why these teams do like A/B testing, where they test 2 different comps and they look at the splits in which they're fast, they look at the splits in which they're slower, and they try to figure out how much better things are. And whenever I was talking to some of the teams that had qualified for the Global Finals, they talked about practicing with Augmentation Evoker, and they were saying that it's not just like, oh, A/B comparison. It's like, oh, we have to change our entire composition. It's not like we just slot this Aug Evoker in. We are literally changing multiple pieces, and we have to reroute the dungeon, and then only then are we able to figure out whether or not Aug Evoker is better than the alternative, which would be playing through the Mage and the DK.
I feel like the Aug Evoker is the hardest one to solve because it's
so good.
It's so hard to like do the math on how much damage it's adding to your group because so many variables are changing. I think there's really nothing better than just doing the exact side-by-side comparison that you've talked about. But Stamp have gotten a bunch of trash now from the right-hand side of the room. Now they're heading over towards IPA. Going left here. Mind-soothing past that first section of trash. And they're going to be fighting a little bit over here by this pillar. The world marker goes down. And this is tech that Wunderbar debuted on Group A weekend almost a month ago at the start of our MDI season, where the failed batches get spawned on your tank. And so you can both line of sight those and bait the Hobgoblin charges by having the rest of your group play on the other side of this pillar.
It's so interesting. So you said we could look at a side-by-side comparison. So Stamp got this pack started to get pulled at the 9-minute and 30-second marker. So we can kind of take a look at Green Player where they're going to be standing as they get that trash pack pulled. But they were 45 seconds behind. Are they going to continue to be 45 seconds behind? I don't think so. I actually think they're starting to catch back up a little bit in some of this Bink Buzzbeep trash pull area.
There was a 15-second death timer penalty applied to Stamp as well, as the rest of their players are dropping super low here. Meta
there might be another one.
Going to be used. Actually, it's pain suppression as well, landing on our tank. Somehow, it looks like Stamp have survived here as an explosive cask went off, but I think they healed through it somehow. That is crazy.
God, that one's in a terrible spot. Look at that. That failed batch is actually in the middle of the room. They're going to need to be able to actually DPS this down. The death coils are coming out, but this composition is terrible at killing off those explosive batches, but they were still able to barely get it killed off.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, like you said, this comp not very good at killing those things. The Destra Warlock is the best person at being able to tab over it, throw a couple of shadow burns on it, but they've again spawned some of those shrews in a bad spot. Look at the debuffs there on those raid frames.
Wiping?
This is going to be so scary. Are they going to be able to heal through this again? Oh no, the healer down. And the debuff ticking on everybody else, but somehow, Unending Resolve, Death Knight, veteran of the Fourth War, and a tank able to survive through that. The mage somehow cleared their own debuff as well. Maybe Invis or something dropping that debuff. I'm not sure.
Jeez, dude, that is... Okay, so not only was that incredibly scary, but that was a massive time loss, just in general. You saw their damage like really come to a halt there. They probably lost... So they lost 15 seconds of death penalty, and then they probably lost an additional 45 seconds on top of that just because of the amount of damage that was lost. And it looks like maybe some of their players are in combat with those double hobgoblins. Oh, Dratnos, this is going to be a full wipe for Stamp.
Uh-oh. That Hobgoblin's going to charge. And even though everybody's out of combat, they're going to get hit by that charge into the wall. We are going to go... Oh, no. Stamp sent to the start of the dungeon and now exiting the dungeon, which means there is one run still in play here. It is Green Player, our first place team, victors of the MDI here in China. They are now playing for the glory to improve their time in this plus 20 Cinder Brew meadery. As they also move towards that IPA room. No Warlock Gateway available for any skips here. It's going to be Imprison, and the Vengeance Demon Hunter going to pull to the side in theory. No, okay, actually it's the Mage pulling to the side. Oh, the
Mage.
Okay.
I wonder why you'd use Mage here. Oh,
Altar.
I see.
Oh, so, takes the Altar. Yeah.
The reason is because the Mage can actually pull those Hobgoblins further back into the hallway than the Vengeance Demon Hunter can because of that altar time. And so it should, in theory, make it a little bit safer, and you have less of the opportunity of those Hobgoblins targeting players with that charge that is so very dangerous. But now here, Green player has the hardest pull of this dungeon pulled. They have elected to press that Bloodlust. They have that Hobgoblin charging the players. They really need to make sure that these failed batches, they're going to be trying to pull those into the corner here in a couple of seconds. After they come out, we do see that solar beam. We see a lot of CC coming out on these taste testers and on these scientists. A really nicely timed silent sigil as well. And look at all those players. They're standing on top of those boxes, and what that's going to allow them to do is continue to hit the trash pack, while Cherry on that Demon Hunter is going to then drop those failed batches into that corner. Once those failed batches get dropped by the scientist, the Demon Hunter then will come out and continue to try to move this trash. This looks a little bit sloppy. I'm worried about their ability to be able to kill off this trash pack, but it looks like they're going to be able to kind of squeak through the very end of this.
Yeah, those free sample casts, a little bit dangerous, but it looks like they're going to be able to get through. Like you said, that boss now spawning. Last Arcane Missile is going to help finish off these brew drops. And Cherry going to run over to the side here, throw that glaive, pulling this trash pack, and this is probably going to go in to the boss right now.
Yeah, I mean, this pull is sus. I think that this is probably the easiest pull to wipe to that they have remaining in the dungeon. Basically what it is it's it's a single Pyromaniac, double taste tester, and a scientist. And so you really need to just make sure that you're getting kicks on those taste testers over and over again, because any of those free samples casts can end up causing problems. It's just a lot of kicks. Also, with that Pyromaniac, you get that dot that comes out every so often on top of the Surging Spouts IPA dot. So it's just a very technical pull. I think that we've seen Wunderbar even wipe to this boss like 2 or 3 times due to this exact thing.
Yeah, this boss has caused a lot of wipes. We've seen those brew droplets make their way in. Got to be very careful. Looks like they've done a good job of killing off all
pack
3
is spread
right on top here. Yeah, this could be an A-bomb limb opportunity. You got to be really careful about pressing A-bomb limb here, but when those brew droplets have just died, you can press it and grip those mobs under here.
Yeah, now they get the mobs nice and grouped back up underneath the boss. This is a huge deal. So now they're going to be able to have additional funnel. But the trash is still just alive for such an extended period of time. This is kind of where things can spiral out of control if you're not super careful as Green player here. You need to make sure that you now get the additional brew droplets killed off, but the trash is still at like 15% HP, and it's incredibly lethal trash at that.
A-bomb limb comes out here. That's going to do the nice work of taking these droplets away from the boss. Unfortunately, it's going to do the unhelpful work of taking the other mobs, the trash mobs that are still in combat here, away from the boss as well. Ring of Frost is going to come out, but now we have even more trash pulled into the boss. This is going to be extremely sketchy here.
So it's extremely sketchy, but it's extremely fast if you're able to execute it perfectly. Now, the if is the most important part there, because again, like you were saying, this is an incredibly dangerous pull. Any additional Pyromaniacs that you add into this pack, especially whenever the priest just has a limited amount of dispels.
Yeah, you don't have a Warlock here, you don't have Imp Dispels. Ice Cold needs to be used here, as Arcane Surge is coming out. The Power Infusion as well.
The IPA, whenever you get that debuff on your player, you can actually meld it off as well. It's not only dwarfable, because this boss, for some reason, you can shadow meld to drop combat with the boss. So that, of course, then removes that debuff off of you. But at the same point, it doesn't remove the Pyromaniac debuff off of you.
Another Ring of Frost is going to come out. This creates a nice, powerful slowing zone, as well as some initial CCs on the mobs. Those droplets getting close, but not making it all the way into the boss. Green player looking good here. They've got this area handled, and the IPA split here, it's going to be not bad. They are on a 0 death attempt as I say that. The first death lands. Moonkin down. B-Res comes out. Luckily, all of the droplets were dead at the time, but now those droplets are coming in.
Boss dot. Yeah. I mean, Pyromaniac dot with the boss dot, the exact wilding that spinning AoE. That's just... Whenever you have these Pyromaniacs up for such an extended period of time, you're kind of just gambling as to whether or not somebody's going to end up getting killed off by it or not. And now you see this anti-magic zone being dropped, but I feel like this AMZ is a little bit preemptive. What were we mitigating with it? Maybe it was just one player with that dot. That was it was like the solo AMZ, perhaps?
Yeah, could be. There's that Frost Nova.
Oh, the slimes are enraged.
They're big.
Nice.
So they're not CC immune. They just get a speed up. They are going to still get all killed off over there. But now we have another Sprouting Stabs cast, and this time the boss is in the wall. Got to be careful about doing this here. Ooh, Mage also blinking out of the frying pan into the fire there. Looks like they should be able... Oh, this is going to be... They're going to have to thread the needle here. The boss, unfortunately, is going to pick up a shield. That's going to kill our Death Knight. We do have another battle res here. It's not impossible to get through this shield, but it is going to be tough to keep these other droplets from reaching the boss here. We need to B-res right now. Unfortunately, it's only the Balance Druid that can do that. The debuffs do come out. They are going to be handled. That Ring of Frost as well. You can see they're just trying to nuke down the boss.
Priest is Zoom. Oh, we're town portaling. All right, we're done. Actually, they called it.
It is all over. Green player are not going to improve their scorecard here, but that's okay because they already are in first by a lot. Green player, the champion of the Chinese MDI here. They will be making it to the global finals alongside Team Stamp as well. Extremely well played by both of our teams. I was a little bit disappointed by some of the day from Stamp, though.
I was disappointed in Stamp. I was very surprised about Green player. I feel like if you watch this and you're any of those other competitors, you have to be put on high alert about what Green player can bring to the competition. Maybe Cinderbrew Meadery, not their dungeon. They need to get back in the lab and practice that a little bit more. But there is nothing bad you can say about their performance in Rookery and one-shotting 22 Darkflame Cleft. All teams have to be on alert with that kind of performance.
Yeah, the nice thing for Stamp is even though it took an hour and a half to actually get a run started that they were happy with, they did eventually do a very fast 22 Darkflame Cleft. 29:08, the timer in that dungeon. You know, compare that to Green player on the 33:03. Stamp were just turbo quick in that Cleft. So that is a good sign for them, but they are going to need to do better on just the whole day, budgeting out their time, avoiding those wipes when they make it to the global finals.
I think that if I had some advice for these teams, they really need to be looking to practice their lower level keys. Like those lower level dungeons need to be super automatic on the 2 chest and 3 chest. You can't be missing the 2 chest and 3 chest by like 15 seconds. You're going to get, like in the global finals, you'll get punished by slightly better teams if you're not super careful. And that has at times actually sent teams that we thought could potentially win the entirety of the MDI or the TGP home on day one, just because we are doing double eliminations in that global finals.
Yeah, let's take a look at the teams that have qualified through to our global finals now. Here you can see this was our roadmap. We had Group A qualify through Wunderbar, a team comprised of several former Echo players, and 07, another extremely powerful team, Dr. J, Shelly, Roybin, Drogo on that team. Group B, we had Miscount actually looking incredibly strong, joined by Holy Method also making it out of that group. Then in Group C, Mandatory, defending back-to-back MDI champions, joined by Perplexed, one of those teams, Tettles, that you've mentioned, having sometimes some great performances in time trials in group weekends, and then stumbling when it comes to the global finals. Will this be the season where they break the curse? And those teams will be joined by the two that we saw today from China, with Green Player and Stamp being our last two teams to qualify to the global finals. This is going to be such a hype global finals.
Dude, I am so stoked. I love the MDI. I love the TGP. I love watching teams push keys that are barely doable, and the global finals is the culmination of an entire season's worth of work for a lot of these teams. 12-hour practice days, entire season's worth of practice. You know, teams getting better and better each and every single season. It all comes to a head this weekend. I am so stoked.
Yeah, thanks so much to everybody who's decided to tune in to our English coverage here of the Chinese MDI. This is personally one of my favorite events to broadcast is the Chinese MDI. It's so fun. Just sit here, yap over some M+ for a couple of hours, but the global finals are very soon. So make sure that you join us May 30th. That is in 2 days for anybody who does not have a calendar handy. 2 days, Friday, 10 a.m. Pacific. We have May 30th, and then the next 2 days as well, the Saturday and the Sunday. We have the 8 best teams in the world. We're going to narrow it down to 1. So make sure to tune in. But thanks everybody for watching. We will see you then.